The American's Tale by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denis Gagné. The American's Tale by Arthur Conan Doyle. "It air strange, it air," he was saying as I opened the door of the room to where our social little semi-literary society met. "But I could tell you queerer things than that 'ere. Almighty queer things. You can't learn everything out of books, sirs, nohow. You see, it ain't the men as can string English together and has had good education as find themselves in the queer places I've been in. They're mostly rough men, sirs, as can scarce speak aright, far less tell with pen and ink than the things they've seen. But if they could, they'd make some of you Europeans' hair riz with astonishment. They were, sirs, you bet." His name was Jefferson Adams, I believe. I know his initials were J.A., for you may see them yet deeply whittled on the right-hand upper panel of our smoking room door. He left us this legacy, and also some artistic patterns done in tobacco juice upon our turkey carpet. But beyond these reminiscences, our American storyteller has vanished from our ken. He gleamed across our ordinary, quiet conviviality, like some brilliant meteor, and then was lost in the outer darkness. That night, however, our Nevada friend was in full swing, and I quietly lit my pipe and dropped into the nearest chair, anxious not to interrupt his story. "Mind you," he continued, "I ain't got no grudge against your men of science. I likes and respect a chap as can match every beast and plant, from a huckleberry to a grizzly with a jaw-breaking name. But if you wants real interesting facts, something a bit juicy, you go to your whalers, your frontiersmen, your scouts, and Hudson Bay men, chaps who mostly can scarce sign their names." There was a pause here as Mr. Jefferson Adams produced a long cheroot and lit it. We preserved a strict silence in the room, for we had already learned that on the slightest interruption our Yankee drew himself into his shell again. He glanced around with a self-satisfied smile as he remarked our expectant looks, and continued through a halo of smoke. "Now, which of you gentlemen has ever been in Arizona? None, I'll warrant. And of all English or Americans as can put pen to paper, how many has been in Arizona? Precious few, I calculate. I've been there, sirs, lived there for years, and when I think of what I've seen there, why, I can scarce get myself to believe it now. Ah, there's a country. I was one of Walker's filibusters, as they chose to call us, and after we'd busted up and the chief was shot, some of us made tracks and located down there. A regular English and American colony we was, with our wives and children, and all complete. I reckon there's some of the old folk there yet, and that they ain't forgotten what I'm going to tell you. No, I warrant they ain't. Never on this side of the grave, sirs. I was talking about the country, though, and I guess I could astonish you considerable if I spoke of nothing else. To think of such a land being built for a few greasers and half-breeds. It's a misusing of the gift of Providence, that's what I calls it. Grass has hung over a chap's head as he rode through it, and trees so thick that you couldn't catch a glimpse of blue sky for leagues and leagues, and orchids like umbrellas. Maybe some on you has seen a plant that they calls the flycatcher in some parts of the States? Diona muscipula, murmured Dawson, our scientific man par excellence. "Ah, Diana municipal, that's him. You'll see a fly stand on that air plant, and then you'll see the two sides of a leaf snap up together, and catch it between them, and grind it up and mash it to bits, for all the world like some great sea squid with its beak, and hours after, if you open the leaf, you'll see the body lying half digested and in bits. Well, I've seen those fly traps in Arizona with leaves 8 and 10 feet long, and thorns or teeth a foot or more. Why, they could, but darn it, I'm going too fast. It's about the death of Joe Hawkins I was going to tell you. About as queer a thing, I reckon, as ever you heard tell on. There wasn't nobody in Montana as didn't know of Joe Hawkins, Alabama Joe as he was called there. A regular out-and-outer he was, by the darndest skunk as ever a man clapped eyes on. He was a good chap enough, mind ye, as long as you stroked him in the right way, but rile him anyhow, and he were worse nor a wildcat. I've seen him empty his six-shooter into a crowd as chanced to jostle him a-going into Simpson's bar when there was a dance on, and he bowied Tom Hooper 'cause he split his liquor over his whiskey by mistake. No, he didn't stick at murder, Joe didn't, and he weren't a man to be trusted further nor you could see him. Now at that time I tell on when Joe Hawkins was swaggering about the town and laying down the law with his shooting irons, there was an Englishman there the name of Scott, Tom Scott, if I reflects all right. This chap Scott was a thorough Britisher, begging the present company's pardon, and yet he didn't freeze much to the British set there, and they didn't freeze much to him. He was a quiet, simple man, Scott was, rather too quiet for a rough set like that. Sneaking, they called him, but he weren't that. He kept himself mostly apart and didn't interfere with nobody as long as he was left alone. Some said as how he'd been kinder ill-treated at home, been a chartist or something of that sort, and had to up stick and run, but he never spoke of it hisself and never complained. Bad luck or good, the chap kept a stiff lip on him. This chap Scott was a sort of bud among the men about Montana, for he was so quiet and simple-like. There was no part of either to take up his grievances, for as I've been saying, the Britishers hardly counted him one of them, and many a rough joke they played on him. He never cut up rough, but was polite to all hisself. I think the boys got to think he hadn't much grit in him until he showed 'em their mistake. It was in Simpson's bar as the row got up, and that led to the queer thing I was going to tell you of. Alabama Joe and one or two other rowdies were dead on the Britishers in those days, and they spoke their opinions pretty free, though I warned them as there'd be an almighty muss. That particular night Joe was nigh half drunk, and he swaggered about the town with his six-shooter, looking out for a quarrel. Then he turned into the bar where he knowed he'd find some of the English as ready for one as he was hisself. Sure enough, there was half a dozen lounging out, and Tom Scott standing alone before the stove. Joe sat down by the table and put his revolver and bowie down in front of him. "Them's my arguments, Jeff," he says to me. "If any white-livered Britisher dares give me the lie." I tried to stop him, sirs, but he weren't a man as you could easily turn, and he began to speak in a way as no chap could stand. Why, even a greaser would flare up if you said as much of Greaser land. There was a commotion at the bar, and every man laid his hands on his weapons. But before they could draw, we heard a quiet voice from the stove. "Say your prayers, Joe Hawkins, for by heaven you're a dead man." Joe turned around and looked like grabbing at his irons, but it weren't no matter of use. Tom Scott was standing up, covering him with his derringer, a smile on his white face, but the very devil shining in his eye. "It ain't that the old country has used me over well," he says, "but no man shall speak again it afore me and live." For a second or two I could see his fingers tighten around the trigger, and then he gave a laugh and threw the pistol on the floor. "No," he says, "I can't shoot a half-drunk man. Take your dirty life, Joe, and use it better nor you have done. You've been nearer to the grave this night than you will again until your time comes. You best make tracks now, I guess. Nay, never look black at me, man. I'm not afeard at your shooting iron. A bully's nigh always a coward." As he swung contemptuously around and relit his half-smoked pipe from the stove, while Alabama slunk out of the bar with the laughs of the Britishers ringing in his ears, I saw his face as he passed me, and on it I saw murder, sirs, murder, as plain as I'd ever seed anything in my life. I stayed in the bar after the row and watched Tom Scott as he shook hands with the men about. It seemed kind of queer to me to see him smiling and cheerful like, for I knew Joe's bloodthirsty mind, and that Englishman had small chance of ever seeing the morning. He lived in an out-of-the-way sort of place, you see, clean off the trail, and had to pass through the Flytrap Gulch to get it. This here gulch was a marshy, gloomy place, lonely enough during the day even, for it were always a creep sort of thing to see the great 8 and 10-foot leaves snapping up if I'd touch 'em. But at night there were never a soul near. Some parts of the marsh, too, were soft and deep, and a body thrown in would be gone by the morning. I could see Alabama Joe crouching under the leaves of the great fly trap in the darkest part of the gulch. with a scowl on his face and a revolver in his hands. I could see it, sir, as plain as day with my 2 eyes. About midnight, Simpson shuts up his bar, so out we had to go. Tom Scott started off for his 3-mile walk at a slashing pace. I just dropped him a hint as he passed me, for I kind of like the chap. "Keep your derringer loose in your belt, sir," I says, "for you might chance to need it." He looked around at me with his quiet smile, and then I lost sight of him in the gloom. I never thought to see him again. He'd hardly gone afore Simpson comes up to me and says, "There'll be a nice job at the Flytrap Gulch tonight, Jeff. The boy says Hawkins started half an hour ago to wait for Scott and shoot him on sight. I calculate the coroner'll be wanted tomorrow." What passed in the gulch that night, it were a question as were asked pretty free next morning. A half-breed was in Ferguson's store after daybreak, and he said as he'd chanced to be near the gulch about 1 in the morning. It weren't easy to get at his story. He seemed so uncommon scared. But he told us at last, as he'd heard the fearfulest screams in the stillness of the night. They weren't no shots, he said, but screams after scream, kinder muffled, like a man with a serape over his head and in mortal pain. Abner, Brandon, and me and a few more was in the store at the time, so we mounted and rode out to Scott's house, passing through the gulch on the way. There weren't nothing particular to be seen there, no blood nor marks of a fight, nor nothing. And when we gets up to Scott's house, he comes out to meet us as fresh as a lark. "Hello, Jeff," says he. "No need for the pistol after all. Come in, have a cocktail, boys." "Did you see or hear nothing as you came home last night?" says I. "No," says he. "All was quiet enough. An owl kind o' moaning in the Flytrap Gulch, that was all. Come, jump off and have a glass." "Thank ye," said Abner. So off we gets, and Tom Scott rode into the settlement with us when we went back. An all-fired commotion was on in Main Street as we rode into it. The American party seemed to have gone clean crazed. Alabama Joe was gone, not a darn particle of him left. Since he went out in the gulch, nary and I had seen him. As we got off our horses, there was a considerable crowd in front of Simpson's bar, and some ugly looks at Tom Scott, I can tell you. There was a clicking of pistols, and I saw as Scott had his hand in his bosom, too. There weren't a single English face about. "Stand aside, Jeff Adams," said Zeb Humphrey, as great a scoundrel as ever lived. "You hain't got no hand in this game. Say, boys, are we free Americans to be murdered by any darn Britisher?" It was the quickest thing I'd ever seed. There was a rush and a crack. Zeb was down, with Scott's ball in his thigh. Scott himself was on the ground with a dozen men holding him. There weren't no use struggling, so he lay quiet. They seemed a bit uncertain what to do with him, but then one of Alabama's special chums put them up to it. "Joe's gone," he said. "Nothing ain't sure nor that, and there lies the man as killed him. Some on you knows as Joe went on business to the gulch that night. He never came back. That 'ere Britisher passed through after he'd gone. They had a row. Scream is heard among the great fly traps. I say again, he played poor Joe some of his sneaking tricks and throw him into the swamp. Ain't no wonder as the body is gone. But are we to stand by and see English murdering our own chums? I guess not. Let Judge Lynch try him, that's what I say." "Lynch him!" shouted 100 angry voices, for all the rag, tag, and bobtail of the settlement was round us by this time. "Here, boys, fetch a rope and swing 'em up. Up with him over Simpson's door. See here, though," says another, coming forward. "Let's hang him by the great fly trap in the gulch. Let Joe see as he's revenge, if so be as he's buried by there." There was a shout for this, and away they went, with Scott tied on his Mustang in the middle, and a mounted guard with cocked revolvers round him. For we knew as there was a score or so Britishers about, as didn't seem to recognize Judge Lynch, and was dead on a free fight. I went out with him, my heart bleeding for Scott, though he didn't seem a cent put out, he didn't. He were game to the backbone. Seemed kind of queer, sirs, hanging a man to a fly trap. But ours were a regular tree, and the leaves like a brace of boats with a hinge between 'em and thorns at the bottom. We passed down the gulch to the place where the great one grows, and there we seed it with leaves, some open, some shut. But we seed something worse than that. Standing around the tree was some 30 men, Britishers all, and armed to the teeth. They was waiting for us evidently, and had a business-like look about 'em, as if they'd come for something and meant to have it. There was raw material there for about as warm a scrimmage as I'd ever seed. As we rode up, a great red-bearded Scotchman, Cameron were his name, stood out afore the rest, his revolver cocked in his hand. "See here, boys," he says, "you've got no call to hurt a hair off that man's head. You hain't proved as Joe is dead yet, and if you had, you hain't proved as Scott killed him. Anyhow, if it were in self-defense, for all you know, as he was lying in wait for Scott, to shoot him on sight. So I say again, you hain't got no call to hurt that man, and what's more, I've got 36 bailed arguments against how you're doing it." "It's an interesting point, worth arguing out," said the man, as was Alabama Joe's special chum. There was a clicking of pistols and a loosening of knives, and the two parties began to draw up on another, and it looked like a rise in the mortality of Montana. Scott was standing behind with a pistol at his ear if he stirred, looking quiet and composed as having no money on the table, when suddenly he gives a start and a shout as rang in our ears like a trumpet. "Joe!" he cried. "Joe, look at him in the fly-trap!" We all turned and looked where he was pointing. Jerusalem! I think we won't get that picture out of our minds again. One of the great leaves of the fly-trap that had been shut and touching the ground as it lay was slowly rolling back upon its hinges. There, lying like a child in its cradle, was Alabama Joe in the hollow of the leaf. The great thorn had been slowly driven through his heart as it shut upon him. We could see, as he tried to cut his way out, for there was a slit in the thick, fleshy leaf, and his bowie was in his hand, but it had smothered him first. He laid down on it, likely to keep the damp off while he were waiting for Scott, and it had closed on him as you've seen your little hothouse ones do on a fly, and there he were as we found him, torn and crushed into a pulp by the great jagged teeth of a man-eating plant. There, sirs, I think you'll own as that's a curious story. "And what became of Scott?" asked Jack Sinclair. "Well, we carried him back on our shoulders, we did, to Simpson's bar, and he stood liquors around us. Made a speech, too, a darn fine speech from the counter. Something about the British Lion and the American Eagle walking arm in arm forever and a day. And now, sirs, that yarn was long, and my cheroots out, so I reckon I'll make tracks afore it's later." And with a "good night," he left the room. "A most extraordinary narrative," said Dawson. "Who would have thought a Danoa had such power?" "Deuced rum yarn," said young Sinclair. "Evidently a matter-of-fact, truthful man," said the doctor. "Or the most original liar that ever lived," said I. "I wonder which he was." End of The American's Tale.
Atmospherics by E. F. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is nothing more delightful to the thoroughly unscientific mind than to control some scientific machine which yields entertaining results, and which one does not in the least understand. That, so I concluded, was, at any rate, one of the reasons why I neglected all other duties, and most other pleasures, in order to enjoy my new wireless. Ad Astra was the name of it, and a very suitable one, for it put me into communication with places that seemed as remote as the planets, and evoked from them the very music of the spheres. It had 8 valves, whatever valves might be, and 2 switches, and 2 dials, and an index which made it perfectly easy to choose, as in a dinner at a restaurant, whatever one liked. Daventry and London, and Hiversham and Paris, and Berlin and Vienna were waiting with their dishes. A little adjustment of the switches and manipulation of the dials was all that was necessary. And then, after a few loud howls and whistlings, I could get into touch with singers and pianists halfway across Europe. This was all romantic enough for a prosaic age, but secretly I cherished even wilder romances in connection with my Ad Astra. It was, I am proud to say, the very last word in wireless, and every now and then it seemed, to my ignorant view, to emit noises that came from none of the localities of its sumptuous index. Below the blare of an orchestra from Berlin, I sometimes caught the sound of a human voice. Below a lecture, delivered in the studio in London, I caught the sound of singing. Scientific friends, who also heard these mutterings, appeared to me to be a little puzzled about them, but they bravely asserted that they were atmospherics. Yet they did not seem quite casual enough for mere accidents of the ether. Voices certainly made coherent remarks, unexplained instruments of music played arrangements of tunes, and somehow I'd got into my head that this wonderful ad astra could, intermittently and fortuitously, catch sounds that were outside the range of its professed radius. After all, as Mr. Einstein has proved to those who are able to understand what he says, time and space are both dimensions of the same huge whole, and I wondered whether it was not possible that ad astra was reproducing sounds not only distant in space, but distant in time. But I have no scientific attainments, and the professors, though sometimes a puzzled look furrowed their serene brows when they heard these extraneous noises, continued to say atmospherics. Just now, Ad Astra was clad in its neat serge travelling suit, and placed on the seat next to me in the train that was taking me to the old Cinque-Port town of Tillingham, where I was to spend a weekend with my friend Harry Armitage, in his house called Mayor's Orchard. He had just bought this house. I had never been there before, and knew nothing whatever of it and its surroundings, except that I was aware that the sea had retreated, and that Tillingham, which was once a port, was now a couple of miles inland. As I approached my destination, it looked as if I should not, for the present, get any clearer idea of it, for we slid into a thick sea fog. And, after innumerable hootings and stoppages, I stepped out into the most impenetrable mist I have ever encountered. Harry had sent down a servant to meet and conduct me, who told me that Mayor's Orchard was but 5 minutes' walk from the station, and I followed him through the dense white dusk up the hill. I carried Ad Astra myself, and presently he threw open a door, and I found myself in a delicious Queen Anne interior. In a little parlour off the hall, I found them at tea, Harry and his wife Evie, and her sister and brother-in-law, all old friends. I consented, of course, without any pressing at all, to demonstrate the marvels of my new toy, but never have I experienced a greater fall to my pride. We got a little scrannel jazz music from London, but no other station could come through at all. The fog, no doubt, was thick in the Channel, and the Channel was populous with fog-bound ships, and we could get nothing whatever except the insistent dot and dash of Morse code, ship calling to ship. Paris and Hiversham and Berlin and Vienna were all as mute as mackerel. There was nothing but this silly, unintelligible gabble. "Frightfully interesting," said Harry at length, "but a shade monotonous. How about bridge?" "I don't want to play," said Evie. "You four play." That was amiable, but false. Evie always wants to play bridge. Besides, every now and then, through this silly babble, I knew I had heard something, which was not Morse code, and I only wanted to be left with Ad Astra and find out what it was. So, after a few politenesses on the part of the others, I found myself alone with my machine. I could cut out these tiresome noises altogether, but I found that when I did that, I also cut out the intervening something, which I so much wanted to catch, and that when the dot and dash of this intership signalling was most audible, so also was this unexplained impression of what sounded sometimes like a voice, and sometimes like faint musical notes. Wholly unscientific as I am, I realised that it was not far distant in space, at any rate, from these stupid cacklings. It had something to do, in space if not time, with them. And then, as, hairbreadth by hairbreadth, I shifted the dials, I heard, not from the machine at all, but from close outside, the sound of wind. A strong breeze was rising, and the fog, no doubt, dispersing, for almost immediately these dot and dash noises completely ceased. And, now that they were silent, I knew that I was right in thinking that there was something going on below them. It emerged, growing gradually louder. There was the noise of a drum, and of a fife, and of a cornet, and they were playing God Save the King, in a windy and elementary manner, but surely with enthusiasm. Then there was the sound of a door opening, and the tune swelled out suddenly, as if the door of the house where I sat had been opened and the players were just outside. The door shut again, the tune ceased altogether, and I heard a man's voice speaking in English but with a strong, guttural German accent. "Also, it is most kind of you, Mr. Mayor," he said. "To be sure, I shall be very comfortable. That goddamn fog. Terrible. And a fool of a captain. Yes, a little supper, very pleasant. I will first to my room go." The voice ceased, but surely there were steps in the hall just outside and on the stairs. I looked out, but there was no one there, and now not a whisper came from my apparatus. This way and that, hairbreadth by hairbreadth, I moved the dials, but there was nothing of any sort audible. Presently Harry came in from the room where they were playing bridge, and found me still endeavouring to recapture that strange intrusion. Where had it come from? And when, so I could not help asking myself, had it come from? "Still tinkering," he said. "The stars seem to be a bit in eclipse tonight. A rocket went up just now from the sea. There must be some ship run aground in the fog. I'm dumming at the moment, so I came to see if you would like to be shown your room." "You're in the King's room," Evie said. I made a final attempt and got up. "Yes, do show it to me," I said. "But why the King's room?" He led the way upstairs. "Oh, an old story," he said, "but I believe quite authentic. George II was once visiting the Cinque Ports in his yacht, and there came on a thick fog, just like there was tonight, and he ran aground in shallow water opposite Tillingham. He was brought to land in a small boat and came up to the town. The mayor met him with all the pomp that could be arranged at a moment's notice, and they brought him along here, with a fife and a drum playing God Save the King." "And then?" I asked. "He slept here. The house belonged to the mayor's orchard, you know. There are some extremely old apple trees in the garden." "Interesting," said I. "And I'm going to sleep in the room he had. Yes, here it is. Jolly panelling, isn't it? There's a picture of the king. Thoroughly German. But, after all, he was German. He spoke English, though, which his father couldn't do, but with a strong German accent." Harry went back to his game, and it is hardly necessary to state I instantly fetched Ad Astra up to my room. Berlin was ready to my summons now, and Vienna and Paris had never been so splendidly audible. But not a whisper more could I catch coming across the years from the night when the king slept at Mayor's Orchard. Ad Astra nobly vindicated its ability to give me all that it professed to give. But gladly would I have sacrificed all that for a few whispers more in that guttural voice, or a few more bars of that very imperfectly rendered national anthem. Atmospherics, indeed. End of Atmospherics. Recording by DavidH. London, 2024.
Basil Netherby by A.C. Benson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. Basil Netherby by A.C. Benson. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon of an October day that Basil Netherby's letter arrived. I remember that my little clock had just given its warning click when the footsteps came to my door, and just as the clock began to strike came a hesitating knock. I called out, "Come in," and after some fumbling with the handle, there stepped into the room, I think, the shyest clergyman I have ever seen. He shook hands like an automaton, looking over his left shoulder. He would not sit down, and yet he looked about the room as he stood, as if wondering why the ordinary civility of a chair was not offered him. He spoke in a husky voice, out of which he endeavoured at intervals to cast some viscous obstruction by loud hawkings, and when, after one of these interludes, he caught my eye, he went a sudden pink in the face. However, the letter got handed to me, and I gradually learnt from my visitor's incoherent talk that it was from my friend Basil Netherby, and that he was well, remarkably well, quite a different man from what he had been when he came to Treheil, that he himself, Vivian was his name, was curate of St. Sibby. Treheil was the name of the house where Mr. Netherby lived. The letter had been most important, he thought, for Mr. Netherby had asked him, as he was going up to town, to convey the letter himself, and to deliver it without fail to Mr. Ward's own hands. He could not, however, account, here he turned away from me and hummed and beat his fingers on the table, for the extraordinary condition in which he was compelled to hand it me, as it had never, so far as he knew, left his own pocket, and presently, with a gasp, Mr. Vivian was gone, refusing all proffers of entertainment and falling briskly down, to judge from the sounds which came to me outside my door. I, Leonard Ward, was then living in rooms in a little street out of Holborn, a poor place enough. I was organist of St. Bartholomew's, Holborn, and I was trying to do what is described as getting up a connection in the teaching line, but it was slow work, and I must confess that my prospects did not appear to me very cheerful. However, I had taught one of the vicar's little daughters, and a whole family, the children of a rich tradesman in a neighbouring street, the piano and singing, so that I contrived to struggle on. Basil Netherby had been with me at the College of Music. His line was composing. He was a pleasant, retiring fellow, voluble enough and even rhetorical in a tete-a-tete talk with an intimate, but dumb in company, with an odd streak of something, genius or eccentricity about him, which made him different from other men. We had drifted into an intimacy, and had indeed lodged together for some months. Netherby used to show me his works, mostly short studies, and though I used to think that they always rather oddly broke down in unexpected places, and though he was inaccurate in technique, yet there was always an air of aiming high about them, an attempt to realize the ideal. He left the college before I did, saying that he had learnt all he could learn, and that now he must go quietly into the country somewhere and do work all alone. He should do no good otherwise. I heard from him fitfully. He was in Wales, in Devonshire, in Cornwall, and then, some 3 months before the day on which I got the letter, the correspondence had ceased altogether. I did not know his address, and was always expecting to hear from him. I took up the letter from the place where Mr. Vivian had laid it down. It was a bulky envelope, and it was certainly true that, as Mr. Vivian had said, the package was in an extraordinary condition. One of the corners was torn off with a ragged edge that looked like the nibbling of mice, and there were disagreeable stains both on the front and the back, so that I should have inferred that Mr. Vivian's pocket had been filled with raspberries. The theory, though improbable, did not appear impossible. But what surprised me most was that near each of the corners, in front, a rough cross of ink was drawn, and one at the back of the flap. I had little doubt, however, that Mr. Vivian had, in a nervous and absent mood, harried the poor letter into the condition in which I saw it, and that he had been unable to bring himself to confess to the maltreatment. I tore the letter open. There fell out several pages of MS Music, and a letter in which Basil, dating from Treheil, and writing in a bold, firm hand, bolder and firmer, I thought, than of old, said that he had been making a good deal of progress and working very hard, which must account for his silence, and he ventured to enclose some of his last work, which he hoped I would like, but he wanted a candid opinion. He added that he had got quarters at a delightful farmhouse not far from Grampound. That was all. Stay, that was not all. The letter finished on the 3rd side, but as I closed it, I saw written on the 4th page, very small, in a weak, loose hand, and as if scribbled in a ferocious haste, as a man might write, so it came oddly into my head, who was escaped for a moment from the vigilance of a careful gaoler. A single sentence. "Vivian will take this, and for God's sake, dear Leonard, if you would help a friend who is on the edge, I dare not say of what, come to me tomorrow, uninvited." You will think this very strange, but do not mind that. Only come, unannounced. Do you see? The line broke off in an unintelligible flourish. Then on each corner of the last page had been scrawled a cross, with the same ugly and slovenly haste as the crosses on the envelope. My first thought was that Basil was mad. My next thought that he had drifted into some awkward situation, fallen under some unfortunate influence, was perhaps being blackmailed, and I knew his sensitive character well enough to feel sure that whatever the trouble was, it would be exaggerated 10 times over by his lively and apprehensive mind. Slowly a situation shaped itself. Basil was a man, as I knew, of an extraordinary austere standard of morals, singularly guileless and innocent of worldly matters. Someone, I argued, some unscrupulous woman, had, in the remote spot where he was living, taken a guileful fancy to my poor friend, and had, doubtless, after veiled overtures, resolved on a bolder policy, and was playing on his sensitive and timid nature by some threat of nameless disclosures, some vile and harrowing innuendo. I read the letter again, and still more clear did it seem to me that he was in some strange durance, and suffering under abominable fears. I rose from my chair, and went to find a timetable, that I might see when I could get to Grampound, when again a shuffling footstep drew to my door, an uncertain hand knocked at the panel, and Mr. Vivian again entered the room. This time his confusion was even greater, if that were possible, than it had previously been. He had forgotten to give me a further message, and he thereupon gave me a filthy scrap of paper, nibbled and stained like the envelope, apologized with unnecessary vehemence, uttered a strangled cough, and stumbled from the room. It was difficult enough to decipher the paper, but I saw that a musical phrase had been written on it, and then, in a moment, I saw that it was a phrase from an old, extravagant work of Basil's own, a credo, which we had often discussed together, the grim and fantastic accompaniment of the sentence, "He descended into hell." This came to me as a message of even greater urgency, and I hesitated no longer. I sat down to write a note to the father of my family of pupils, in which I said that important business called me away for 2 or 3 days. I looked out a train, and found that by catching the 10 o'clock limited mail I could be at Grampound by 6 in the morning. I ordered a hasty dinner, and I packed a few things into a bag with an oppressive sense of haste. But, as generally happens on such occasions, I found that I had still 2 or 3 hours in hand, so I took up Netherby's music and read it through carefully. Certainly he had improved wonderfully in the handling, but what music it was! It was like nothing of which I had ever even dreamed. There was a wild, intemperate voluptuousness about it, a kind of evil relish of beauty, which gave me a painful thrill. To make sure that I was not mistaken, owing to the nervous tension which the strange event had produced in me, I put the things in my pocket and went out to the house of a friend, Dr. Grierson, an accomplished and critical musician, who lived not far away. I found the great man at home, smoking leisurely. He had a bird-like demeanour, like an ancient stork, as he sat blinking through spectacles astride of a long pointed nose. He had a slight acquaintance with Netherby, and when I mentioned that I had received some new music from him, which I wished to submit to him, he showed obvious interest. "A promising fellow," he said, "only of course too transcendental." He took the music in his hand. He settled his spectacles and read. Presently he looked up, and I saw in the kind of shamefaced glance with which he regarded me that he had found something of the same incomprehensible sensuality which had so oddly affected myself in the music. "Come, come," he said rather severely, "this is very strange stuff. This won't do at all, you know. We must hear this." He rose and went to his piano, and peering into the music he played the pieces deliberately and critically. Heard upon the piano, the accent of subtle evil that ran through the music became even more obvious. I seemed to struggle between two feelings, an overpowering admiration and a sense of shame at my own capacity for admiring it. But the great man was still more moved. He broke off in the middle of a bar and tossed the music to me. "This is filthy stuff," he said. "I should say to you, burn it. It is clever, of course, hideously, devilishly clever. Look at the interlacing of those parts there. Look at that progression, F sharp against F natural, you observe." And he added some technical details with which I need not trouble my readers. He went on. "But the man has no business to think of such things. I don't like it. Tell him from me that it won't do. There must be some reticence in art, you know, and there is none here. Tell Netherby that he is on the wrong track altogether. Good heavens," he added, "how could the man write it? He used to be a decent sort of fellow." It may seem extravagant to write thus of music, but I can only say that it affected me as nothing I had ever heard before. I put it away, and we tried to talk of other things, but we could not get the stuff out of our heads. Presently I rose to go, and the doctor reiterated his warnings still more emphatically. "The man is a criminal in art," he said, "and there must be an end once and for all of this. Tell him it's abominable." I went back, caught my train, and was whirled sleepless and excited to the west. Towards morning I fell into a troubled sleep, in which I saw in tangled dreams the figure of a man running restlessly among stony hills. Over and over again the dream came to me, and it was with a grateful heart, though very weary, that I saw a pale light of dawn in the east, and the dark trees and copses along the line becoming more and more defined by swift gradations in the chilly autumn air. It was very still and peaceful when we drew up at Grampound Station. I inquired my way to Treheil, and I was told it was 3 or 4 miles away. The porter looked rather inquiringly at me. There was no chance of obtaining a vehicle, so I resolved to walk, hoping that I should be freshened by the morning air. Presently a lane struck off from the main road, which led up a wooded valley, with a swift stream rushing along, in 1 or 2 places the chimney of a deserted mine with desolate rubbish heaps stood beside the road. At one place a square church tower, with pinnacles, looked solemnly over the wood. The road rose gradually. At last I came to a little hamlet, perched high on the side of the valley. The scene was incomparably beautiful. The leaves were yellowing fast, and I could see a succession of wooded ridges, with a long line of moorland closing the view. The little place was just waking into quiet activity. I found a bustling man taking down shutters from a general shop, which was also the post office, and inquired where Mr. Netherby lived. The man told me that he was in lodgings at Treheil, "The big house itself, where Farmer Hall lives now. If you go straight along the road," he added, "you will pass the lodge, and Treheil lays up in the wood." I was by this time very tired. It was now nearly 7, but I took up my bag again and walked along a road passing between high hedges. Presently the wood closed in again, and I saw a small plastered lodge with a thatched roof standing on the left among some firs. The gate stood wide open, and the road which led into the wood was grass-grown, though with deep ruts along which heavy-laden carts seemed to have passed recently. The lodge seemed deserted, and I accordingly struck off into the wood. Presently the undergrowth grew thicker, and huge sprawling laurels rose in all directions. Then the track took a sudden turn, and I saw straight in front of me the front of a large Georgian house of brown stone, with a gravel sweep up to the door, but all overgrown with grass. I confess that the house displeased me strangely. It was substantial, homely, and large, but the wood came up close to it on all sides, and it seemed to stare at me with its shuttered windows with a look of dumb resentment, like a creature at bay. I walked on, and saw that the smoke went up from a chimney to the left. The house, as I came closer, presented a front with a stone portico crowned with a pediment. To left and right were two wings which were built out from the main part of the house, throwing the door back into the shadow. I pulled a large handle which hung beside the door, and a dismal bell rang somewhere in the house, rang on as if unable to cease. Then footsteps came along the floor within, and the door was slowly and reluctantly unbarred. There stood before me a little pale woman with a timid, downcast air. "Does Mr. Netherby live here?" I said.
"Yes, he lodges here, sir."
"Can I see him?" I said.
"Well, sir, he is not up yet. Does he expect you?"
"Well, not exactly," I said, faltering, "but he will know my name, and I have come a long way to see him." The woman raised her eyes and looked at me, and I was aware by some swift intuition that I was in the presence of a distressed spirit, labouring under some melancholy prepossession.
"Will you be here long?"
she asked suddenly. "No," I said, "but I shall have to stay the night, I think. I travelled all last night, and I am very tired. In fact, I shall ask to sit down and wait till I can see Mr. Netherby." She seemed to consider a moment, and then led me into the house. We entered a fine hall with stone flags and pillars on each side. There hung, so far as I could see in the half-light, grim and faded portraits on the walls, and there were some indistinct pieces of furniture, like couched beasts, in the corners. We went through a door and down a passage, and turned into a large, rather bare room, which showed, however, some signs of human habitation. There was a table laid for a meal. An old piano stood in a corner, and there were a few books lying about. On the walls hung large pictures in tarnished frames. I put down my bag and sat down by the fire in an old armchair, and almost instantly fell into a drowse. I have an indistinct idea of the woman returning to ask if I would like some breakfast, or wait for Mr. Netherby. I said hastily that I would wait, being in the oppressed condition of drowsiness when one's only idea is to get a respite from the presence of any person, and fell again into a heavy sleep. I woke suddenly with a start, conscious of a movement in the room. Basil Netherby was standing close beside me, with his back to the fire, looking down at me with a look which I can only say seemed to me to betoken a deep annoyance of spirit. But seeing me awake, there came on to his face a smile of a reluctant and diplomatic kind. I started to my feet, giddy and bewildered, and shook hands. "My word," he said, "you sleep sound, Ward. So you found me out. Well, I'm very glad to see you. But what made you think of coming, and why didn't you let me know? I would have sent something to meet you." I was a good deal nettled at this ungenial address after the trouble to which I had put myself. I said, "Well, really, Basil, I think that is rather strong. Mr. Vivian called on me yesterday with a letter from you, and some music, and, of course, I came away at once." "Of course," he said, looking on the ground, and then added rather hastily, "Now, how did the stuff strike you? I have improved, I think. and it is really very good of you to come off at once to criticize the music. Very good of you," he said with some emphasis. "And, man, you look wretchedly tired. Let us have breakfast." I was just about to remonstrate and to speak about the postscript, when he looked at me suddenly with so peculiar and disagreeable a glance that the words literally stuck in my throat. I thought to myself that perhaps the subject was too painful to enter upon at once, and that he probably wished to tell me, at his own time, what was in the background. We breakfasted, and now that I had leisure to look at Basil, I was surprised beyond measure at the change in him. I had seen him last a pale, rather haggard youth, loose-limbed and untidy. I saw before me a strongly built and firmly knit man, with a ruddy colour and bronzed cheek. He looked the embodiment of health and well-being. His talk, too, after the first impression of surprise wore off, was extraordinarily cheerful and amusing. Again and again he broke out into loud laughter, not the laughter of an excited or hectic person, but the firm, brisk laugh of a man full to the brim of good spirits and health. He talked of his work, of the country people that surrounded him, whose peculiarities he seemed to have observed with much relish. He asked me, but without any appearance of interest, what I thought about his work. I tried to tell him what Dr. Grierson had said, and what I had felt, but I was conscious of being at a strange disadvantage before this genial personality. He laughed loudly at our criticisms. "Old Grierson," he said. "Why, he is no better than a clergyman's widow. He would stop his ears if you read Shakespeare to him. My dear man, I have travelled a long way since I last saw you. I have found my tongue, and what is more, I can say what I mean, and as I mean it. Grierson, indeed! I can see him looking shocked, like a pelican with a stomach-ache." This was a felicitous, though not a courteous description of our friend, but I could find no words to combat it. Indeed, Basil's talk and whole bearing seemed to carry me away like a swift stream, and in my wearied condition I found that I could not stand up to this radiant personality. After breakfast he advised me to have a good sleep, and he took me, with some show of solicitude, to a little bedroom which had been got ready for me. He unpacked my things and told me to undress and go to bed, that he had some work to do that he was anxious to finish, and that after luncheon we would have a stroll together. I was too tired to resist, and fell at once into a deep sleep. I rose a new man, and, finding no one in Basil's room, I strolled out for a moment onto the drive, and presently saw the odd and timid figure of Mrs. Hall coming along, in a big, white, flapping sort of sunbonnet, with a basket in her hand. She came straight up to me in a curious, resolute sort of way, and it came into my mind that she had come out for the very purpose of meeting me. I praised the beauty of the place, and said that I supposed she knew it well. "Yes," she said, adding that she was born in the village, and her mother had been, as a girl, a servant at Traheel. But she went on to tell me that she and her husband had lived till recently at a farm down in the valley, and had only been a year or so in the house itself. Old Mr. Heel, the last owner, had died 3 or 4 years before, and it had proved impossible to let the house. It seemed that when the trustees gave up all idea of being able to get a tenant, they had offered it to the Halls at a nominal rent to act as caretakers. She spoke in a cheerless way, with her eyes cast down, and with the same strained look as of one carrying a heavy burden. "You will have heard of Mr. Heel, perhaps," she said with a sudden look at me. "No," I said, "I know nothing about the place. Who was Mr. Heel?" "The old squire, sir," she said. "But I think people here are unfair to him. He lived a wild life enough, but he was a kind and gentle man in his way, and I have often thought it was not his fault altogether. He married soon after he came to the estate a Miss Tregaskis from down to St. Erne, and they were very happy for a little. But she died after they had been married a couple of years, and they had no child. And then I think Mr. Heel went nearly mad. Nothing went right after that. Mr. Heel shut himself up a good deal among his books. He was a very clever gentleman, and then he got into bad ways, but it was the sorrow in his heart that made him bad. And we must not blame people too much, must we?" She looked at me with a rather pitiful look. "You mean," I said, "that he tried to forget his grief, and did not choose the best way to do it?" "Yes, sir," said Mrs. Hall simply. "I think he blamed God for taking away what he loved, instead of trusting him. And no good comes of that. The people here got to hate him. He used to spoil the young people, sir. You know what I mean. And they were afraid of seeing him about their houses. I remember, sir, as if it were yesterday, seeing him in the lane to St. Sibby. He was marching along, very upright, with his white hair. It went white early, and he passed old Mr. Miles, the churchwarden, who had been a wild young man too. But he found religion with the Wesleyans, and after that was very hard on everyone. It was the first time they had met since Mr. Miles had become serious, and Mr. Heel stopped in his pleasant way and held out his hand to Mr. Miles, who put his hands behind him and said something, I was close to them, which I could not quite catch. But it was about fellowship with the works of darkness, and then Mr. Miles turned and went on his way, and Mr. Hale stood looking after him with a curious smile on his face, and I have pitied him ever since. Then he turned and saw me. He always took notice of me. I was a girl then, and he said to me, "There, Mary, you see that. I am not good enough, it seems, for Mr. Miles. Well, I don't blame him. But remember, child, that the religion which makes a man turn his back on an old friend is not a good religion." But I could see he was distressed, though he spoke quietly, and as I went on, he gave a sigh which somehow stays in my mind. "Perhaps, sir, you would like to look at his picture. He was painted at the same time as Mrs. Heel, in the first year of their marriage." I said I should like to see it, and we turned to the house. She led me into a little room that seemed like a study. There was a big bookcase full of books, mostly of a scientific kind, and there was a large knee-hole table, much dotted with ink spots. "It was here," she said, "he used to work hour after hour." On the wall hung a pair of pictures, one that of a young woman, hardly more than a girl, with a delightful expression, both beautiful and good. She was dressed in some white material, and there was a glimpse of sunlit fields beyond. Then I turned to the portrait of Mr. Heel. It represented a young man in a claret-coloured coat, very slim and upright. It showed a face of great power, a big forehead, clear-cut features, and a determined chin, with extraordinarily bright, large eyes. Evidently the portrait of a man of great physical and mental force, who would do whatever he took in hand with all his might. It was very finely painted, with a dark background of woods against a stormy sky. I was immensely struck by the picture, and not less by the fact that there was an extraordinary, though indefinable likeness to Mrs. Hall herself. I felt somehow that she perceived that I had noticed this, for she made as though to leave the room. I could not help the inference that I was compelled to draw. I lingered for a moment looking at the portrait, which was so lifelike as to give an almost painful sense of the presence of a third person in the room. But Mrs. Hall went out, and I understood that I was meant to follow her. She led the way into their own sitting-room, and then with some agitation she turned to me. "I understand that you are an old friend of Mr. Netherby's, sir," she said. "Yes," I said, "he is my greatest friend." "Could you persuade him, sir, to leave this place?" she went on. "You will think it a strange thing to say, and I am glad enough to have a lodger, and I like Mr. Netherby. But do you think it is a good thing for a young gentleman to live so much alone?" I saw that nothing was to be gained by reticence, so I said, "Now, Mrs. Hall, I think we had better speak plainly. I am, I confess, anxious about Mr. Netherby. I don't mean that he is not well, for I have never seen him look better, but I think that there is something going on which I don't wholly understand." She looked at me suddenly with a quick look, and then, as if deciding that I was to be trusted, she said in a low voice, "Yes, sir, that is it. This house is not like other houses. Mr. Heel, how shall I say it, was a very determined gentleman, and he used to say that he never would leave the house, and you will think it very strange that I should speak thus to a stranger. I don't think he has left it." We stood for a moment silent, and I knew that she had spoken the truth. While we thus stood, I can only say what I felt. I became aware that we were not alone. The sun was bright on the woods outside, the clock ticked peacefully in a corner, but there was something unseen all about us which lay very heavily on my mind. Mrs. Hall put out her hands in a deprecating way, and then said in a low and hurried voice, "He would do no harm to me, sir. We are too near for that." She looked up at me, and I nodded. "But I can't help it, can I, if he is different with other people? Now, Mr. Hall is not like that, sir. He is a plain good man, and would think what I am saying no better than madness. But as sure as there is a God in heaven, Mr. Heel is here, and, though he is too fine a gentleman to take advantage of my talk, yet he liked to command other people, and went his own way too much." While she spoke, the sense of oppression which I had felt a moment before drew off all of a sudden, and it seemed again as though we were alone. "Mrs. Hall," I said, "you are a good woman. These things are very dark to me, and though I have heard of such things in stories, I never expected to meet them in the world. But I will try what I can do to get my friend away, though he is a wilful fellow, and I think he will go his own way too." While I spoke, I heard Basil's voice outside calling me, and I took Mrs. Hall's hand in my own. She pressed it, and gave me a very kind, sad look, and so I went out. We lunched together, Basil and I, off simple fare. He pointed with an air of satisfaction to a score which he had brought into the room, written out with wonderful precision. "Just finished," he said, "and you shall hear it later on. But now we will go and look round the place. Was there ever such luck as to get a harbourage like this? I have been here 2 months and feel like staying for ever." The place is in Chancery. Old Heel of Treheel, the last of his stock, a rare old blackguard, died here. They tried to let the house, and failed, and put Farmer Hall in at last. The whole place belongs to a girl 10 years old. It is a fine house. We will look at that tomorrow, but today we will walk round outside. By the way, how long can you stay?" "I must get back on Friday at latest," I said. "I have a choir practice and a lesson on Saturday." Basil looked at me with a good-natured smile. "A pretty poor business, isn't it?" he said. "I would rather pick oakum myself. Here I live in a fine house for next to nothing, and write. There's a life for a man." "Don't you find it lonely?" said I. "Lonely?" said Basil, laughing loud. "Not a bit of it. What do I want with a pack of twaddlers all about me? I tread a path among the stars, and I have the best of company too." He stopped and broke off suddenly. "I shouldn't have thought Mrs. Hall very enlivening company," I said. "By the way, what an odd-looking woman. She seems as if she were frightened." At that innocent remark, Basil looked at me suddenly with the same expression of indefinable anger that I had seen in his face at our first meeting. But he said nothing for a moment. Then he resumed. "No, I want no company but myself and my thoughts. I tell you, Ward, if you had done, as I have done, opened a door into the very treasure house of music, and had only just to step in and carry away as much as one can manage at a time, you wouldn't want company." I could make no reply to this strange talk, and he presently took me out. I was astonished at the beauty of the place. The ground fell sharply at the back, and there was a terrace with a view over a little valley, with pasture fields at the bottom, crowned with low woods beyond, a wide prospect over uplands which lost themselves in the haze. The day was still and clear, and we could hear the running of the stream below, the cooing of doves, and the tinkling of a sheep bell. To the left of the house lay large stables and barns which were in the possession of the farmer. We wandered up and down by paths and lanes, sometimes through the yellowing woods, sometimes on open ground, the most perfect views bursting upon us on every side, everything lying in a rich still peace, which came upon my tired and bewildered mind like soft music. In the course of our walk we suddenly came upon a churchyard surrounded by a low wall. At the farther end, beyond the graves, stood a small church consisting of 2 aisles, with a high perpendicular tower. "St. Sibby," said Basil. "Whether he or she I know not, but no doubt a very estimable person. You would like to look at this? The church is generally open." We went up a gravel path and entered the porch. The door was open, and there was an odd, close smell in the building. It was a very plain place, with the remains of a rude loft and some ancient woodwork, but the walls were mildewed and green, and the place looked neglected. "Vivian is a good fellow," said Basil, looking round, "but he is single-handed here. The rector is an invalid and lives at Penzance, and Vivian has a wretched stipend. Look here, Leonard, here is the old heel vault." He led me into a little chapel near the tower, which opened onto the church by a single arch. The place was very dark, but I could see a monument or two of an ancient type and some brasses. There were a couple of helmets on iron supports, and the remains of a mouldering banner. But just opposite to us was a tall modern marble monument on the wall. "That is Old Heel's monument," said Basil, "with a long pious inscription by the old rector. Just look at it. Did you ever see such vandalism?" I drew near. Then I saw that the monument had been defaced in a hideous and horrible way. There were deep dints in the marble, like the marks of a hammer, and there were red stains over the inscription, which reminded me in a dreadful way of the stains on the letter given me by Vivian. "Good heavens," I said, "what inconceivable brutality! Who on earth did this?" "That's just what no one can find out," said Basil, smiling. "But the inscription was rather too much, I confess. Look at this. 'Who discharged in an exemplary way the duties of a landowner and a Christian.' Old Heel's idea of the duties of a landowner was to screw as much as he could out of his farmers, and he had, moreover, some old ideas, which we may call feudal, about his relations with the more attractive of his tenants. He was a cheerful old boy. And as to the Christian part of it, well, he had about as much of that, I gather, as you take up on a 2-pronged fork. Still, they might have left the old man alone. I dare say he sleeps sound enough in spite of it all." He stamped his foot on the pavement as he did so, which returned a hollow sound. "Are you inside?" said Basil laughingly. "Perhaps not at home." "Don't talk like that," I said to Basil, whose levity seemed to me disgusting.
"Certainly not, my boy," he said.
"If you don't like it, I dare say the old man can look after himself." And so we left the church. We returned home about 4 o'clock. Basil left me on the terrace and went into the house to interview Mrs. Hall on the subject of dinner. I hung for a time over the balustrade, but, getting chilly, and still not feeling inclined to go in, I strolled to the farther end of the terrace which ran up to the wood. On reaching the end I found a stone seat, and behind it, between two yews, a little dark, sinister path led into the copse. I do not know exactly what feeling it was which drew me to enter upon the exploration of the place. The path was slippery and overgrown with moss, and the air of the shrubbery into which it led was close and moist, full of the breath of rotting leaves. The path ran with snake-like windings, so that at no point was it possible to see more than a few feet ahead. Above, the close boughs held hands, as if to screen the path from the light. Then the path suddenly took a turn to the left, and went straight to the house. 2 yews flanked the way, and a small flight of granite steps, slimy and mildewed, led up to a little door in the corner of the house, a door which had been painted brown like the colour of the stone, and which was let into its frame so as to be flush with the wall. The upper part of it was pierced with a couple of apertures, like eyes filled with glass, to give light to the passage within. The steps had evidently not been trodden on for many months, even years, but upon the door, near the keyhole, were odd marks, looking as if scratched by the hoofs of some beast. A goat, I thought, as if the door had been impatiently struck by something awaiting entrance there. I do not know what was the obsession which fell on me at the sight of this place. A cold dismay seemed to spring from the dark and clutch me. There are places which seem so soaked, as it were, in malign memories, that they give out a kind of spiritual aroma of evil. I have seen in my life things which might naturally seem to produce in the mind associations of terror and gloom. I have seen men die. I have seen a man writhe in pain on the ground from a mortal injury, but I never experienced anything like the thrill of horror which passed through my shuddering mind at the sight of the little door with its dark eye-holes. I went in chilly haste down the path and came out upon the terrace, looking out over the peaceful woods. The sun was now setting in the west, among cloud fjords and bays of rosy light. But the thought of the dark path, lying like a snake among the thickets, dwelt in my mind and poisoned all my senses. Presently I heard the voice of Basil call me cheerfully from the corner of the house. We went in. A simple meal was spread for us, half tea, half dinner, to which we did full justice. But afterwards, though Basil was fuller than ever, so it seemed to me, of talk and laughter, I was seized with so extreme a fatigue that I drowsed off several times in the course of our talk, till at last he laughingly ordered me to bed. I slept profoundly. When I awoke it was bright day. My curtains had been drawn and the materials for my toilet arranged while I still slept. I dressed hastily and hurried down to find Basil awaiting me. That morning we gave up to exploring the house. It was a fine old place, full from end to end of the evidences of long and ancestral habitation. The place was full of portraits. There was a great old dining-room. Basil had had the whole house unshuttered for my inspection. A couple of large drawing-rooms, long passages, bedrooms, all full of ancient furniture and pictures, as if the family life had been suddenly suspended. I noticed that he did not take me to the study, but led me upstairs. "This is my room," said Basil suddenly, and we turned into a big room in the left-hand corner of the garden front. There was a big 4-post bedroom here, a large table in the window, a sofa, and some fine chairs, but what at once attracted my observation was a low door in the corner of the room, half hidden by a screen. It seemed to me as if, by a sudden gleam of perception, that this door must communicate with the door I had seen below, and presently, while I stood looking out of the great window upon the valley, I said to Basil, "And that door in the corner, does that communicate with the little door in the wood?" When I said this, Basil was standing by the table, bending over some MSS. He suddenly turned to me and gave me a very long, penetrating look, and then, as if suddenly recollecting himself, said, "My dear Ward, you are a very observant fellow. Yes, there is a little staircase there that goes down into the shrubbery and leads to the terrace. Remember that old Mr. Heel of whom I told you? Well, he had this room, and he had visitors at times whom I dare say it was not convenient to admit to the house. They came and went this way, and he too, no doubt, used the stairs to leave the house and return unseen." "How curious!" I said. "I confess I should not care to have this room. I did not like the look of the shrubbery door." "Well," said Basil, "I do not feel with you. To me it is rather agreeable to have the association of the room. He was a loose old fish, no doubt, but he lived his life, and I expect enjoyed it, and that is more than most of us can claim." As he said the words, he crossed the room, and opening the little door, he said, "Come and look down. It is a simple place enough." I went across the room and, looking in, saw a small flight of stairs going down into the dark, at the end of which the two square panes of the little shrubbery door were outlined in the shadow. I cannot account for what happened next. There was a sound in the passage, and something seemed to rush up the stairs and past me. A strange, dull smell came from the passage. I know that there fell on me a sort of giddiness and horror, and I went back into the room with hands outstretched, like Elimas the sorcerer, seeking someone to guide me. Looking up, I saw Basil regarding me with a baleful look and a strange smile on his face. "What was that?" I said. "Surely something came up there. I don't know what it was." There was a silence. Then, "My dear Ward," said Basil, "you are behaving very oddly. One would think you had seen a ghost." He looked at me with a sort of gleeful triumph, like a man showing the advantages of a house or the beauties of a view to an astonished friend. But again I could find no words to express my sense of what I had experienced. Basil went swiftly to the door and shut it, and then said to me with a certain sternness, "Come, we have been here long enough. Let us go on. I am afraid I am boring you." We went downstairs, and the rest of the morning passed, so far as I can remember, in a species of fitful talk. I was endeavouring to recover from the events of the morning, and Basil, well, he seemed to me like a man who was fencing with some difficult question. Though his talk seemed spontaneous, I felt somehow that it was that of a weak antagonist endeavouring to parry the strokes of a persistent assailant. After luncheon, Basil proposed a walk again. We went out on a long ramble, as we had done the previous day, but I remember little of what passed. He directed upon me a stream of indifferent talk, but I laboured, I think, under a heavy depression of spirit, and my conversation was held up merely as it might have been as a shield against the insistent demands of my companion. Anyone who has been through a similar experience in which he wrestles with some tragic fact, and endeavours merely to meet and answer the sprightly suggestions of some cheerful companion, can imagine what I felt. At last the evening began to close in. We retraced our steps. Basil told me that we should dine at an early hour, and I was left alone in my own room. I became the prey of the most distressing and poignant reflections. What I had experienced convinced me that there was something about the whole place that was uncanny and abnormal. The attitude of my companion, his very geniality, seemed to me to be forced and unnatural, and my only idea was to gain, if I could, some notion of how I should proceed. I felt that questions were useless, and I committed myself to the hands of Providence. I felt that here was a situation that I could not deal with, and that I must leave it in stronger hands than my own. This reflection brought me some transitory comfort, and when I heard Basil's voice calling me to dinner, I felt that sooner or later the conflict would have to be fought out, and that I could not myself precipitate matters. After dinner, Basil for the first time showed some signs of fatigue, and after a little conversation he sank back in a chair, lit a cigar, and presently asked me to play something. I went to the piano, still, I must confess, seeking for some possible opportunity of speech, and let my fingers stray as they moved along the keys. For a time I extemporized, and then fell into some familiar music. I do not know whether the instinctive thought of what he had scrawled upon his note to me influenced me, but I began to play Mendelssohn's anthem, Hear My Prayer. While I played the initial phrase, I became aware that some change was making itself felt in my companion, and I had hardly come to the end of the second phrase when a sound from Basil made me turn round. I do not think that I ever received so painful a shock in my life as that which I experienced at the sight that met my eyes. Basil was still in the chair where he had seated himself, but instead of the robust personality which he had presented to me during our early interviews, I saw, in a sudden flash, the Basil that I knew, only infinitely more tired and haggard than I had known him in life. He was like a man who had cast aside a mask, and had suddenly appeared in his own part. He sat before me, as I had often seen him sit, leaning forward in an intensity of emotion. I stopped suddenly, wheeled round in my chair, and said, "Basil, tell me what has happened." He looked at me, cast an agitated glance round the room, and then, all on a sudden, began to speak in a voice that was familiar to me of old. What he said is hardly for me to recount, but he led me, step by step, through a story so dark in horrors that I can hardly bring myself to reproduce it here. Imagine an untainted spirit entering cheerfully upon some simple entourage, finding himself, little by little, within the net of some overpowering influence of evil. He told me that he had settled at Trujillo in his normal frame of mind, that he had intended to tell me of his whereabouts, but that there had gradually stolen into his mind a sort of unholy influence. "At first," he said, "I resisted it, but it was accompanied by so extraordinary an access of mental power and vigour that he had accepted the conditions under which he found himself." I had better perhaps try to recount his own experience. He had come to Grampound in the course of his wanderings, and had inquired about lodgings. He had been referred to the farmer at Trujillo. He had settled himself there, only congratulating himself upon the mixture of quiet and dignity which surrounded him. He had arranged his life for tranquil study, had chosen his rooms, and had made the best disposition he could of his affairs. "The second night," he said, "that I was here, I had gone to bed thinking of nothing but my music. I had extinguished my light, and was lying quietly in bed, watching the expiring glimmer of the embers on my hearth. I was wondering, as one does, weaving all kinds of fancies about the house and the room in which I found myself, lying with my head on my hand, when I saw, to my intense astonishment, the little door in the corner of the bedroom half open and close again. I thought to myself that it was probably Mrs. Hall coming to see whether I was comfortable, and I thereupon said, 'Who is there?' but there was no sound in answer. But presently, a moment or two after, there followed a disagreeable laughter, I thought from the lower regions of the house, in the direction of the corner. "Come in, whoever you are," I said, and in a moment the door opened and closed, and I became aware that there was someone in the room. "Further than that," said Basil to me in that dreadful hour, "it is impossible to go. I can only say that I became aware in a moment of the existence of a world outside of and intertwined with our own, a world of far stronger influences and powers. How far-reaching, I know not, but I know this, that all the mortal difficulties and dilemmas that I had hitherto been obliged to meet melted away in the face of a force to which I had hitherto been a stranger." The dreadful recital ended about midnight, and the strange part was to me that our position seemed in some fearful manner to have been now reversed. Basil was now the shrinking, timorous creature who only could implore me not to leave him. It was in such a mood as this that he had written the letter. I asked him what there was to fear. "Everything," he said with a shocking look. He would not go to bed. He would not allow me to leave the room. Step by step I unravelled the story which his incoherent statement had only hinted at. His first emotion had been that of intense fright, but he became aware almost at once that the spirit who thus so unmistakably came to him was not inimical to him. The very features of the being, if such a word can be used about so shadowy a thing, appeared to wear a smile. Little by little the presence of the visitant had become habitual to Basil. There was a certain pride in his own fearlessness which helped him. Then there was an intense and eager curiosity. "And then, too," said the unhappy man, "the influence began to affect me in other ways. I will not tell you how, but the very necessaries of life were provided for me in a manner which I should formerly have contemned with the utmost scorn, but which now I was given confidence to disregard. The dejection, the languorous reflections which used to hang about me, gradually drew off and left me cheerful, vigorous, and, I must say it, delighting in evil imaginations. But so subtle was the evil influence that it was not into any gross corruption or flagrant deeds that I flung myself. It was into my music that the poison flowed. I do not, of course, mean that evil then appeared to me, as I can humbly say it does now, as evil, but rather as a vision of perfect beauty, glorifying every natural function and every corporeal desire. The springs of music rose clear and strong within me, and with the fountain I mingled from my own stores the subtle venom of the corrupted mind. How glorious, I thought, to sway as with a magic wand the souls of men, to interpret for each all the eager and leaping desires which may be, he had duly and dutifully controlled, to make all things fair, for so potent were the whispers of the spirit that talked at my ear, that I believed in my heart that all that was natural in man was also permissible and even beautiful, and that it was nothing but a fantastic asceticism that forbids it. Though now I see, as I saw before, that the evil that thwarts mankind is but the slime of the pit out of which he is but gradually extricating himself. "But what is the thing," I said, "of which you speak? Is it a spirit of evil, or a human spirit, or what?" "Good God!" he said, "how can I tell?" And then, with lifted hand, he sang in a strange voice a bar or two from Stanford's Revenge. "Was he devil or man? He was devil, for aught they knew." This dreadful interlude, the very flippancy of it, that might have moved my laughter at any other time, had upon me an indescribably sickening effect. I stared at Basil. He relapsed into a moody silence with clasped hands and knotted brow. To draw him away from the nether darkness of his thoughts, I asked him how and in what shape the spirit had made itself plain to him. "Oh, no shape at all," said he. "He is there. That is enough. I seem sometimes to see a face, to catch the glance of an eye, to see a hand raised to warn or to encourage, but it is all impossibly remote. I could never explain to you how I see him." "Do you see him now?" I asked. "Yes," said Basil. "A long way off, and he is running swiftly to me, but he has far to go yet. He is angry. He threatens me. He beats the air with his hands." "But where is this?" I asked, for Basil's eyes were upon the ground. "Oh, for God's sake, man, be silent," said Basil. "It is in the region of which you and others know little, but it has been revealed to me. It lies all about us. It has its capes and shadowy peaks, and a leaden sea full of sound. It is there that I ramble with him." There fell a silence between us. Then I said, "But, dear Basil, I must ask you this. How was it that you wrote as you did to me?" "Oh, he made me write," he said, "and I think he overreached himself, or my angel that beholds the Father's face smote him down. I was myself again on a sudden, the miserable and abject wretch whom you see before you, and knowing that I had been a man in a dream. Then I wrote the despairing words, and guarded the letter so that he could not come near me. And then Mr. Vivian's visit to me. That was not by chance. I gave him the letter, and he promised to bear it faithfully, and what attempts were made to tear it from him I do not know, but that my adversary tried his best I do not doubt. But Vivian is a good man, and could not be harmed. And then I fell back into the old spell, and worked still more abundantly and diligently, and produced this accursed thing which shall not live to scatter evil abroad." As he said these words, he rose and tore the score that lay upon the table into shreds, and crammed the pieces in the fire. As he thrust the last pieces down, the poker he was holding fell from his hands. I saw him white as a sheet, and trembling. "What is the matter?" I said. He turned a terrible look on me and said, "He is here. He has arrived." Then all at once I was aware that there was a sort of darkness in the room, and then with a growing horror I gradually perceived that in and through the room there ran a thing like the front of a precipice, with some dark strand at its foot on which beat a surge of phantom waves. The two scenes struggled together. At one time I could plainly see the cliff front close beside me, and then the lamp and the firelit room was all dimmed even to vanishing, and then suddenly the room would come back and the cliff die into a steep shadow. But in either of the scenes Basil and I were there, he standing irresolute and despairing, glancing from side to side like a hare when the hounds close in. And once he said, this was when the cliff loomed up suddenly, "There are others with him." Then in a moment it seemed as if the room in which we sat died away altogether, and I was in that other place. There was a faint light as from under a stormy sky, and a little farther up the strand there stood a group of dark figures which seemed to consult together. All at once the group broke and came suddenly towards us. I do not know what to call them. They were human in a sense, that is, they walked upright and had heads and hands, but the faces were all blurred and fretted, like half-rotted skulls. But there was no sense of comparison in me. I only knew that I had seen ugliness and corruption at the very source, and looked into the darkness of the pit itself. The forms eluded me, and rushed upon Basil, who made a motion as though to seize hold of me, and then turned and fled, his arms outstretched, glancing behind him as he ran, and in a moment he was lost to view, though I could see along the shore of that formless sea something like a pursuit. I do not know what happened after that. I think I tried to pray, but I presently became aware that I was myself menaced by danger. It seemed, but I speak in parables, as though one had separated himself from the rest and had returned to seek me. But all was over, I knew, and the figure indeed carried something which he swung and shook in his hand, which I thought was a token to be shown to me. And then I found my voice and cried out with all my strength to God to save me, and in a moment there was the fire-lit room again, and the lamp, the most peaceful-looking room in England. But Basil had left me. The door was wide open, and in a moment the farmer and his wife came hurrying along with blanched faces to ask who it was that had cried out, and what had happened. I made some pitiful excuse that I had dozed in my chair, and had awoke, crying out some unintelligible words, for in the quest I was about to engage in I did not wish that any mortal should be with me. They left me, asking for Mr. Netherby, and still not satisfied. Indeed, Mrs. Hall looked at me with so penetrating a look that I felt that she understood something of what had happened. And then, at once, I went up to Basil's room. I do not know where I found the courage to do it, but the courage came. The room was dark, and a strong wind was blowing through it from the little door. I stepped across the room, feeling my way, went down the stairs, and finding the door open at the bottom, I went out into the snake-like path. I went some yards along it. The moon had risen now. There came a sudden gap in the trees to the left, through which I could see the pale fields and the corner of the wood, casting its black shadow on the ground. The shrubs were torn, broken, and trampled, as though some heavy thing had crashed through. I made my way cautiously down, endowed with a more than human strength. It was a steep bank covered with trees, and then in a moment I saw Basil. He lay some distance out in the field, on his face. I knew at a glance that all was over, and when I lifted him I became aware that he was in some way strangely mangled. And indeed it was found afterwards that though the skin of his body was hardly contused, yet that almost every bone of the body was broken in fragments. I managed to carry him to the house. I closed the doors of the staircase, and then I managed to tell Farmer Hall that Basil had, I thought, a fall, and was dead. And then my own strength failed me, and for 3 days and nights I lay in a kind of stupor. When I recovered my consciousness, I found myself in bed in my own room. Mrs. Hall nursed me with a motherly care and tenderness which moved me very greatly. But I could not speak of the matter to her, until, just before my departure, she came in, as she did 20 times a day, to see if I wanted anything. I made a great effort and said, "Mrs. Hall, I am very sorry for you. This has been a terrible business, and I'm afraid you won't easily forget it. You ought to leave the house, I think." Mrs. Hall turned her frozen gaze upon me, and said,
"Yes, sir, indeed, I can't speak about it or think of it. I feel as if I might have prevented it, and yet I have been over and over it in my mind, and I can't see where I was wrong. But my duty is to the house now, and I shall never leave it. But I will ask you, sir, to try and find a thought of pity in your heart for him."
I knew she did not mean Basil.
"I don't think he clearly knows what he has done. He must have his will, as he always did. He stopped at nothing if it was for his pleasure, and he did not know what harm he did. But he is in God's hands, and, though I cannot understand why, yet there are things in his life which he allows to be, and we must not try to be judges, we must try to be merciful. But I have not done what I could have done, and if God gives me strength, there shall be an end of this."
A few hours later Mr. Vivian called to see me. He was a very different person to the Vivian that had showed himself to me in Holborn. I could not talk much with him, but I could see that he had some understanding of the case. He asked me no questions, but he told me a few details. He said that they had decided at the inquest that he had fallen from the terrace, but the doctor who was attending me seems to have said to Mr. Vivian that a fall it must have been, but a fall of an almost inconceivable character. "And what is more," the old doctor had added, "the man was neither in pain nor agitation of mind when he died." The face was absolutely peaceful and tranquil, and the doctor's theory was that he had died from some sudden seizure before the fall. And so I held my tongue. One thing I did. It was to have a little slab put over the body of my friend, a simple slab with name and date, and I ventured to add one line, because I have no doubt in my own mind that Basil was suddenly delivered, though not from death. He had, I suppose, gone too far upon the dark path, and he could not, I think, have freed himself from the spell, and so the cord was loosed, but loosed in mercy, and so I made them add the words, "and in their hands they shall bear thee up." I must add one further word. About a year after the events above recorded, I received a letter from Mr. Vivian, which I give without further comment. St. Sibby, December 18, 1890 . Dear Mr. Ward, I wish to tell you that our friend Mrs. Hall died a few days ago. She was a very good woman, one of the few that are chosen. I was much with her in her last days, and she told me a strange thing, which I cannot bring myself to repeat to you. But she sent you a message, which she repeated several times, which she said you would understand. It is simply this: tell Mr. Ward I have prevailed. I may add that I have no doubt of the truth of her words, and you will know to what I am alluding. The day after she died there was a fire at Treheel. Mr. Hall was absolutely distracted with grief at the loss of his wife, and I do not know quite what happened. But it was impossible to save the house. All that is left of it is a mass of charred ruins, with a few walls standing up. Nothing was saved, not even a picture. There is a wholly inadequate insurance, and I believe it is not intended to rebuild the house. I hope you will bear us in mind. Though I know you so little, I shall always feel that we have a common experience which will hold us together. You will try and visit us some day when the memory of what took place is less painful to you. The grass is now green on your poor friend's grave, and I will only add that you will have a warm welcome here. I am just moving into the rectory, as my old rector died a fortnight ago, and I have accepted the living. God bless you, dear Mr. Ward. Yours very sincerely, James Vivian. The End of Basil Netherby by A.C. Benson. Read by Andy Sames.
The Beast in the Cave by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Silva. The Beast in the Cave by H.P. Lovecraft. April 21, 1905. The horrible conclusion which had been gradually obtruding itself upon my confused and reluctant mind was now an awful certainty. I was lost, completely, hopelessly lost in the vast and labyrinthine recess of the Mammoth Cave. Turn as I might, in no direction could my straining vision seize on any object capable of serving as a guidepost to set me on the outward path. That never more should I behold the blessed light of day, or scan the pleasant hills and dales of the beautiful world outside, my reason could no longer entertain the slightest unbelief. Hope had departed. Yet, indoctrinated as I was by a life of philosophical study, I derived no small measure of satisfaction from my unimpassioned demeanor. For although I had frequently read of the wild frenzies into which were thrown the victims of similar situations, I experienced none of these, but stood quiet as soon as I clearly realized the loss of my bearings. Nor did the thought that I had probably wandered beyond the utmost limits of an ordinary search cause me to abandon my composure even for a moment. If I must die, I reflected, then was this terrible yet majestic cavern as welcome a sepulchre as that which any churchyard might afford, a conception which carried with it more of tranquillity than of despair. Starving would prove my ultimate fate. Of this I was certain. Some, I knew, had gone mad under circumstances such as these, but I felt that this end would not be mine. My disaster was the result of no fault save my own, since unknown to the guide I had separated myself from a regular party of sightseers, and wandering for over an hour in forbidden avenues of the cave, had found myself unable to retrace the devious windings which I had pursued since forsaking my companions. Already my torch had begun to expire. Soon I would be enveloped by the total and almost palpable blackness of the bowels of the earth. As I stood in the waning and unsteady light, I idly wondered over the exact circumstances of my coming end. I remembered the accounts which I had heard of the colony of consumptives who, taking their residence in the gigantic grotto to find health from the apparently salubrious air of the underground world, with its steady uniform temperature, pure air, and peaceful quiet, had found instead death in strange and ghastly form. I had seen the sad remains of the ill-made cottages as I passed them by with a party, and had wondered what unnatural influence a long sojourn in this immense and silent cave would exert upon one as healthy and vigorous as I. Now, I grimly told myself, my opportunity for settling this point had arrived, provided that want of food should not bring me too speedy a departure from this life. As the last fitful rays of my torch faded into obscurity, I resolved to leave no stone unturned, no possible means of escape neglected. So, summoning all the powers possessed by my lungs, I set up a series of loud shoutings in the vain hope of attracting the attention of the guide by my clamor. Yet, as I called, I believed in my heart that my cries were to no purpose, and that my voice, magnified and reflected by the numberless ramparts of the black maze about me, fell upon no ears save my own. All at once, however, my attention was fixed with a start, as I fancied that I heard the sound of soft approaching steps on the rocky floor of the cavern. Was my deliverance about to be accomplished so soon? Had then all my horrible apprehensions been for naught, and was the guide, having marked my unwarranted absence from the party, following my course and seeking me out in the limestone labyrinth? Whilst these joyful queries arose in my brain, I was on the point of renewing my cries, in order that my discovery might come the sooner, when in an instant my delight was turned to horror as I listened. For my ever-acute ear, now sharpened in even greater degree by the complete silence of the cave, bore to my benumbed understanding the unexpected and dreadful knowledge that these footfalls were not like those of any mortal man. In the unearthly stillness of this subterranean region, the tread of the booted guide would have sounded like a series of sharp and incisive blows. These impacts were soft and stealthy, as of the paws of some feline. Besides, when I listened carefully, I seemed to trace the falls of 4 instead of 2 feet. I was now convinced that I had by my own cries aroused and attracted some wild beast, perhaps a mountain lion which had accidentally strayed within the cave. Perhaps, I considered, the Almighty had chosen for me a swifter and more merciful death than that of hunger. Yet the instinct of self-preservation, never wholly dormant, was stirred in my breast, and though escape from the oncoming peril might but spare me for a sterner and more lingering end, I determined nevertheless to part with my life at as high a price as I could command. Strange as it may seem, my mind conceived of no intent on the part of the visitor save that of hostility. Accordingly, I became very quiet, in the hope that the unknown beast would, in the absence of a guiding sound, lose its direction as had I, and thus pass me by. But this hope was not destined for realization, for the strange footfalls steadily advanced. The animal evidently had obtained my scent, which in an atmosphere so absolutely free from all distracting influences as that of the cave could doubtless be followed at great distance. Seeing therefore that I must be armed for defense against an uncanny and unseen attack in the dark, I groped about me for the largest of the fragments of rock which were strewn upon all parts of the floor of the cavern in the vicinity, and grasping one in each hand for immediate use, awaited with resignation the inevitable result. Meanwhile, the hideous pattering of the paws drew near. Certainly, the conduct of the creature was exceedingly strange. Most of the time the tread seemed to be that of a quadruped, walking with a singular lack of unison between hind and fore feet, yet at brief and infrequent intervals I fancied that 2 feet were engaged in the process of locomotion. I wondered what species of animal was to confront me. It must, I thought, be some unfortunate beast who had paid for its curiosity to investigate one of the entrances of the fearful grotto, with a lifelong confinement in its interminable recesses. It doubtless obtained as food the eyeless fish, bats, and rats of the cave, as well as some of the ordinary fish that are wafted in at every freshet of the Green River, which communicates in some occult manner with the waters of the cave. I occupied my terrible vigil with grotesque conjectures of what alteration cave life might have wrought in the physical structure of the beast, remembering the awful appearances ascribed by local tradition to the consumptives who had died after long residence in the cave. Then I remembered with a start, even should I succeed in felling my antagonist, I should never behold its form, as my torch had long since been extinct, and I was entirely unprovided with matches. The tension in my brain now became frightful. My disordered fancy conjured up hideous and fearsome shapes from the sinister darkness that surrounded me, and that actually seemed to press upon my body. Nearer, nearer the dreadful footfalls approached. It seemed that I must give vent to a piercing scream, yet had I been sufficiently irresolute to attempt such a thing, my voice could scarce have responded. I was petrified, rooted to the spot. I doubted if my right arm would allow me to hurl its missile at the oncoming thing when the crucial moment should arrive. Now the steady pat of the step was close at hand. Now very close. I could hear the labored breathing of the animal, and terror-struck as I was, I realized that it must have come from a considerable distance, and was correspondingly fatigued. Suddenly the spell broke. My right hand, guided by my ever-trustworthy sense of hearing, threw with full force the sharp-angled bit of limestone which it contained toward that point in the darkness from which emanated the breathing and pattering, and, wonderful to relate, it nearly reached its goal, for I heard the thing jump, landing at a distance away, where it seemed to pause. Having readjusted my aim, I discharged my second missile, this time most effectively, for with a flood of joy I listened that the creature fell in what sounded like a complete collapse and evidently remained prone and unmoving. Almost overpowered by the great relief which rushed over me, I reeled back against the wall. The breathing continued in heavy, gasping inhalations and expirations, whence I realized that I had no more than wounded the creature. And now all desire to examine the thing ceased. At last, something allied to groundless, superstitious fear had entered my brain, and I did not approach the body, nor did I continue to cast stones at it in order to complete the extinction of its life. Instead, I ran at full speed in what was, as nearly as I could estimate in my frenzied condition, the direction from which I had come. Suddenly, I heard a sound, or rather a regular succession of sounds. In another instant, they had resolved themselves into a series of sharp, metallic clicks. This time there was no doubt. It was the guide. And then I shouted, yelled, screamed, and shrieked with joy as I beheld, in the vaulted arches above, the faint and glimmering effulgence, which I knew to be the reflected light of an approaching torch. I ran to meet the flare, and before I could completely understand what had occurred, was lying upon the ground at the feet of the guide, embracing his boots and gibbering despite my boasted reserve in a most meaningless and idiotic manner, pouring out my terrible story and at the same time overwhelming my auditor with protestations of gratitude. At length I awoke to something like normal consciousness. The guide had noted my absence upon the arrival of the party at the entrance of the cave, and had, from his own intuitive sense of direction, proceeded to make a thorough canvass of by-passages just ahead of where he had last spoken to me, locating my whereabouts after a quest of about 4 hours. By the time he had related this to me, I, emboldened by his torch and his company, began to reflect upon the strange beast which I had wounded but a short distance back in the darkness, and suggested that we ascertain, by the flashlight's aid, what manner of creature was my victim. Accordingly, I retraced my steps, this time of a courage born of companionship, to the scene of my terrible experience. Soon we descried a white object upon the floor, an object whiter even than the gleaming limestone itself. Cautiously advancing, we gave vent to a simultaneous ejaculation of wonderment, for all the unnatural monsters either of us had in our lifetimes beheld, this was in surpassing degree the strangest. It appeared to be an anthropoid ape of large proportions, escaped, perhaps, from some itinerant menagerie. Its hair was snow-white, a thing due to, no doubt, the bleaching action of a long existence within the inky confines of the cave, but it was also surprisingly thin, being indeed largely absent save on the head, where it was of such length and abundance that it fell over the shoulders in considerable profusion. The face was turned away from us as the creature lay almost directly upon it. The inclination of the limbs was very singular, explaining, however, the alternation in their use which I had before noted, whereby the beast used sometimes all four, and on other occasions but two for its progress. From the tips of the fingers or toes, long rat-like claws extended. The hands or feet were not prehensile, a fact that I ascribed to that long residence in the cave which, as I before mentioned, seemed evident from the all-pervading and almost unearthly whiteness so characteristic of the whole anatomy. No tail seemed to be present. The respiration had now grown very feeble, and the guide had drawn his pistol with the evident intent of dispatching the creature, when a sudden sound emitted by the latter caused the weapon to fall unused. The sound was of a nature difficult to describe. It was not like the normal note of any known species of simian, and I wonder if this unnatural quality were not the result of a long, continued, and complete silence, broken by the sensations produced by the advent of the light, a thing which the beast could not have seen since its first entrance into the cave. The sound, which I might feebly attempt to classify as a kind of deep-toned chattering, was faintly continued. All at once a fleeting spasm of energy seemed to pass through the frame of the beast. The paws went through a convulsive motion, and the limbs contracted. With a jerk, the white body rolled over so that its face was turned into our direction. For a moment I was so struck with horror at the eyes thus revealed that I noted nothing else. They were black, those eyes, deep, jetty black, in hideous contrast to the snow-white hair and flesh. Like those of other cave denizens, they were deeply sunken into their orbits, and were entirely destitute of iris. As I looked more closely, I saw that they were set in a face less prognathous than that of the average ape, and infinitely less hairy. The nose was quite distinct. As we gazed upon the uncanny sight presented to our vision, the thick lips opened, and several sounds issued from them, after which the thing relaxed in death. The guide clutched my coat sleeve and trembled so violently that the light shook fitfully, casting weird moving shadows on the walls. I made no motion, but stood rigidly still, my horrified eyes fixed upon the floor ahead. The fear left, and wonder, awe, compassion, and reverence succeeded in its place, for the sounds uttered by the stricken figure that lay stretched out on the limestone had told us of the awesome truth. The creature I had killed, the strange beast of the unfathomed cave, was, or had at one time been, a man. End of The Beast in the Cave.
Divorced by Jade Bracelet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Divorced by Jade Bracelet. Amid the dust of the road still glittering in the rays of the setting sun, the evening mail coach passed, the old vehicle jolting about and the bells jingling on the little thin horses. Then Claudine appeared at the door of the little white house. With her hand over her eyes and her elbow high in the air, she stood motionless in sharp relief against the dark background of the interior. The young woman's robust chest was inflated with impatient, joyous expectation, and the blood rising under her brown skin brightened her black eyes and imparted a still deeper redness to her laughing lips that contrasted with the shining whiteness of her teeth. In the distance the sun, sinking ever lower, fastened its dying rays upon the fleecy tops of the wooded hillsides, imprinting upon the dark green of the old oaks points of light that quivered against the blue horizon, but nearer a large ray piercing the verdure enveloped, as with a last and tardy caress, the rounded summit of a naked hillock, whose slopes, dying at the turn in the road, presented in the shadow a long, dull, grey stretch of ploughed land. Claudine knew that beneath these slopes, over which resounded in the stillness of the evening the sonorous voices of the labourers urging on their oxen, lay immense quarries corroding the earth and extending on and on infinitely, seeming, with their buttressed galleries, like the suddenly cleared-up ruins of some buried city, and thither her thoughts went in search of her husband. She saw him, young like herself and very handsome, perched on some high scaffolding, toiling at the top of the quarry in the trembling light of lamps that looked like stars amid the continual and monotonous dripping of the waters. But now his labor ended, he descended and arranged his tools. Then very quickly, thinking of her and impatient for her kisses, he came through the dark passages where the trucks had dug ruts in the mud. Quarrymen, wearing gaudy sashes, with jackets thrown over their shoulders, were beginning to appear in a series of groups along the white road. Their voices rose, sometimes in song, voices vibrating like waves of sunlight and as rough as the surrounding country. Incessantly the procession lengthened. One by one Claudine recognized these sunburnt faces as they grew more and more distinct, but her man did not yet appear, and suddenly, as she was examining with her sharpest look the farthest groups on the hillside, whose contours seemed to sink, a cloud of dust shot up, high and enormous, casting a vast shadow. The quarrymen stopped short in the road, then they ran back, and at the same time, with a settling of all the neighboring territory, a tremendous explosion burst out like a peal of thunder and roiled through the valley. The quarry had fallen in. Claudine uttered a cry and fell upon the road with arms outstretched. Under the ground, full of crevices and covered with fallen houses that spread their broken red-tiled roofs over the ruins like a mantle, quarrymen were buried at inaccessible and hopeless depths. And near the foot of the hill, at a point where the engineers were trying to pierce a gallery, Claudine, in a crouching posture, with a wild look on her face and refusing to budge, awaited her man. For days she remained there, unable to believe in the disaster and unwilling to be consoled, her eyes fixed obstinately upon the gallery which they were opening. But the work caused fresh settlings of the soil, and then water flowed into the gallery, and they were obliged to stop their labors. Then gloomily she climbed the hill. At the top the workmen were now boring a shaft. She crouched down near them, watching the piston go up and down with a continuous mechanical movement, the dull shocks of which, occurring at regular intervals, quieted her and filled her with soothing hopes. But the steel screws began to break off in the flinty strata, and then they penetrated into the sands, which began to roll down continually, filling up the shaft. Haggard and grim, the workmen persisted for a time, but soon they threw down their tools in despair, and the band dispersed. Claudine was left alone upon the ravaged ground, amid the results of abortive labors, broken, inert, feeling only one desire within her, the wish that she were dead. "Claudine!" whispered a voice near her. She recognized one of the quarrymen. She knew that his name was Pierre, and remembered having seen him at work with the others. He showed his callous hands, his soiled clothing, and suddenly, before he had spoken, As she saw the look of gentle sadness which he gave her, she burst into a fit of tears. He, finding nothing to say, knelt beside her, allowing her to weep, only pressing the young woman's hand the tighter at each sob, with an expression of anguish on his face. Gradually she became calm. She heard him saying things the meaning of which escaped her, leaving her only this sensation of a vague and very gentle murmur that lulled her into childlike docility, and she suffered herself to be led away, almost unconscious, he, full of precautions and attentions, addressing her in caressing tones, as though she were an invalid, while, from time to time also, she stopped to heave long sighs that suddenly broke into tears, after which her head would drop upon the man's shoulder. Days passed. The quarrymen were lost, undiscoverable, dead, it was declared, crushed by the rocks. This thought was a satisfaction to Claudine. In the long idle hours in which these things were talked over, she listened silently, in mournful attitudes, finding gradually a soothing charm in being pitied. Little by little she seemed to awake as from a long sleep, and to return from a great distance, and at the same time, insensibly, the exigencies of life presented themselves to her mind. She began to live again, with the progressive growth of a slow fear, that of poverty and solitude. Then she became interested in the news, in the subscriptions opened for the relief of the victims, and suddenly she had a feeling of rest, almost of joy, when Pierre, returning from the city, told her that the sums subscribed were sufficient to warrant an annuity for the widows, and that she had been allowed one of 600 francs. Then, idle and patiently awaiting events, she daily returned to the quarries. Often Pierre accompanied her with his accustomed gentleness. There they spoke in low voices and walked with muffled tread, respectful of the grave. In these habitual visits as to a cemetery, where both went, over the hillside, through the melancholy of the thick woods, under the perpetual influence of these same thoughts, Claudine's tears gradually ceased to flow. Insensibly they arrived at conversations and slow and gentle reveries in which new possibilities began to shape themselves. Gradually a weight was lifted from the young woman's breast. The horizon, long confined, enlarged about her, and in the trembling dawn of a new future there was a new and indefinable impression that grew rapidly in the penetrating charm of silence. Little by little, in the heat of summer, under the breath of the trees, her sorrow wore away, and lamentable death vanished in the distance, while slowly, like sap, a new love grew up that irradiated and enveloped them, but of which they dared not speak, out of respect for the grave which enabled them to meditate. "Claudine," said the man at last. "Pierre, suppose we marry?" "It has been only 2 months," said she, suddenly becoming sad. "Oh, I do not hurry you. I meant later. Would you?" "Yes." She sighed. "Later." Thenceforth it was an understood thing between them, upon which their thought centered more and more, according the dead only a friendly memory, a feeling of tender gratitude. They began to make plans. They wandered about in their accustomed walks with the manners of open lovers, and soon, upon the hillside tomb, amid the entwinings of the flowers, laughter was heard, and then kisses. One evening they went among the rocks loosened by the disaster. There, in the gentle warmth of the twilight, in their slow reverie of peasants, they looked through the trees below at the glittering of a stream, and, farther on, at the windings of the white road and the surrounding hills that enclosed them in a vast amphitheatre. Suddenly a strange noise startled them. It was in the ground beneath them, like the stirring of a beast at the bottom of a hole. They bent over the edge of a crevice, and there the noise, more distinct, seemed to them like the desperate clambering of a man in a narrow ditch. At first they were transfixed by fear of the unknown, then at the same time these same thoughts struck them, the thought of the quarrymen buried alive. From the bottom an appeal rose, far away, veiled, almost a breath. "It is he!" hissed Claudine, her knees trembling. Pierre was fairly livid as he straightened up. He, the dead already so far away, already disappeared in the abyss of irremediable things, and thus was their love to be broken, the future ruined, the beautiful future over which Claudine's 600 francs threw the glitter of fortune. By what right did he come back? His image now appeared, not in friendly perspective, surrounded with grateful memories, but as a menacing spectre suddenly arisen on the ruins of a shattered dream. Meanwhile the appeal rose again. They could imagine the exhaustion of the wretched man after crawling underground for nearly 3 months, living on roots and water, in the darkness, and doubtless aroused to a last effort by the perfume of the sun-bathed woods entering through the crevices in the ground. Pierre uttered a cry and threw himself violently backward, the victim of a bitter struggle. But again the appeal rose, sinister, lamentable, and pity gained the victory. Then he shouted feverishly and suddenly, "Wait for me! I run! I will come back with a rope. The hole is just big enough." And he ran madly down the hillside. Left alone, Claudine looked fixedly at a rock overhanging the crevice. She shuddered. A breath would loosen it, and it would crush the man below. Suddenly she rose, staggering as if drunk, and bent over toward the rock. It loosened and rolled into the gulf. There was a dull shock, a cry, then all was still. Livid and leaning over the abyss, Claudine listened in the silence. End of Divorced. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, August 2024.
The Doll's Ghost by F. Marion Crawford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christopher Boswell. The Doll's Ghost by F. Marion Crawford. It was a terrible accident, and for one moment the splendid machinery of Cranston House got out of gear and stood still. The butler emerged from the retirement in which he spent his elegant leisure. 2 grooms of the chambers appeared simultaneously from opposite directions. There were actually housemaids on the grand staircase, and those who remember the facts most exactly assert that Mrs. Pringle herself positively stood upon the landing. Mrs. Pringle was the housekeeper. As for the head nurse, the under nurse, and the nursery maid, their feelings cannot be described. The head nurse laid one hand upon the polished marble balustrade and stared stupidly before her. The under nurse stood rigid and pale, leaning against the polished marble wall, and the nursery maid collapsed and sat down upon the polished marble step just beyond the limits of the velvet carpet, and frankly burst into tears. The Lady Gwendolen Lancaster Douglas Scroop, youngest daughter of the 9th Duke of Cranston, and aged 6 years and 3 months, picked herself up quite alone, and sat down on the 3rd step from the foot of the grand staircase in the Cranston house. "Oh!" ejaculated the butler, and he disappeared again. "Ah!" responded the grooms of the chambers, as they also went away. "It's only that doll," Mrs. Pringle was distinctly heard to say in a tone of contempt. The under-nurse heard her say it. Then the 3 nurses gathered round Lady Gwendolen and patted her and gave her unhealthy things out of their pockets, and hurried her out of Cranston House as fast as they could, lest it should be found out upstairs that they had allowed the Lady Gwendolen Lancaster Douglas Scroop to tumble down the grand staircase with her doll in her arms. And as the doll was badly broken, the nursery maid carried it with the pieces wrapped up in Lady Gwendolen's little cloak. It was not far to Hyde Park, and when they had reached a quiet place, they took means to find out that Lady Gwendolen had no bruises, for the carpet was very thick and soft, and there was thick stuff under it to make it softer. Lady Gwendolen Douglas Scroop sometimes yelled, but she never cried. It was because she had yelled that the nurse had allowed her to go downstairs alone with Nina, the doll, under one arm, while she steadied herself with her other hand on the balustrade and trod upon the polished marble steps beyond the edge of the carpet. So she had fallen, and Nina had come to grief. When the nurses were quite sure that she was not hurt, they unwrapped the doll and looked at her in turn. She had been a very beautiful doll, very large and fair and healthy, with real yellow hair and eyelids that would open and shut over very grown-up dark eyes. Moreover, when you moved her right arm up and down, she said, "Papa," and when you moved the left, she said, "Mama," very distinctly. "I heard her say Pa when she fell," said the under-nurse, who heard everything, "but she ought to have said Papa." "That's because her arm went up when she hit the step," said the head nurse. "She'll say the other Pa when I put it down again." "Pa," Nina said as her right arm was pushed down and speaking through her broken face. It was cracked right across, from the upper corner of the forehead with a hideous gash, through the nose and down to the little frilled collar of the pale green silk Mother Hubbard frock, and 2 little 3-cornered pieces of porcelain had fallen out. "I'm sure it's a wonder she can speak at all, being all smashed," said the under-nurse. "You'll have to take her to Mr. Puckler," said her superior. "It's not far, and you'd better go at once." Lady Gwendolen was occupied in digging a hole in the ground with a little spade and paid no attention to the nurses. "What are you doing?" inquired the nursery maid, looking on. "Nina's dead, and I'm digging her a grave," replied her ladyship thoughtfully. "Oh, she'll come to life again all right," said the nursery maid. The under-nurse wrapped Nina up again and departed. Fortunately, a kind soldier with very long legs and a very small cap happened to be there, and as he had nothing to do, he offered to see the under-nurse safely to Mr. Puckler's and back. Mr. Bernard Puckler and his little daughter lived in a little house in a little alley, which led out off of a quiet little street not very far from Belgrave Square. He was the great doll doctor, and his extensive practice lay in the most aristocratic quarter. He mended dolls of all sizes and ages, boy dolls and girl dolls, baby dolls in long clothes, and grown-up dolls in fashionable gowns, talking dolls and dumb dolls, those that shut their eyes when they lay down, and those whose eyes had to be shut for them by means of a mysterious wire. His daughter Elsa was only just over 12 years old, but she was already very clever at mending dolls' clothes and doing their hair, which is harder than you might think, though the dolls sit quite still while it's being done. Mr. Puckler had originally been a German, but he had dissolved his nationality in the ocean of London many years ago, like a great many foreigners. He still had 1 or 2 German friends, however, who came on Saturday evenings and smoked with him and played piquet or scat with him for farthing points, and called him Herr Doctor, which seemed to please Mr. Puckler very much. He looked older than he was, for his beard was rather long and ragged, his hair was grizzled and thin, and he wore horn-rimmed spectacles. As for Elsa, she was a thin, pale child, very quiet and neat, with dark eyes and brown hair that was plaited down her back and tied with a bit of black ribbon. She mended the dolls' clothes and took the dolls back to their homes when they were quite strong again. The house was a little one, but too big for the 2 people who lived in it, There was a small sitting room on the street, and the workshop was at the back, and there were 3 rooms upstairs. But the father and daughter lived most of their time in the workshop, because they were generally at work, even in the evenings. Mr. Puckler laid Nina on the table and looked at her a long time, till the tears began to fill his eyes behind the horn-rimmed spectacles. He was a very susceptible man, and he often fell in love with the dolls he mended, and found it hard to part with them when they had smiled at him for a few days. They were real little people to him, with characters and thoughts and feelings of their own, and he was very tender with them all. But some attracted him especially from the first, and when they were brought to him maimed and injured, their state seemed so pitiful to him that the tears came easily. You must remember that he had lived among dolls during a great part of his life and understood them. "How do you know that they feel nothing?" he went on to say to Elsa. "You must be gentle with them. It costs nothing to be kind to these little beings, and perhaps it makes a difference to them." And Elsa understood him, because she was a child, and she knew that she was more to him than all the dolls. He fell in love with Nina at first sight, perhaps because her beautiful brown glass eyes were something like Elsa's own, and he loved Elsa first and best, with all his heart. And besides, it was a very sorrowful case. Nina had evidently not been long in the world, for her complexion was perfect, her hair was smooth where it should be smooth, and curly where it should be curly, and her silk clothes were perfectly new, but across her face was that frightful gash, like a saber cut, deep and shadowy within, but clean and sharp at the edges. When he tenderly pressed her head to close the gaping wound, the edges made a fine grating sound that was painful to hear, and the lids of the dark eyes quivered and trembled as though Nina were suffering dreadfully. "Poor Nina," he exclaimed sorrowfully, "but I shall not hurt you much, though you will take a long time to get strong." He always asked the names of the broken dolls when they were brought to him, and sometimes the people knew what the children called them and told him. He liked Nina for a name. Altogether and in every way she pleased him more than any doll he had seen for many years, and he felt drawn to her, and made up his mind to make her perfectly strong and sound, no matter how much labor it might cost him. Mr. Puckler worked patiently, a little at a time, and Elsa watched him. She could do nothing for poor Nina, whose clothes needed no mending. The longer the doll doctor worked, the more fond he became of the yellow hair and the beautiful brown glass eyes. He sometimes forgot all the other dolls that were waiting to be mended, lying side by side on a shelf, and sat for an hour gazing at Nina's face while he racked his ingenuity for some new invention by which to hide even the smallest trace of the terrible accident. She was wonderfully mended. Even he was obliged to admit that, but the scar was still visible to his keen eyes, a very fine line right across the face, downwards from right to left. Yet all the conditions had been most favorable for a cure, since the cement had set quite hard at the first attempt, and the weather had been fine and dry, which makes a great difference in a doll's hospital. At last he knew that he could do no more, and the under-nurse had already come twice to see whether the job was finished, as she coarsely expressed it. "Nina is not quite strong yet," Mr. Puckler had answered each time, for he could not make up his mind to face the parting. And now he sat before the square deal table at which he worked, and Nina lay before him for the last time with a big brown paper box beside her. It stood there like her coffin, waiting for her, he thought. He must put her into it and lay tissue paper over her dear face, and then put on the lid. And at the thought of tying the string, his sight was dim with tears again. He was never to look into the glassy depths of the beautiful brown eyes any more, nor to hear the little wooden voice say Papa and Mama. It was a very painful moment. In the vain hope of gaining time before the separation, He took up the little sticky bottles of cement and glue and gum and color, looking at each one in turn and then at Nina's face. And all his small tools lay there neatly arranged in a row, but he knew that he could not use them again for Nina. She was quite strong at last, and in a country where there should be no cruel children to hurt her, she might live 100 years with only that almost imperceptible line across her face to tell of the fearful thing that had befallen her on the marble steps of Cranston House. Suddenly Mr. Puckler's heart was quite full, and he rose abruptly from his seat and turned away. "Elsa," he said unsteadily, "you must do it for me. I cannot bear to see her go into the box." So he went and stood at the window with his back turned while Elsa did what he had not the heart to do. "Is it done?" he asked, not turning round. "Then take her away, my dear. Put on your hat and take her to Cranston House quickly, and when you are gone I will turn round." Elsa was used to her father's queer ways with the dolls, and though she had never seen him so much moved by a parting, she was not much surprised. "Come back quickly," he said when he heard her hand on the latch. "It's growing late, and I should not send you at this hour, but I cannot bear to look forward to it any more." When Elsa was gone, he left the window and sat down in his place before the table again, to wait for the child to come back. He touched the place where Nina had lain very gently, and he recalled the softly tinted pink face and the glass eyes and the ringlets of yellow hair till he could almost see them. The evenings were long, for it was late in the spring, but it began to grow dark soon, and Mr. Puckler wondered why Elsa did not come back. She had been gone an hour and a half, and that was much longer than he had expected, for it was barely a half-mile from Belgrave Square to Cranston House. He reflected that the child might have been kept waiting, but as the twilight deepened he grew anxious and walked up and down the dim workshop, no longer thinking of Nina, but of Elsa, his own living child whom he loved. An undefinable, disquieting sensation came upon him by fine degrees, a chilliness and a faint stirring of his thin hair, joined with a wish to be in any company rather than to be alone much longer. It was the beginning of fear. He told himself in strong German English that he was a foolish old man, and he began to feel about for the matches in the dusk. He knew just where they should be, for he always kept them in the same place, close to the little tin box that held bits of sealing wax of various colors for some kinds of mending, but somehow he could not find the matches in the gloom. Something had happened to Elsa, he was sure, and his fear increased. He felt as though it might be allayed if he could get a light and see what time it was. Then he called himself a foolish old man again, and the sound of his own voice startled him in the dark. He could not find the matches. The window was gray still. He might see what time it was if he went close to it, and he could go get the matches out of the cupboard afterwards. He stood back from the table to get out of the way of the chair and began to cross the board floor. Something was following him in the dark. There was a small pattering, as of tiny feet upon the boards. He stopped and listened, and the roots of his hair tingled. It was nothing, and he was a foolish old man. He made 2 steps more, and he was sure that he heard the little pattering again. He turned his back to the window, leaning against the sash so that the panes began to crack, and he faced the dark. Everything was quite still, and it smelt of paste and cement and wood filings as usual. "Is that you, Elsa?" he asked, and he was surprised by the fear in his voice. There was no answer in the room, and he held up his watch and tried to make out what time it was by the gray dusk that was just not darkness. So far as he could see, it was within 2 or 3 minutes of 10 o'clock, He had been a long time alone. He was shocked and frightened for Elsa, out in London so late, and he almost ran across the room to the door. As he fumbled for the latch, he distinctly heard the running of little feet after him. "Mice!" he exclaimed feebly, just as he got the door open. He shut it quickly behind him and felt as though some cold thing had settled on his back and were writhing upon him. The passage was quite dark, but he found his hat and was out in the alley in a moment, breathing more freely and surprised to find how much light there still was in the open air. He could see the pavement clearly under his feet, and far off in the street to which the alley led, he could hear the laughter and calls of children playing some game out of doors. He wondered how he could have been so nervous, and for an instant he thought of going back into the house to wait quietly for Elsa. But instantly he felt that nervous fright of something stealing over him again. In any case, it was better to walk up to Cranston House and ask the servants about the child. One of the women had perhaps taken a fancy to her, and was even now giving her tea and cake. He walked quickly to Belgrave Square, and then up the broad streets, listening as he went, whenever there was no other sound, for the tiny footsteps. But he heard nothing, and was laughing at himself when he rang the servant's bell at the big house. Of course the child must be there. The person who opened the door was quite an inferior person, for it was a back door, but affected the manners of the front, and stared at Mr. Puckler suspiciously under the strong light. No little girl had been seen, and he knew nothing about no dolls. "She is my little girl," said Mr. Puckler, tremulously, for all his anxiety was returning tenfold, "and I'm afraid something has happened." The inferior person said rudely that nothing could have happened to her in that house, because she had not been there, which was a jolly good reason why, and Mr. Puckler was obliged to admit that the man ought to know, as it was his business to keep the door and let people in. He wished to be allowed to speak to the under-nurse, who knew him, but the man was ruder than ever and finally shut the door in his face. When the doll doctor was alone in the street, he steadied himself by the railing, for he felt as though he were breaking in two, just as some dolls break, in the middle of the backbone. Presently he knew that he must be doing something to find Elsa, and that gave him strength. He began to walk as quickly as he could through the streets, following every highway and byway which his little girl might have taken on her errand. He also asked several policemen in vain if they had seen her, and most of them answered him kindly, for they saw that he was a sober man and in his right senses, and some of them had little girls of their own. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when he went up to his own door again, worn out and hopeless and broken-hearted. As he turned the key in the lock, his heart stood still, for he knew that he was awake and not dreaming, and that he really heard those tiny footsteps pattering to meet him inside the house along the passage. But he was too unhappy to be much frightened any more, and his heart went on again with a dull, regular pain that found its way all through him with every pulse. So he went in and hung up his hat in the dark, and found the matches in the cupboard and the candlestick in its place in the corner. Mr. Puckler was so much overcome and so completely worn out that he sat down in his chair before the work table and almost fainted as his face dropped forward upon his folded hands. Beside him the solitary candle burned steadily with a low flame in the still warm air. "Elsa, Elsa," he moaned against his yellow knuckles, and that was all he could say, and it was no relief to him. On the contrary, the very sound of the name was a new and sharp pain that pierced his ears and his head and his very soul, for every time he repeated the name it meant that little Elsa was dead somewhere out in the streets of London in the dark. He was so terribly hurt that he did not even feel something pulling gently at the skirt of his old coat, so gently that it was like the nibbling of a tiny mouse. He might have thought that it was really a mouse if he had noticed it. "Elsa! Elsa!" he groaned right against his hands. Then a cool breath stirred his thin hair, and the low flame of the one candle dropped down almost to a mere spark, not flickering as though a draft were going to blow it out, but just dropping down as if it were tired out. Mr. Puckler felt his hands stiffening with fright under his face, and there was a faint rustling sound, like some small silk thing blown in a gentle breeze. He sat up straight, stark and scared, and a small wooden voice spoke in the stillness. "Papa?" it said with a break between the syllables. Mr. Puckler stood up in a single jump. His chair fell over backwards with a smashing noise upon the wooden floor. The candle had almost gone out. It was Nina's doll's voice that had spoken, and he should have known it among the voices of 100 other dolls. And yet there was something more in it, a little human ring, with a pitiful cry and a call for help, and the wail of a hurt child. Mr. Puckler stood up, stark and stiff, and tried to look around, but at first he could not, for he seemed to be frozen from head to foot. Then he made a great effort, and he raised one hand to each of his temples, and pressed his own head round as he would have turned a doll's. The candle was burning so low that it might as well have been out altogether, for any light it gave, and the room seemed quite dark at first. Then he saw something. He would not have believed that he could be more frightened than he had been just before that, but he was, and his knees shook, for he saw the doll standing in the middle of the floor, shining with a faint and ghostly radiance, her beautiful glassy brown eyes fixed on his, and across her face the very thin line of the break he had mended shone as though it were drawn in light with the fine point of a white flame. Yet there was something more in the eyes, too. There was something human, like Elsa's own, but as if only the doll saw him through them and not Elsa. And there was enough of Elsa to bring back all his pain and make him forget his fear. "Elsa, my little Elsa!" he cried aloud. The small ghost moved, and its doll arm slowly rose and fell with a stiff mechanical motion. "Papa?" it said. It seemed this time there was even more of Elsa's tone echoing somewhere between the wooden notes that reached his ears so distinctly, and yet so far away. Elsa was calling him, he was sure. His face was perfectly white in the gloom, but his knees did not shake any more, and he felt that he was less frightened. "Yes, child, but where?" he asked. "Where are you, Elsa?" "Papa?" The syllables died away in the quiet room. There was a low rustling of silk, the glassy brown eyes turned slowly away, and Mr. Puckler heard the pitter-patter of small feet in the bronze kid slippers as the figure ran straight to the door. The candle burned high again. The room was full of light, and he was alone. Mr. Puckler passed his hand over his eyes and looked about him. He could see everything quite clearly, and he felt that he must have been dreaming, though he was standing instead of sitting down, as he should have been if he had just waked up. The candle burned brightly now. There were the dolls to be mended, lying in a row with their toes up. The third one had lost her right shoe, and Elsa was making one. He knew that, and he was certainly not dreaming now. He had not been dreaming when he had come in from his fruitless search and heard the doll's footsteps running to the door. He had not fallen asleep in his chair. How could he possibly have fallen asleep when his heart was breaking? He had been awake all the time. He steadied himself, set the fallen chair upon its legs, and said to himself again very emphatically that he was a foolish old man. He ought to be out in the streets looking for his child, asking questions, and inquiring at the police stations, where all accidents were reported as soon as they were known, or at the hospitals. "Papa?" The longing, wailing, pitiful little wooden cry rang from the passage outside the door, and Mr. Puckler stood for an instant with white face, transfixed and rooted to the spot. A moment later his hand was on the latch, and he was in the passage with the light streaming from the open door behind him. Quite at the other end he saw the little phantom shining clearly in the shadow, and the right hand seemed to beckon to him as the arm rose and fell once more. He knew all at once it had not come to frighten him, but to lead him, and when it disappeared and he walked boldly toward the door, he knew that it was in the street outside waiting for him. He forgot that he was tired and had eaten no supper and had walked many miles, for a sudden hope ran through and through him like a golden stream of life. And sure enough, at the corner of the alley and at the corner of the street and out in Belgrave Square, he saw the small ghost flitting before him. Sometimes it was only a shadow where there was other light, but then the glare of the lamps made a pale green sheen on the little Mother Hubbard frock of silk, and sometimes where the streets were dark and silent, the whole figure shone out brightly, with its yellow curls and rosy neck. It seemed to trot along like a tiny child, and Mr. Puckler could almost hear the pattering of the bronze kid slippers on the pavement as it ran. But it went very fast, and he could only just keep up with it, tearing along with his hat on the back of his head and his thin hair blown by the night breeze, and his horn-rimmed spectacles firmly set upon his broad nose. On and on he went, and he had no idea where he was. He did not even care, for he knew certainly that he was going the right way. Then at last, in a wide, quiet street, he was standing before a big, sober-looking door that had 2 lamps on each side of it and a polished brass bell handle which he pulled. And just inside, when the door was opened, in the bright light, there was a little shadow, and the pale green sheen of the little silk dress, and once more the small cry came to his ears, less pitiful, more longing. "Papa!" The shadow turned suddenly bright, and out of the brightness the beautiful brown glass eyes were turned up happily to his, while the rosy mouth smiled so divinely that the phantom doll looked almost like a little angel just then. "A little girl was brought in soon after 10 o'clock, said the quiet voice of the hospital doorkeeper. "I think they thought she was only stunned. She was holding a big brown paper box against her, and they could not get it out of her arms. She had a long plait of brown hair that hung down as they carried her." "She's my little girl," said Mr. Puckler, but he hardly heard his own voice. He leaned over Elsa's face in the gentle light of the children's ward, and when he had stood there for a minute, the beautiful brown eyes opened and looked up to his. "Papa," cried Elsa softly, "I knew you would come." Then Mr. Puckler did not know what he did or said for a moment, and what he felt was worth all the fear and terror and despair that had almost killed him that night. But by and by Elsa was telling her story, and the nurse let her speak, for there were only 2 other children in the room who were getting well and were sound asleep. "They were big boys with bad faces," said Elsa, "and they tried to get Nina away from me, but I held on and fought as well as I could till one of them hit me with something, and I don't remember any more, for I tumbled down, and I suppose the boys ran away, and somebody found me there, but I'm afraid Nina is all smashed." "Here is the box," said the nurse. "We could not take it out of her arms till she came to herself. Should you like to see if the doll is broken?" And she undid the string cleverly, but Nina was all smashed to pieces. Only the gentle light of the children's ward made a pale green sheen in the folds of the little Mother Hubbard frock. End of The Doll's Ghost.
The Dream of Death by Elwood F. Pierce. From Weird Tales, July 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Dale Grothmann. A strange psychological story of the power of the human mind. The Dream of Death by Elwood F. Pierce. The queer figure of a man sat deep in the chair in full repose. His eyes, usually sharp, were now listless and just a little sleepy as he watched the crackling fire. He felt a chilly draft at his back, and immediately there was a click of a door closing softly, after which feet shuffled across the floor. Unconsciously, Anderson Brenton, psychologist, sucked at his empty pipe. The intruder moved to the log fire, holding his shaking hands to the blaze, and shiveringly seated himself on a stool Professor Brenton had been using as a footrest. The man who thus for a moment had startled Brenton was the half-witted brother of his landlady. 2 nights before, the little psychologist had rented the room on the 3rd floor front, and as he bargained with Mrs. Thompson, he noticed the actions of the demented one. The landlady had said her brother was harmless, and Brenton did not give him a thought. "What are you doing there?" the lodger asked sharply, now that the brief cessation of fright had passed. "I thought it was understood that I was not to be disturbed. What do you want?" The psychologist's brows were shaggy, and so was his beard. He was a shaggy person, and being small, impressed one as a weakling physically. But his eyes were penetrating, combative, and he eyed his visitor fiercely. There was something utterly repulsive about the man who trembled in front of the fire. "Cold," the half-wit murmured. He shivered and turned anew to the blaze. "Cold." His body was shaking. Professor Brenton, contributor to the cause of science, might have found it hard to explain why he was occupying the 3rd floor front room. Perhaps it was because once in a while he liked to get away from daily college and to pursue certain of his studies uninterrupted. The room on the 3rd floor had been advertised for rent, and he had taken it. That was all. Almost immediately he recognized in Gus Aker an interesting subject, but until the moment the old man shuffled into his room and complained of the cold, it had not occurred to the psychologist to attempt a mental investigation. But this was the beginning. Brenton noticed the apparent harmlessness of the man and was interested. Then, casting into the half-wit's mind with questions that served as primary experiments, he became fascinated. Later, his tests were tedious and delicate, affording him an opportunity of determining the worth of certain theories he recently had developed, theories that were disputed by his scientific associates. Perhaps from a humane standpoint, Brenton was a bit cruel, but his examinations at least were in the spirit of the botanist who studies a rare flower. The psychologist learned that the man's intellect, unable to hold anything of itself, was keenly awake to the working of the minds of others. He found that virtually without effort he could transfer his thoughts to the witless creature, and the man would respond in a manner all but normal, as if the thoughts were his own. But no thought was retained. Gus Aker's mind reached out and fed on the intelligence of others, but the moment the thought had been transformed into action, he again became an imbecile with blankness of mind equal to that of a cleanly wiped slate. Of one thing Professor Brenton was certain. This was not hypnotism, nor did his power over the half-wit have any relation to hypnotism. For many nights, Aker was subjected to examination and new tests. Brenton dug deep and without mercy, in the hope that he might unearth the reason for the hidden phenomenon. At first there was no explanation, but he found out much during his hours of research and finally came to the most important discovery of all. It was a cold night in December, and Professor Brenton was seated in his easy-chair. That was 2 weeks after Gus Aker first appeared in his room. Suddenly, Brenton perceived that his fire was out, all that remained in the grate being some dying embers. Grumbling, he arose and slipped on his great coat, reflecting almost unconsciously, "I wish Gus would bring up some firewood." Shivering, he resumed his reading. A few minutes later there was a scraping outside his door, and Aker entered with an armload of fuel. He dropped the sticks by the fireplace and stared vacantly at the little professor. There was the usual look of dumb terror, after which his eyes grew listless, and he seemed to wonder at his surroundings. "Who told you to bring up the wood?" Brenton asked. Aker mumbled, rolling his eyes, and left the room without attempting to reply. Apparently he did not understand the question. Brenton listened to the man's retreating steps, shrugged his shoulders, and, kneeling, built a new fire. He was disturbed by this new, uncanny power, but it opened a curiously marvelous field for him. He might, after all, be able to prove his theory that the mind was never a free agent. An hour later, still deep in thought, he turned to his window overlooking a plot of ground that in summer was a rose garden. Now there was snow on the ground, the bushes that abounded being slightly tinctured in white. The professor noticed a shifty figure emerging from the shadow of the house, and moved aimlessly among the sleeping bushes with their ghostly shrouds. It was Gus Aker. Poor, hopeless, demented Gus Aker. Curious to give his power further trial, the psychologist permitted himself to wish for the presence of Gus Aker in the room with him. Almost instantly the figure below straightened, and a startled face was raised to the window before which Brenton stood. Then the man went indoors. He did not move hastily, but in his slow, shuffling manner, as if he had finished his walk in the garden and was returning to the house under a natural impulse. Brenton stood still at the window, marveling. Then the door opened, and he knew what that meant. The imbecile would do whatever the professor willed that he should do. Without the practice of hypnosis, the psychologist was able to unite his mind with the mind of Gus Aker and control his actions. All that was necessary to bring this about was the barest thought. "Why don't you knock when you come in?" Brenton demanded. Aker did not reply, but shuffled his weight from one foot to the other, then turned and left the room. But the professor had done no more than wish for his presence, and any desire that he might have had for the man to remain was only negative in value. The reaction of Gus Aker was merely positive, and very naturally so. After that, Brenton was to experience a sensation of fear. He wanted to halt the experiments, and indeed did make an attempt to do so, but found, just as he had feared, that he rapidly was coming under the influence of the mind that, one almost could say, did not exist. Yet it weakened him, sapped his energy day by day, did this mental intercourse with a vacant brain. There even were times when Brenton found it difficult to breathe, and thinking was not always easy. He began, when it was too late, to realize that he was to be penalized for his unnatural experiments. The little professor was suffering from nerves. Perhaps it was old age creeping on, he told himself, casting about for an excuse. Could it be that the imbecile was making demands upon him, eating into his brain? And then there was his vitality, now at ebb. His capacity for work had decreased, and it was difficult for him to concentrate, even on his reading. It's time I was ending this vacation, Brenton decided. I must get back to the old routine. Enough of this foolishness. But he could not leave. Very rapidly indeed his own mind and the mind of Gus Aker were merging, and his own mind, slowly, was being sucked away. All but helpless, Brenton began to be concerned for his own sanity. At last he came to fear Acre, to dread the sight of him, and yet 12 times a day he found it necessary to call the imbecile to his room, much to the discomfort of the landlady, who was unable to understand anything that would suggest a friendship between the queer little scientist in the front room on the 3rd floor and her witless brother. It wasn't reasonable, she interpreted. The end came at last. Brenton, suddenly aroused, sat up in the old-fashioned bed that formed no mean part of the furnishings of the room. His body was clammy, and he was gripped by a fear of the unknown. Brenton, a brave man as shown by his experiments covering many years, seemed to sense that mighty fingers were at his throat. He had been dreaming. What a dream! He had seen Gus Acre creeping up the stairs, a long kitchen knife in his hand. The half-witted creature had stood over him, and then... It had been at this point that the psychologist awoke, just as the knife was descending. A few minutes later he was calmer, and did succeed, to a degree, in putting aside his fears. He pulled the covers over his shoulders, for it was cold, and the log fire was now only so much ashes. Footsteps outside his room, boards creaking. A hand fumbled at the door. The door swung open. A shaft of moonlight penetrating the room and falling upon the figure that crouched in the doorway, just as it had been seen to do in the dream a few minutes before Brenton screamed. The thought whirled through his mind that he was helpless. The action of his dream was such that the witless man would carry it out. He was trembling, too, and his eyes burned into his head like torches that flamed in white heat. The figure crossed the floor, still crouching. There was the glitter of a long kitchen knife. Brenton's effort to gain control of the mind of Gus Acre was futile. He knew what he must do to save himself, but the mental effort that would control the man was impossible of accomplishment. He staggered like one seeking to arouse himself from a nightmare. The figure crept upon him, slowly and with a great show of stealth. The scientist could hear the man's short breathing, see the very gleam of his eyes as the moonbeams shot into his face. The boards of the floor creaked, and the sound was not like anything Brenton had ever heard before. It made him think of a bat beating its wings against the walls of a tomb. A single thought, a moment of mental action, would change the course of the half-wit's movements. But the psychologist knew that his mind had been sucked dry, and that the man creeping upon him was the one who now held the scepter of power. Anderson Brenton was the one paralyzed, and he could only watch Gus Acre approach with the long knife in his hand, the moonbeams falling upon his purple face, just as in the dream. One last scream. The next morning the witless man was found by his sister, asleep on the floor of the front room on the 3rd floor. There was a kitchen knife in his hand, a long knife stained with blood, and Brenton, who had not been able to will that Gus Acre should not carry out his unfortunate dream, was dead. The end of The Dream of Death by Elwood F. Pierce.
Feathertop, a Moralized Legend by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Feathertop, a Moralized Legend by Nathaniel Hawthorne. "Dickon," cried Mother Rigby, "a coal for my pipe." The pipe was in the old dame's mouth when she said these words. She had thrust it there after filling it with tobacco, but without stooping to light it at the hearth, where indeed there was no appearance of a fire having been kindled that morning. Forthwith, however, as soon as the order was given, there was an intense red glow out of the bowl of the pipe, and a whiff of smoke came from Mother Rigby's lips. Whence the coal came, and how brought thither by an invisible hand, I have never been able to discover. "Good," quoth Mother Rigby with a nod of her hand. "Thank ye, Dickon. And now for making this scarecrow. Be within call, Dickon, in case I need you again." The good woman had risen thus early, for as yet it was scarcely sunrise, in order to set about making a scarecrow, which she intended to put in the middle of her corn patch. It was now the latter week of May, and the crows and blackbirds had already discovered the little green rolled-up leaf of the Indian corn just peeping out of the soil. She was determined, therefore, to contrive as lifelike a scarecrow as ever was seen, and to finish it immediately from top to toe, so that it should begin its sentinel's duty that very morning. Now Mother Rigby, as everybody must have heard, was one of the most cunning and potent witches in New England, and might, with very little trouble, have made a scarecrow ugly enough to frighten the minister himself. But on this occasion, as she had awakened in an uncommonly pleasant humor, and was further dulcified by her pipe tobacco, she resolved to produce something fine, beautiful, and splendid, rather than hideous and horrible. "I don't want to set up a hobgoblin in my corn patch, and almost at my own doorstep," said Mother Rigby to herself, puffing out a whiff of smoke. "I could do it if I pleased, but I'm tired of doing marvelous things, and so I'll keep within the bounds of everyday business just for variety's sake. Besides, there is no use in scaring the little children for a mile round about, though 'tis true I'm a witch." It was settled, therefore, in her own mind, that the scarecrow should represent a fine gentleman of the period, so far as the materials at hand would allow. Perhaps it may be as well to enumerate the chief of the articles that went to the composition of this figure. The most important item of all, probably, although it made so little show, was a certain broomstick, on which Mother Rigby had taken many an airy gallop at midnight, and which now served the scarecrow by way of a spinal column, or, as the unlearned phrase it, a backbone. One of its arms was a disabled flail which used to be wielded by Goodman Rigby, before his spouse worried him out of this troublesome world. The other, if I mistake not, was composed of the pudding stick and a broken rung of a chair, tied loosely together at the elbow. As for its legs, the right was a hoe handle, and the left an undistinguished and miscellaneous stick from the woodpile. Its lungs, stomach, and other affairs of that kind were nothing better than a meal bag stuffed with straw. Thus we have made out the skeleton and entire corporosity of the scarecrow, with the exception of its head, and this was admirably supplied by a somewhat withered and shriveled pumpkin, in which Mother Rigby cut 2 holes for the eyes and a slit for the mouth, leaving a bluish-colored knob in the middle to pass for a nose. It was quite a respectable face. "I've seen worse ones on human shoulders, at any rate," said Mother Rigby, "and many a fine gentleman has a pumpkin head as well as my scarecrow." But the clothes, in this case, were to be the making of the man. So the good old woman took down from a peg an ancient plum-colored coat of London make, and with relics of embroidery on its seams, cuffs, pocket flaps, and buttonholes, but lamentably worn and faded, patched at the elbows, tattered at the skirts, and threadbare all over. On the left breast was a round hole, whence either a star of nobility had been rent away, or else the hot heart of some former wearer had scorched it through and through. The neighbors said that this rich garment belonged to the black man's wardrobe, and that he kept it at Mother Rigby's cottage for the convenience of slipping it on whenever he wished to make a grand appearance at the governor's table. To match the coat there was a velvet waistcoat of very ample size, and formerly embroidered with foliage that had been as brightly golden as the maple leaves in October, but which had now quite vanished out of the substance of the velvet. Next came a pair of scarlet breeches once worn by the French governor of Louisbourg, and the knees of which had touched the lower step of the throne of Louis le Grand. The Frenchman had given these small clothes to an Indian powwow, who parted with them to the old witch for a gill of strong waters, at one of their dances in the forest. Furthermore, Mother Rigby produced a pair of silk stockings and put them on the figure's legs, where they showed as unsubstantial as a dream, with the wooden reality of the 2 sticks making itself miserably apparent through the holes. Lastly, she put her dead husband's wig on the bare scalp of the pumpkin, and surmounted the whole with a dusty 3-cornered hat, in which was stuck the longest tail feather of a rooster. Then the old dame stood the figure up in a corner of her cottage, and chuckled to behold its yellow semblance of a visage, with its knobby little nose thrust into the air. It had a strangely self-satisfied aspect and seemed to say, "Come look at me." "And you're well worth looking at, that's a fact," quoth Mother Rigby, in admiration at her own handiwork. "I've made many a puppet since I've been a witch, but methinks this is the finest of them all. 'Tis almost too good for a scarecrow. And by the by, I'll just fill a fresh pipe of tobacco, and then take him out to the corn patch." While filling her pipe, the old woman continued to gaze with almost motherly affection at the figure in the corner. To say the truth, whether it were chance or skill or downright witchcraft, there was something wonderfully human in this ridiculous shape, bedizened with its tattered finery. And as for the countenance, it appeared to shrivel its yellow surface into a grin, a funny sort of expression betwixt scorn and merriment, as if it understood itself to be a jest at mankind. The more Mother Rigby looked, the better she was pleased. "Dickon!" cried she sharply, "another coal for my pipe." Hardly had she spoken than, just as before, there was a red glowing coal on the top of the tobacco. She drew in a long whiff and puffed it forth again into the bar of morning sunshine which struggled through the one dusty pane of her cottage window. Mother Rigby always liked to flavor her pipe with a coal of fire from the particular chimney corner whence this had been brought. But where that chimney corner might be, or who brought the coal from it, further than that the invisible messenger seemed to respond to the name of Dickon, I cannot tell. "That puppet yonder," thought Mother Rigby, still with her eyes fixed on the scarecrow, "is too good a piece of work to stand all summer in a corn patch, frightening away the crows and blackbirds. He's capable of better things. Why, I've danced with a worse one, when partners happen to be scarce, at our witch meetings in the forest. What if I should let him take his chance among the other men of straw and empty fellows who go bustling about the world?" The old witch took 3 or 4 more whiffs of her pipe and smiled. "He'll meet plenty of his brethren at every street corner," continued she. "Well, I didn't mean to dabble in witchcraft today, further than the lighting of my pipe, but a witch I am, and a witch I'm likely to be, and there's no use trying to shirk it. I'll make a man of my scarecrow, were it only for the joke's sake." While muttering these words, Mother Rigby took the pipe from her own mouth and thrust it into the crevice which represented the same feature in the pumpkin visage of the scarecrow. "Puff, darling, puff," said she. "Puff away, my fine fellow. Your life depends on it." This was a strange exhortation, undoubtedly to be addressed to a mere thing of sticks, straw, and old clothes, with nothing better than a shriveled pumpkin for a head, as we know to have been the scarecrow's case. Nevertheless, as we must carefully hold in remembrance, Mother Rigby was a witch of singular power and dexterity, and keeping this fact duly before our minds, we shall see nothing beyond credibility in the remarkable incidents of our story. Indeed, the great difficulty will be at once got over, if we can only bring ourselves to believe that as soon as the old dame bade him puff, there came a whiff of smoke from the scarecrow's mouth. It was the very feeblest of whiffs, to be sure, but it was followed by another and another, each more decided than the preceding one. "Puff away, my pet, puff away, my pretty one," Mother Rigby kept repeating with her pleasantest smile. "It is the breath of life to ye, and that you may take my word for." Beyond all question, the pipe was bewitched. There must have been a spell either in the tobacco or in the fiercely glowing coal that so mysteriously burned on top of it, or in the pungently aromatic smoke which exhaled from the kindled weed. The figure, after a few doubtful attempts at length, blew forth a volley of smoke extending all the way from the obscure corner into the bar of sunshine. There it eddied and melted away among the motes of dust. It seemed a convulsive effort, for the 2 or 3 next whiffs were fainter, although the coal still glowed and threw a gleam over the scarecrow's visage. The old witch clapped her skinny hands together, and she smiled encouragingly upon her handiwork. She saw that the charm worked well. The shriveled yellow face, which heretofore had been no face at all, had already a thin, fantastic haze, as if it were of human likeness, shifting to and fro across it, sometimes vanishing entirely, but growing more perceptible than ever with the next whiff from the pipe. The whole figure in like manner assumed a show of life, such as we impart to ill-defined shapes among the clouds, and half deceive ourselves with the pastime of our own fancy. If we must needs pry closely into the matter, it may be doubted whether there was any real change, after all, in the sordid, worn-out, worthless, and ill-jointed substance of the scarecrow, but merely a spectral illusion, and a cunning effect of light and shade so colored and contrived as to delude the eyes of most men. The miracles of witchcraft seem always to have had a very shallow subtlety, and at least, if the above explanation do not hit the truth of the process, I can suggest no better. "Well puffed, my pretty lad," still cried old Mother Rigby. "Come, another good stout whiff, and let it be with might and main. Puff for thy life, I tell thee. Puff out of the very bottom of thy heart, if any heart thou hast, or any bottom to it. Well done, again, thou didst suck in that mouthful as if for the pure love of it." And then the witch beckoned to the scarecrow, throwing so much magnetic potency into her gesture that it seemed as if it must inevitably be obeyed, like the mystic call of the lodestone when it summons the iron. "Why lurkest thou in the corner, lazy one?" said she. "Step forth, thou hast the world before thee." Upon my word, if the legend were not one which I heard on my grandmother's knee, and which had established its place among things credible before my childish judgment could analyze its probability, I question whether I should have the face to tell it now. In obedience to Mother Rigby's word, and extending its arm as if to reach her outstretched hand, the figure made a step forward. A kind of hitch and jerk, however, rather than a step, then tottered and almost lost its balance. What could the witch expect? It was nothing, after all, but a scarecrow stuck upon two sticks. But the strong-willed old beldam scowled and beckoned and flung the energy of her purpose so forcibly at this poor combination of rotten wood and musty straw and ragged garments that it was compelled to show itself a man in spite of the reality of things. So it stepped into the bar of sunshine. There it stood, poor devil of a contrivance that it was, with only the thinnest vesture of human similitude about it, through which was evident the stiff, rickety, incongruous, faded, tattered, good-for-nothing patchwork of its substance, ready to sink in a heap upon the floor, as conscious of its own unworthiness to be erect. Shall I confess the truth? At its present point of evocation, the scarecrow reminds me of some of the lukewarm and abortive characters, composed of heterogeneous materials, used for the 1,000th time and never worth using, with which romance writers, and myself no doubt among the rest, have so overpeopled the world of fiction. But the fierce old hag began to get angry and show a glimpse of her diabolic nature, like a snake's head, peeping with a hiss out of her bosom. At this pusillanimous behavior of the thing, which she had taken the trouble to put together. "Puff away, wretch!" cried she wrathfully. "Puff, puff, puff, thou thing of straw and emptiness! Thou rag or two, thou meal bag, thou pumpkin head, thou nothing! Where shall I find a name vile enough to call thee by? Puff, I say, and suck in thy fantastic life with the smoke, else I snatch the pipe from thy mouth and hurl thee where that red coal came from." Thus threatened, the unhappy scarecrow had nothing for it but to puff away for dear life. As need was, therefore, it applied itself lustily to the pipe and sent forth such abundant volleys of tobacco smoke that the small cottage kitchen became all vaporous. The one sunbeam struggled mistily through and could but imperfectly define the image of the cracked and dusty window pane on the opposite wall. Mother Rigby, meanwhile, with one brown arm akimbo and the other stretched towards the figure, loomed grimly amid the obscurity with such port and expression as when she was wont to leave a ponderous nightmare on her victims and stand at the bedside to enjoy their agony. In fear and trembling did this poor scarecrow puff, but its efforts, it must be acknowledged, served an excellent purpose, for with each successive whiff the figure lost more and more of its dizzy and perplexing tenuity, and seemed to take denser substance. Its very garments, moreover, partook of the magical change, and shone with the gloss of novelty, and glistened with the skilfully embroidered gold that had long ago been rent away, and half revealed among the smoke, a yellow visage bent its lustreless eyes on Mother Rigby. At last the old witch clenched her fist and shook it at the figure, not that she was positively angry, but merely acting on the principle, perhaps untrue, or not the only truth, though as high a one as Mother Rigby could be expected to attain, that feeble and torpid natures, being incapable of better inspiration, must be stirred up by fear. But here was the crisis. Should she fail in what she now sought to effect, it was her ruthless purpose to scatter the miserable simulacre into its original elements. "Thou hast a man's aspect," said she sternly. "Have also the echo and mockery of a voice. I bid thee speak." The scarecrow gasped, struggled, and at length emitted a murmur, which was so incorporated with his smoky breath that you could scarcely tell whether it were indeed a voice, or only a whiff of tobacco. Some narrators of this legend hold the opinion that Mother Rigby's conjurations and the fierceness of her will had compelled a familiar spirit into the figure, and that the voice was his. "Mother," mumbled the poor stifled voice, "be not so awful with me. I would fain speak, but being without wits, what can I say?" "Thou canst speak, darling, canst thou?" cried Mother Rigby, relaxing her grim countenance into a smile. "And what shalt thou say, quotha? Say indeed. Art thou of the brotherhood of the empty skull, and demandest of me what thou shalt say? Thou shalt say 1,000 things, and saying them 1,000 times over, thou shalt still have said nothing. Be not afraid, I tell thee. When thou comest into the world, whither I purpose sending thee forthwith, thou shalt not lack the wherewithal to talk. Talk! Why, thou shalt babble like a mill-stream if thou wilt. Thou hast brains enough for that, I trow." "At your service, mother," responded the figure. "And that was well said, my pretty one," answered Mother Rigby. "Then thou speakest like myself, and mean nothing. Thou shalt have 100 such set phrases, and 500 to the boot of them. And now, darling, I have taken so much pains with thee, and thou art so beautiful, that, by my troth, I love thee better than any witch's puppet in the world. And I've made them of all sorts: clay, wax, straw, sticks, night fog, morning mist, sea foam, and chimney smoke. But thou art the very best, so give heed to what I say." "Yes, kind mother," said the figure, "with all my heart." "With all thy heart," cried the old witch, setting her hands to her sides and laughing loudly. "Thou hast such a pretty way of speaking. With all thy heart, and thou didst put thy hand to the left side of thy waistcoat, as if thou really hadst one." So now, in high good humor with this fantastic contrivance of hers, Mother Rigby told the Scarecrow that it must go and play its part in the great world, where not one man in 100, she affirmed, was gifted with more real substance than itself, and that he might hold up his head with the best of them. She endowed him, on the spot, with an unreckonable amount of wealth. It consisted partly of a gold mine in El Dorado, and of 10,000 shares in a broken bubble, and of 500,000 acres of vineyard at the North Pole, and of a castle in the air and a chateau in Spain, together with all the rents and income therefrom accruing. She further made over to him the cargo of a certain ship, laden with the salt of Cadiz, which she herself, by her necromantic arts, had caused to founder 10 years before in the deepest part of mid-ocean. If the salt were not dissolved, and could be brought to market, it would fetch a pretty penny among the fishermen. That he might not lack ready money, she gave him a copper farthing of Birmingham manufacture, being all the coin she had about her, and likewise a great deal of brass, which she applied to his forehead, thus making it yellower than ever. "With that brass alone," quoth Mother Rigby, "thou canst pay thy way all over the earth. Kiss me, pretty darling, I have done my best for thee." Furthermore, that the adventurer might lack no possible advantage towards a fair start in life, this excellent old dame gave him a token by which he was to introduce himself to a certain magistrate, member of the council, merchant, and elder of the church, the 4 capacities constituting but one man, who stood at the head of society in the neighboring metropolis. The token was neither more nor less than a single word, which Mother Rigby whispered to the Scarecrow, and which the Scarecrow was to whisper to the merchant. "Gouty as the old fellow is, he'll run thy errands for thee, when once thou hast given him that word in his ear," said the old witch. "Mother Rigby knows the worshipful Justice Gookin, and the worshipful Justice knows Mother Rigby." Here the witch thrust her wrinkled face close to the puppet's, chuckling irrepressibly, and fidgeting all through her system with delight at the idea which she meant to communicate. "Worshipful Master Gookin," whispered she, "hath a comely maiden to his daughter, and hark ye, my pet, thou hast a fair outside, and a pretty wit enough of thine own, yea, a pretty wit enough. Thou wilt think better of it when thou hast seen more of other people's wits. Now, with thy outside and thy inside, thou art the very man to win a young girl's heart. Never doubt it. I tell thee it shall be so. Put but a bold face on the matter, sigh, smile, flourish thy hat, thrust forth thy leg like a dancing master, put thy right hand to the left side of thy waistcoat, and pretty Polly Gookin is thine own." All this while the new creature had been sucking in and exhaling the vapory fragrance of his pipe, and seemed now to continue this occupation as much for the enjoyment it afforded as because it was an essential condition of his existence. It was wonderful to see how exceedingly like a human being it behaved. Its eyes, for it appeared to possess a pair, were bent on Mother Rigby, and at suitable junctures it nodded or shook its head. Neither did it lack words proper for the occasion. Really, indeed, pray tell me, is it possible? Upon my word, by no means. Oh, ah, him, and other such weighty utterances as imply attention, inquiry, acquiescence, or dissent on the part of the auditor. Even had you stood by and seen the scarecrow made, you could scarcely have resisted the conviction that it perfectly understood the cunning counsels which the old witch poured into its counterfeit of an ear. The more earnestly it applied its lips to the pipe, the more distinctly was its human likeness stamped upon visible realities, the more sagacious grew its expression, the more lifelike its gestures and movements, and the more intelligibly audible its voice. Its garments, too, glistened so much the brighter with an illusory magnificence. The very pipe in which burned the spell of all this wonderwork ceased to appear as a smoke-blackened earthen stump, and became a meerschaum with painted bowl and amber mouthpiece. It might be apprehended, however, that as the life of an illusion seemed identical with the vapor of the pipe, it would terminate simultaneously with the reduction of the tobacco to ashes, but the beldame foresaw the difficulty. "Hold thou the pipe, my precious one," said she, "while I fill it for thee again." It was sorrowful to behold how the fine gentleman began to fade back into a scarecrow, while Mother Rigby shook the ashes out of the pipe and proceeded to replenish it from her tobacco box. "Dickon," cried she in her high, sharp tone, "another coal for this pipe." No sooner said than the intensely red speck of fire was glowing within the pipe bowl, and the scarecrow, without waiting for the witch's bidding, applied the tube to his lips and drew in a few short, convulsive whiffs, which soon, however, became regular and equable. "Now, mine own heart's darling," quoth Mother Rigby, "whatever may happen to thee, thou must stick to thy pipe. Thy life is in it, and that, at least, thou knowest well, if thou knowest naught besides. Stick to thy pipe, I say. Smoke, puff, blow thy cloud, and tell the people, if any question be made, that it is for thy health, and that so the physician orders thee to do. And, sweet one, when thou shalt find thy pipe getting low, go apart into some corner, and, first filling thyself with smoke, cry sharply, 'Dickon, a fresh pipe of tobacco,' and 'Dickon, another coal for my pipe,' and have it in thy pretty mouth as speedily as may be, else, instead of a gallant gentleman in a gold-laced coat, thou wilt be but a jumble of sticks and tattered clothes, and a bag of straw, and a withered pumpkin. Now depart, my treasure, and good luck go with thee." "Never fear, mother," said the figure in a stout voice, and sending forth a courageous whiff of smoke. "I will thrive, if an honest man and a gentleman may." "Oh, thou wilt be the death of me," cried the old witch, convulsed with laughter. "That was well said. If an honest man and a gentleman may. Thou playest thy part to perfection. Get along with thee for a smart fellow, and I will wager on thy head as a man of pith and substance, with a brain and what they call a heart, and all else that a man should have against any other thing on 2 legs. I hold myself a better witch than yesterday for thy sake. Did not I make thee? And I defy any witch in New England to make such another. Here, take my staff along with thee." The staff, though it was but a plain oaken stick, immediately took the aspect of a gold-headed cane. "That gold head has as much sense in it as thine own," said Mother Rigby, "and it will guide thee straight to the worshipful Master Gookin's door. Get thee gone, my pretty pet, my darling, my precious one, my treasure, and if any ask thy name, it is Feathertop, for thou hast a feather in thy hat, and I have thrust a handful of feathers into the hollow of thy head, and thy wig, too, is of the fashion they call Feathertop. So be Feathertop thy name." And issuing from the cottage, Feathertop strode manfully towards town. Mother Rigby stood at the threshold, well pleased to see how the sunbeams glistened on him, as if all his magnificence were real, and how diligently and lovingly he smoked his pipe, and how handsomely he walked in spite of a little stiffness of his legs. She watched him until out of sight, and threw a witch benediction after her darling, when a turn of the road snatched him from her view. Betimes in the forenoon, when the principal street of the neighboring town was just at its acme of life and bustle, a stranger of very distinguished figure was seen on the sidewalk. His port, as well as his garments, betokened nothing short of nobility. He wore a richly embroidered plum-colored coat, a waistcoat of costly velvet magnificently adorned with golden foliage, a pair of splendid scarlet breeches, and the finest and glossiest of white silk stockings. His head was covered with a peruke so daintily powdered and adjusted that it would have been sacrilege to disorder it with a hat, which therefore, and it was a gold-laced hat, set off with a snowy feather he carried beneath his arm. On the breast of his coat glistened a star. He managed his gold-headed cane with an airy grace peculiar to the fine gentleman of the period, and to give the highest possible finish to his equipment, he had lace ruffles at his wrist of a most ethereal delicacy, sufficiently avouching how idle and aristocratic must be the hands which they have concealed. It was a remarkable point in the accoutrement of this brilliant personage that he held in his left hand a fantastic kind of a pipe, with an exquisitely painted bowl and an amber mouthpiece. This he applied to his lips as often as every 5 or 6 paces, and inhaled a deep whiff of smoke, which, after being retained a moment in his lungs, might be seen to eddy gracefully from his mouth and nostrils. As may well be supposed, the street was all astir to find out the stranger's name. "It is some great nobleman, beyond question," said one of the townspeople. "Do you see the star at his breast?" "Nay, it is too bright to be seen," said another. "Yes, he must needs be a nobleman, as you say. But by what conveyance, think you? Can his lordship have voyaged or travelled hither?" "There has been no vessel from the old country for a month past. And if he have arrived overland from the southward, pray, where are his attendants and equipage?" "He needs no equipage to set off his rank," remarked a third. "If he came among us in rags, nobility would shine through a hole in his elbow. I never saw such dignity of aspect. He has the old Norman blood in his veins, I warrant him." "I rather take him to be a Dutchman or one of your high Germans," said another citizen. "The men of those countries have always the pipe at their mouths." "And so has a Turk," answered his companion. "But in my judgment this stranger hath been bred at the French court, and hath there learned politeness and grace of manner, which none understands so well as the nobility of France. That gait now, a vulgar spectator might deem it stiff. He might call it a hitch and jerk. But to my eye it hath an unspeakable majesty. It must have been acquired by constant observation of the deportment of the grand monarch. The stranger's character and office are evident enough. He is a French ambassador, come to treat with our rulers about the cession of Canada." "More probably a Spaniard," said another, "and hence his yellow complexion, or most likely he is from the Havana, or from some port on the Spanish Main, and comes to make investigation about the piracies which our government is thought to connive at. Those settlers in Peru and Mexico have skins as yellow as the gold which they dig out of their mines." "Yellow or not," cried a lady, "he is a beautiful man. So tall, so slender, such a fine, noble face with so well-shaped a nose, and all the delicacy of expression about the mouth. Bless me, how bright his star is! It positively shoots out flames." "So do your eyes, fair lady," said the stranger, with a bow and a flourish of his pipe, for he was just passing at the instant. "Upon my honor, they have quite dazzled me." "Was ever so original and exquisite a compliment?" murmured the lady in an ecstasy of delight. Amid the general admiration excited by the stranger's appearance, there were only 2 dissenting voices. One was that of an impertinent cur, which, after snuffing at the heels of the glistening figure, put its tail between its legs and skulked into its master's backyard, vociferating in an execrable howl. The other dissentient was a young child, who squalled at the fullest stretch of his lungs, and babbled some unintelligible nonsense about a pumpkin. Feathertop, meanwhile, pursued his way along the street. Except for the few complimentary words to the lady, and now and then a slight inclination of the head in requital of the profound reverences of the bystanders, he seemed wholly absorbed in his pipe. There needed no other proof of his rank and consequence than the perfect equanimity with which he comported himself, while the curiosity and admiration of the town swelled almost into clamor around him. With the crowd gathering behind his footsteps, he finally reached the mansion house of the worshipful Justice Gookin, entered the gate, ascended the steps of the front door, and knocked. In the interim, before his summons was answered, the stranger was observed to shake the ashes out of his pipe. "What did he say in that sharp voice?" inquired one of the spectators. "Nay, I know not," answered his friend, "but the sun dazzles my eyes strangely. How dim and faded his lordship looks all of a sudden. Bless my wits, what is the matter with me?" "The wonder is," said the other, "that his pipe, which was out only an instant ago, should be all alight again and with the reddest coal I ever saw. There is something mysterious about this stranger. What a whiff of smoke was that? Dim and faded, did you call him? Why, as he turns about, the star on his breast is still ablaze." "It is indeed," said his companion, "and it will go near to dazzle pretty Polly Gookin, whom I see peeping at it out of the chamber window." The door being now opened, Feathertop turned to the crowd, made a stately bend of his body like a great man acknowledging the reverence of the meaner sort, and vanished into the house. There was a mysterious kind of a smile, if it might not better be called a grin or grimace, upon his visage. But of all the throng that beheld him, not an individual appears to have possessed insight enough to detect the elusive character of the stranger except a little child and a cur dog. Our legend here loses somewhat of its continuity, and, passing over the preliminary explanation between Feathertop and the merchant, goes in quest of the pretty Polly Gookin. She was a damsel of a soft round figure, with light hair and blue eyes, and a fair rosy face, which seemed neither very shrewd nor very simple. This young lady had caught a glimpse of the glistening stranger while standing on the threshold, and had forthwith put on a laced cap, a string of beads, her finest kerchief, and her stiffest damask petticoat in preparation for the interview. Hurrying from her chamber to the parlor, she had ever since been viewing herself in the large looking-glass, and practicing pretty airs, now a smile, now a ceremonious dignity of aspect, and now a softer smile than the former, kissing her hand likewise, tossing her head, and managing her fan, while within the mirror an unsubstantial little maid repeated every gesture and did all the foolish things that Polly did, but without making her ashamed of them. In short, it was the fault of pretty Polly's ability rather than her will if she failed to be as complete an artifice as the illustrious Feathertop himself, and when she thus tampered with her own simplicity, the witch's phantom might well hope to win her. No sooner did Polly hear her father's gouty footsteps approaching the parlor door, accompanied with the stiff clatter of Feathertop's high-heeled shoes, than she seated herself bolt upright and innocently began warbling a song. "Polly, daughter Polly," cried the old merchant, "come hither, child." Master Gookin's aspect, as he opened the door, was doubtful and troubled. "This gentleman," continued he, presenting the stranger, "is the Chevalier Feathertop, nay, I beg his pardon, my Lord Feathertop, who hath brought me a token of remembrance from an ancient friend of mine. Pay your duty to his lordship, child, and honor him as his quality deserves." After these few words of introduction, the worshipful magistrate immediately quitted the room. But even in that brief moment, had the fair Polly glanced aside at her father instead of devoting herself wholly to the brilliant guest, she might have taken warning of some mischief nigh at hand. The old man was nervous, fidgety, and very pale. Purposing a smile of courtesy, he had deformed his face with a sort of galvanic grin, which, when Feathertop's back was turned, he exchanged for a scowl, at the same time shaking his fist and stamping his gouty foot, an incivility which brought its retribution along with it. The truth appears to have been that Mother Rigby's word of introduction, whatever it might be, had operated far more on the rich merchant's fears than on his good will. Moreover, being a man of wonderfully acute observation, he had noticed that these painted figures on the bowl of Feathertop's pipe were in motion. Looking more closely, he became convinced that these figures were a party of little demons, each duly provided with horns and a tail, and dancing hand in hand, with gestures of diabolical merriment, round the circumference of the pipe bowl. As if to confirm his suspicions, while Master Gookin ushered his guest along a dusky passage from his private room to the parlor, the star on Feathertop's breast had scintillated actual flames, and threw a flickering gleam upon the wall, the ceiling, and the floor. With such sinister prognostics manifesting themselves on all hands, it is not to be marveled at that the merchant should have felt that he was committing his daughter to a very questionable acquaintance. He cursed in his secret soul the insinuating elegance of Feathertop's manners, as this brilliant personage bowed, smiled, put his hand on his heart, inhaled a long whiff from his pipe, and enriched the atmosphere with the smoky vapor of a fragrant and visible sigh. Gladly would poor Master Gookin have thrust his dangerous guest into the street, but there was a constraint and terror within him. This respectable old gentleman, we fear, at an earlier period of life, had given some pledge or other to the evil principle, and perhaps was now to redeem it by the sacrifice of his daughter. It so happened that the parlor door was partly of glass, shaded by a silken curtain, the folds of which hung a little awry. So strong was the merchant's interest in witnessing what was to ensue between the fair Polly and the gallant Feathertop, that after quitting the room he could by no means refrain from peeping through the crevice of the curtain. There was nothing very miraculous to be seen, nothing except the trifles previously noticed, to confirm the idea of a supernatural peril environing the pretty Polly. The stranger, it is true, was evidently a thorough and practised man of the world, systematic and self-possessed, and therefore the sort of person to whom a parent ought not to confide a simple young girl without due watchfulness for the result. The worthy magistrate, who had been conversant with all degrees and qualities of mankind, could not but perceive every motion and gesture of the distinguished Feathertop came in its proper place. Nothing had been left rude or native in him. a well-digested conventionalism had incorporated itself thoroughly with his substance and transformed him into a work of art. Perhaps it was this peculiarity that invested him with a species of ghastliness and awe. It is the effect of anything completely and consummately artificial in human shape, that the person impresses us as an unreality, and as having hardly pith enough to cast a shadow upon the floor. As regarded Feathertop, all this resulted in a wild, extravagant, and fantastical impression, as if his life and being were akin to the smoke that curled upward from his pipe. But pretty Polly Gookin felt not thus. The pair was now promenading the room. Feathertop with his dainty stride and no less dainty grimace, the girl with a native maidenly grace just touched, not spoiled, by a slightly affected manner which seemed caught from the perfect artifice of her companion. The longer the interview continued, the more charmed was pretty Polly, until, within the first quarter of an hour, as the old magistrate noted by his watch, she was evidently beginning to be in love. Nor need it have been witchcraft that subdued her in such a hurry. The poor child's heart, it may be, was so very fervent that it melted her with its own warmth, as reflected from the hollow semblance of a lover. No matter what Feathertop said, his words found depth and reverberation in her ear. No matter what he did, his action was heroic to her eye, and by this time it is to be supposed there was a blush on Polly's cheek, a tender smile about her mouth, and a liquid softness in her glance, while the star kept coruscating on Feathertop's breast, and the little demons careered with more frantic merriment than ever about the circumference of his pipe bowl. Oh, pretty Polly Gookin! Why should these imps rejoice so madly that a silly maiden's heart was about to be given to a shadow? Is it so unusual a misfortune? So rare a triumph? By and by Feathertop paused, and throwing himself into an imposing attitude, seemed to summon the fair girl to survey his figure and resist him longer if she could. His star, his embroidery, his buckles glowed at that instant with unutterable splendor. The picturesque hues of his attire took a richer depth of coloring. There was a gleam and polish over his whole presence, betokening the perfect witchery of well-ordered manners. The maiden raised her eyes and suffered them to linger upon her companion with a bashful and admiring gaze. Then, as if desirous of judging what value her own simple comeliness might have side by side with so much brilliancy, she cast a glance towards the full-length looking-glass, in front of which they happened to be standing. It was one of the truest plates in the world, and incapable of flattery. No sooner did the images therein reflected meet Polly's eye than she shrieked, shrank from the stranger's side, gazed at him for a moment in the wildest dismay, and sank insensible upon the floor. Feathertop, likewise, had looked towards the mirror, and there beheld, not the glittering mockery of his outside show, but a picture of the sordid patchwork of his real composition, stripped of all witchcraft. A wretched simulacrum. We almost pity him. He threw up his arms with an expression of despair that went further than any of his previous manifestations towards vindicating his claims to be reckoned human. For perchance the only time since this so often empty and deceptive life of mortals began its course, in illusion had seen and fully recognized itself. Mother Rigby was seated by her kitchen hearth in the twilight of this eventful day, and had just shaken the ashes out of a new pipe, when she heard a hurried tramp along the road. Yet it did not seem so much the tramp of human footsteps as the clatter of sticks or the rattling of dry bones. "Ha!" thought the old witch. "What step is that? Whose skeleton is out of its grave now, I wonder?" A figure burst headlong into the cottage door. It was Feathertop. His pipe was still alight. The star still flamed upon his breast. The embroidery still glowed upon his garments. Nor had he lost in any degree or manner that could be estimated the aspect that assimilated him with our mortal brotherhood. But yet, in some indescribable way, as is the case with all that has deluded us when once found out, the poor reality was felt beneath the cunning artifice. "What has gone wrong?" demanded the witch. "Did yonder sniffling hypocrite thrust my darling from his door? The villain! I'll set 20 fiends to torment him till he offer thee his daughter on his bended knees." "No, mother," said Feathertop despondingly. "It was not that." "Did the girl scorn my precious one?" asked Mother Rigby, her fierce eyes glowing like 2 coals of Tophet. "I'll cover her face with pimples. Her nose shall be as red as the coal on thy pipe. Her front teeth shall drop out. In a week hence she shall not be worth thy having." "Let her alone, mother," answered poor Feathertop. The girl was half won, and methinks a kiss from her sweet lips might have made me altogether human. "But," he added after a brief pause and then a howl of self-contempt, "I've seen myself, mother. I've seen myself for the wretched, ragged, empty thing I am. I'll exist no longer. Snatching the pipe from his mouth, he flung it with all his might against the chimney, and at the same instant sank upon the floor, a medley of straw and tattered garments, with some sticks protruding from the heap, and a shriveled pumpkin in the midst. The eye-holes were now lustreless, but the rudely carved gap, that just before had been a mouth, still seemed to twist itself into a despairing grin, and was so far human. "Poor fellow!" quoth Mother Rigby, with a rueful glance at the relics of her ill-fated contrivance. "My poor, dear, pretty Feathertop! There are thousands upon thousands of coxcombs and charlatans in the world, made up of just such a jumble of worn-out, forgotten, and good-for-nothing trash as he was. Yet they live in fair repute, and never see themselves for what they are. But why should my poor puppet be the only one to know himself and perish for it?" While thus muttering, the witch had filled a fresh pipe of tobacco and held the stem between her fingers, as doubtful whether to thrust it into her own mouth or Feathertop's. "Poor Feathertop," she continued. "I could easily give him another chance and send him forth again tomorrow. But no, his feelings are too tender, his sensibilities too deep. He seems to have too much heart to bustle for his own advantage in such an empty and heartless world. Well, well, I'll make a scarecrow of him after all. 'Tis an innocent and useful vocation, and will suit my darling well. And if each of his human brethren had as fit a one, 'twould be the better for mankind. And as for this pipe of tobacco, I need it more than he." So saying, Mother Rigby put the stem between her lips. "Dickon," cried she, in her high, sharp tone, "another coal for my pipe." End of Feathertop, a Moralized Legend.
The Flying Dutchman by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Flying Dutchman by Anonymous. Our ship, after touching at the Cape, went out again, and soon losing sight of the Table Mountain, began to be assailed by the impetuous attacks of the sea, which is well known to be more formidable there than in most parts of the known ocean. The day had grown dull and hazy, and the breeze, which had formerly blown fresh, now sometimes subsided almost entirely, and then recovering its strength for a short time, and changing its direction, blew with temporary violence and died away again, as if exercising a melancholy caprice. A heavy swell began to come from the southeast. Our sails flapped against the masts, and the ship rolled from side to side, as heavily as if she had been waterlogged. There was so little wind that she would not steer. At 2 p.m. we had a squall, accompanied by thunder and rain. The seamen, growing restless, looked anxiously ahead. They said we would have a dirty night of it, and that it would not be worth while to turn into their hammocks. As the second mate was describing a gale he had encountered off Cape Race, Newfoundland, we were suddenly taken all aback, and the blast came upon us furiously. We continued to scud under a double-reefed mainsail and foretopsail till dusk, but as the sea ran high, the captain thought it safest to bring her to. The watch on deck consisted of 4 men, one of whom was appointed to keep a lookout ahead, for the weather was so hazy that we could not see 2 cables' length from the bows. This man, whose name was Tom Willis, went frequently to the bows, as if to observe something, and when the others called to him, inquiring what he was looking at, he would give no definite answer. They therefore went also to the bows, and appeared startled, and at first said nothing, but presently one of them cried, "William, go call the watch." The seamen, having been asleep in their hammocks, murmured at this unreasonable summons, and called to know how it looked upon deck. To which Tom Willis replied, "Come up and see. What we are minding is not on deck, but ahead." On hearing this, they ran up without putting on their jackets, and when they came to the bows, there was a whispering. One of them asked, "Where is she? I do not see her." To which another replied, "The last flash of lightning showed there was not a reef in one of her sails. But we, who know her history, know that all her canvas will never carry her into port." By this time the talking of the seamen had brought some of the passengers on deck. They could see nothing, however, for the ship was surrounded by thick darkness, and by the noise of the dashing waters, and the seamen evaded the questions that were put to them. At this juncture the chaplain came on deck. He was a man of grave and modest demeanor, and was much liked among the seamen, who called him Gentle George. He overheard one of the men asking another if he had ever seen the Flying Dutchman before, and if he knew the story about her. To which the other replied, "I have heard of her beating about in these seas. What is the reason she never reaches port?" The first speaker replied, "They give different reasons for it, but my story is this. She was an Amsterdam vessel and sailed from that port 70 years ago. Her master's name was Vanderdecken. He was a stanch seaman and would have his own way in spite of the devil. For all that, never a sailor under him had reason to complain, though how it is on board with them now nobody knows. The story is this, that in doubling the Cape they were a long day trying to weather the Table Bay, which we saw this morning. However, the wind headed them, and went against them more and more, and Vanderdecken walked the deck swearing at the wind. Just after sunset, a vessel spoke him, asking if he did not mean to go into the bay that night. Vanderdecken replied, "May I be eternally damned if I do, though I should beat about here till the day of judgment." And to be sure, Vanderdecken never did go into that bay, for it is believed that he continues to beat about in these seas still, and will do so long enough. This vessel is never seen but with foul weather along with her. To which another replied, "We must keep clear of her. They say that her captain mans his jolly boat when a vessel comes in sight, and tries hard to get alongside, to put letters on board, but no good comes to them who have communication with him." Tom Willis said, "There is such a sea between us at present as should keep us safe from such visits." To which the other answered, "We cannot trust in that if Vanderdecken sends out his men." Some of this conversation having been overheard by the passengers, there was a commotion among them. In the meantime, the noise of the waves against the vessel could scarcely be distinguished from the sounds of the distant thunder. The wind had extinguished the light in the binnacle where the compass was, and no one could tell which way the ship's head lay. The passengers were afraid to ask questions, lest they should augment the secret sensation of fear which chilled every heart, or learn any more than they already knew. For while they attributed their agitation of mind to the state of the weather, it was sufficiently perceptible that their alarm also arose from a cause which they did not acknowledge. The lamp at the binnacle being relighted, they perceived that the ship lay closer to the wind than she had hitherto done, and the spirits of the passengers were somewhat revived. Nevertheless, neither the tempestuous state of the atmosphere nor the thunder had ceased, and soon a vivid flash of lightning showed the waves tumbling around, and, in the distance, the Flying Dutchman scudding furiously before the wind under a press of canvas. The sight was but momentary, but it was sufficient to remove all doubt from the minds of the passengers. One of the men cried aloud, "There she goes, topgallants and all." The chaplain had brought up his prayer book, in order that he might draw from thence something to fortify and tranquilize the minds of the rest. Therefore, taking his seat near the binnacle, so that the light shone upon the white leaves of the book, he, in a solemn tone, read out the service for those distressed at sea. The sailors stood round with folded arms, and looked as if they thought it would be of little use, but this served to occupy the attention of those on deck for a while. In the meantime, the flashes of lightning, becoming less vivid, showed nothing else, far or near, but the billows weltering round the vessel. The sailors seemed to think that they had not yet seen the worst, but continued their remarks and prognostications in their own circle. At this time the captain, who had hitherto remained in his berth, came on deck, and with a gay and unconcerned air inquired what was the cause of the general dread. He said he thought they had already seen the worst of the weather, and wondered why his men had raised such a hubbub about a capful of wind. Mention being made of the Flying Dutchman, the captain laughed. He said he would very much to see any vessel carrying topgallant sails in such a night, for it would be a sight worth looking at. The chaplain, taking him by one of the buttons of his coat, drew him aside, and appeared to enter into serious conversation with him. While they were talking together, the captain was heard to say, "Let us look to our own ship, and not mind such things," and accordingly he sent a man aloft to see if all was right about the fore topsail yard, which was chafing the mast with a loud noise. It was Tom Willis who went up, and when he came down he said that all was tight, and that he hoped it would soon be clearer, and that they would see no more of what they were most afraid of. The captain and first mate were heard laughing loudly together, while the chaplain observed that it would be better to repress such unseasonable gaiety. The second mate, a native of Scotland, whose name was Duncan Saunderson, having attended one of the university classes at Aberdeen, thought himself too wise to believe all that the sailors said, and took part with the captain. He jestingly told Tom Willis to borrow his grandam spectacles the next time he was sent to keep a lookout ahead. Tom walked sulkily away, muttering that he would nevertheless trust to his own eyes till morning, and accordingly took his station at the bow, and appeared to watch as attentively as before. The sound of talking soon ceased, for many returned to their berths, and we heard nothing but the clanking of ropes upon the masts, and the bursting of the billows ahead, as the vessel successively took the seas. But after a considerable interval of darkness, gleams of lightning began to reappear. Tom Willis suddenly called out, "Vanderdecken again! Vanderdecken again! I see them letting down a boat!" All who were on deck ran to the bows. The next flash of lightning shone far and wide over the raging sea, and showed us not only the Flying Dutchman at a distance, but also a boat coming from her with 4 men. The boat was within 2 cables' length of our ship's side. The man who first saw her ran to the captain and asked whether they should hail her or not. The captain, walking about in great agitation, made no reply. The first mate cried, "Who's going to heave a rope to that boat?" The men looked at each other without offering to do anything. The boat had come very near the chains when Tom Willis called out, "What do you want? Or what devil has blown you here in such weather?" A piercing voice from the boat replied in English, "We want to speak with your captain." The captain took no notice of this, and Vanderdecken's boat having come close alongside, one of the men came upon deck and appeared like a fatigued and weather-beaten seaman, holding some letters in his hand. Our sailors all drew back. The chaplain, however, looking steadfastly upon him, went forward a few steps and asked, "What is the purpose of this visit?" The stranger replied, "We have long been kept here by foul weather, and Vanderdecken wishes to send these letters to his friends in Europe." Our captain now came forward and said as firmly as he could, "I wish Vanderdecken would put his letters on board of any other vessel than mine." The stranger replied, "We have tried many a ship, but most of them refuse our letters." Upon which Tom Willis muttered, "It will be best for us if we do the same, for they say there is sometimes a sinking weight in your paper." The stranger took no notice of this, but asked where we were from. On being told that we were from Portsmouth, he said, as if with strong feeling, "Would that you had rather been from Amsterdam. Oh, that we saw it again. We must see our friends again." When he uttered these words, the men who were in the boat below wrung their hands and cried in a piercing tone in Dutch, "Oh, that we saw it again. We have been long here beating about, but we must see our friends again." The chaplain asked the stranger, "How long have you been at sea?" He replied, "We have lost our count, for our almanac was blown overboard. Our ship, you see, is there still, so why should you ask how long we have been at sea? For Vanderdecken only wishes to write home and comfort his friends." To which the chaplain replied, "Your letters, I fear, would be of no use in Amsterdam, even if they were delivered, for the persons to whom they were addressed are probably no longer to be found there, except under very ancient green turf in the churchyard." The unwelcome stranger then wrung his hands and appeared to weep, and replied, "It is impossible. We cannot believe you. We have been long driving about here, but country nor relations be so easily forgotten. There is not a raindrop in the air but feels itself kindred to all the rest, and they fall back into the sea to meet with each other again. How, then, can kindred blood be made to forget where it came from? Even our bodies are part of the ground of Holland, and Vanderdecken says if he were once come to Amsterdam, he would rather be changed into a stone post well fixed into the ground than leave it again, if that were to die elsewhere. But in the meantime we only ask you to take these letters." The chaplain, looking at him with astonishment, said, "This is the insanity of natural affection, which rebels against all measures of time and distance." The stranger continued, "Here is a letter from our second mate to his dear and only remaining friend, his uncle, the merchant, who lives in the second house on Stunken Yacht Quay." He held forth the letter, but no one would approach to take it. Tom Willis raised his voice and said, "One of our men here says that he was in Amsterdam last summer, and he knows for certain that the street called Stunken Yacht Quay was pulled down 60 years ago, and now there is only a large church at that place." The man from the Flying Dutchman said, "It is impossible. We cannot believe you. Here is another letter from myself in which I have sent a banknote to my dear sister to buy some gallant lace to make her a high head-dress." Tom Willis, hearing this, said, "It is most likely that her head now lies under a tombstone which will outlast all the changes of the fashion. But on what house is your banknote?" The stranger replied, "On the house of Vanderbrugger and Company." The man of whom Tom Willis had spoken said, "I guess there will now be some discount upon it, for that banking house was gone to destruction 40 years ago, and Vanderbrugger was afterwards missing. But to remember these things is like raking up the bottom of an old canal." The stranger called out passionately, "It is impossible. We cannot believe it. It is cruel to say such things to people in our condition. There is a letter from our captain himself to his much beloved and faithful wife, whom he left at a pleasant summer dwelling on the border of Haarlemmermeer. She promised to have the house beautifully painted and gilded before he came back, and to get a new set of looking-glasses for the principal chamber, that she might see as many images of Vanderdecken as if she had 6 husbands at once. The man replied, "There has been time enough for her to have had 6 husbands since then, but were she alive still, there is no fear that Vanderdecken would ever get home to disturb her." On hearing this, the stranger again shed tears and said, if they would not take the letters, he would leave them, and looking around, he offered the parcel to the captain, chaplain, and the rest of the crew successively, but each drew back as it was offered, and put his hands behind his back. He then laid the letters upon the deck, and placed upon them a piece of iron which was lying near, to prevent them from being blown away. Having done this, he swung himself over the gangway and went into the boat. We heard the others speak to him, but the rise of a sudden squall prevented us from distinguishing his reply. The boat was seen to quit the ship's side, and in a few moments there were no more traces of her than if she had never been there. The sailors rubbed their eyes as if doubting what they had witnessed, but the parcel still lay upon the deck, and proved the reality of all that had passed. Duncan Saunderson, the Scotch mate, asked the captain if he should take them up and put them in the letter bag. Receiving no reply, he would have lifted them if it had not been for Tom Willis, who pulled him back, saying that nobody should touch them. In the meantime, the captain went down to the cabin, and the chaplain, having followed him, found him at his bottle case, pouring out a large dram of brandy. The captain, although somewhat disconcerted, immediately offered the glass to him, saying, "Here, Charters, is what is good in a cold night." The chaplain declined drinking anything, and the captain having swallowed the bumper, they both returned to the deck, where they found the seamen giving their opinions concerning what should be done with the letters. Tom Willis proposed to pick them up on a harpoon and throw it overboard. Another speaker said, "I have always heard it asserted that it is neither safe to accept them voluntarily, nor, when they are left, to throw them out of the ship." "Let no one touch them," said the carpenter. "The way to do with these letters from the Flying Dutchman is to case them upon the deck by nailing boards over them, so that if he sends back for them, they are still there to give him." The carpenter went to fetch his tools. During his absence, the ship gave so violent a pitch that the piece of iron slid off the letters, and they were whirled overboard by the wind, like birds of evil omen whirling through the air. There was a cry of joy among the sailors, and they ascribed the favorable change which soon took place in the weather to our having got quit of Vanderdecken. We soon got under way again. The night watch being set, the rest of the crew retired to their berths. End of the Flying Dutchman by Anonymous. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, July 2024.
The Ghost of Stanton Hall by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ghost of Stanton Hall by Anonymous. Whatever may be the advantages of progress and civilization, certainly an appreciation of the romantic is not one of them. In these days of railways, steam engines, and Atlantic cables, the marvellous stories which interested our forefathers only provoke ridicule instead of trembling. The reader smiles. Ghosts, haunted castles, and subterraneous passages have long ceased to excite any interest in novel readers, and are almost unknown to modern fiction. The scenes, too, of these supernatural romances, so far as England is concerned, are rapidly becoming disenchanted. The old family mansions, in which this country was once so rich, monuments of medieval darkness, and subjects of many a weird legend, are gradually disappearing. Some have fallen into ruins, and many are being pulled down by their owners to make room for more comfortable modern dwellings. There are still, however, scattered about the country a few genuine old baronial halls, the last relics of feudal times. Within the walls of one of these venerable buildings, a man may imagine himself to be living in the 14th century instead of in the 19th, so entirely different are their internal arrangements and fittings from those of the present day. Some years ago, I happened to be on a short visit to one of these old-fashioned dwellings. The events which happened to me during that visit were so extraordinary that an account of them might almost be mistaken for an extract from The Mysteries of Udolpho. I was engaged at the time in searching for an antiquarian purpose all the old deeds and records I could lay hands on, and a friend had obtained for me permission to look over the valuable muniments relating to the manor of Stanton. I took up my quarters at a very comfortable old inn in a village about 2 miles from Stanton Park. The first day of my visit I devoted to seeing the church and everything of interest in the neighbourhood except the hall. The hall I reserved for the last. The next day, early in the morning, I set out to enjoy one of the greatest antiquarian feasts which the country affords. It was a bright morning, though rather late in the year, and the sun had a splendid effect upon the autumnal hues of the foliage. The entrance to Stanton Park is guarded by 2 low, round towers of stone. These are connected by modern iron gates. Just inside the gates is a lodge, apparently of very modern construction, although much dilapidated, and at that time uninhabited. The park itself bore unmistakable signs of neglect. It is thickly wooded, and, apparently, no attempt had been made to keep down the underwood or lop the trees. Branches that had become rotten and fallen off were left lying on the grass, and now and then appeared the trunks of dead trees. As I was quite unacquainted with the geography of the place, I followed the broad walk as well as I could, for in some places it was difficult to distinguish it from the grass. The gravel had long since disappeared from sight, and was covered with a thick coating of green moss. Dead leaves were lying thickly scattered in all directions. After walking for nearly an hour, I saw the turrets of the hall peeping above the trees. Soon afterwards, I came to an open space, which extended all round the building, and enabled its form and architecture to be seen very plainly. Stanton Hall is one of the finest old buildings in the country. It lies rather low, almost in a valley. Indeed, the whole way from the park gates to the mansion is a gradual descent. Its architecture is of a very mixed kind, and the fabric has the appearance of having been built, or added to, at different periods. About 50 years ago, the building formed a hollow square, but one side of it, fortunately the most modern, was entirely destroyed by fire. The gap caused by the destruction of this side was filled up by an unsightly wall of red brick. This wall very much impairs the general effect of the exterior. It is, moreover, quite useless, for the original outline would have been sufficiently shown by the moat, now dry, which runs round it. At the angles of the building are 3 round towers, the 4th having been burned. Though apparently built at different times, they are all similar in style and are lighted by long, narrow windows and loopholes. The windows of the rest of the building are of various shapes and sizes, and are arranged without any attempt at symmetry. The whole is built of stone, with walls of extraordinary thickness. After walking round the hall several times, and examining it from every point, I made my way very carefully over the drawbridge, for, to say the truth, it was in a very rickety condition. The great gate is flanked by 2 small towers, or, rather, semicircular projections, with narrow windows and loopholes. Over the gate is a large stone, on which are carved the Stanton arms. Time had defaced them so much that anyone unacquainted with the coat would have been unable to decipher it. After knocking for some time at a small door, cut in the middle of the great gate, I was admitted by a tall, gentlemanly-looking old man into the interior. On telling him my name, and giving my letter of introduction, he was very civil and communicative, and informed me that he was the seneschal. He conducted me at once to the muniment room, which is on the ground floor of one of the corner towers. It is like most rooms used for the purpose of storing old deeds and records, a dark, fireproof den, dimly lighted by 3 narrow windows. There I stayed the rest of the morning and part of the afternoon, turning over heap after heap of ancient parchments, until the short autumnal day had almost come to an end, and it was getting too dark to see. With some difficulty, I made my way back through the intricate passages to the seneschal's room. The old man pressed me to stay and dine with him, saying that it was not often he had company. I urged some faint objections as to getting back in the dark, to which he replied by asking me to remain all night. The truth is, nothing was more to my liking than this offer. I had never slept in an old mansion, except in such as had lost all romantic interest by having been made too comfortable and spoiled by modern furniture. Here was an opportunity of sleeping in an ancient bed, in a room hung with tapestry, with a polished oak floor and carved ceiling, and in a house, moreover, reported to be haunted. Such an opportunity was not to be lost, and, in spite of visions of damp sheets, I joyfully accepted the offer. The seneschal was delighted at the thoughts of having a visitor, and at once set about making the requisite preparations. He was very much perplexed as to what room he should put me in. The red room would not do, because it was so damp. The green room had no hearth for a fire. He ran over the names of a number of other rooms, most of them called after the predominant colour of the furniture, but none seemed quite to suit him. "There's the blue room," said he, "but it's so near the long drawing-room." "Well, what of that?" said I. "Why, the long drawing-room is haunted, and no one has slept near that room for these 10 years. "Oh, if that's the case, I beg you'll let me sleep there. There's nothing I should like better than to sleep in a haunted room." The old man looked horror-struck. "I'm as brave as most men," said he, "but I'd sooner have my hand cut off than be in that room, or anywhere near the long drawing-room after 10 o'clock at night. You surely can't be acquainted with what takes place there." I told him I had heard in the village that the hall was haunted, but no one was able to give me any particulars about it. He promised at dinner to tell me all he knew, saying that, when I had heard what he had to tell, I should give up all thoughts of sleeping in the blue room. I persisted that nothing he could say would alter my desire to sleep in a haunted room, and, at last, by dint of much persuasion, I got him to have the blue room prepared for me. As it wanted about an hour to dinner time, and there was still a little daylight left, we proceeded to make a tour of the hall together. My conductor led me through a labyrinth of passages and rooms, opening one into another. What struck me, as forcibly as anything, was the extraordinary thickness of the walls in certain parts. In one of the towers, the seneschal showed me a secret staircase, leading to a little cell, which had been discovered a few years back. He told me it was supposed that many other such passages must exist in the building, but that the entrances to them had not been brought to light. All the rooms on the drawing-room floor have carved oak ceilings and polished floors. The picture gallery, and most of the rooms in the towers, have stone floors. The 3 finest rooms in the whole building are the banqueting room on the ground floor, the long drawing-room, and the library, the last 2 being on the same floor and opening one into the other. The banqueting room is a magnificent, large, lofty hall, with a stone floor and a roof of massive oak rafters. The walls are hung with shields, banners, and old armour, relieved by huge antlers and buffalo horns. The only furniture in it was a plain oak table at the upper end, and a few large antique chairs placed round an enormous hearth. The chimney-piece is exceedingly handsome, standing about 8 feet high, composed of black marble, grotesquely carved. Over it hangs a portrait of a Stanton, armed cap a pie and on horseback. The long drawing-room, which opens into the library on one side and into a suite of smaller rooms on the other 2 sides, is a magnificent room. The walls are covered with the family portraits for many generations. The furniture is as unlike that of a modern drawing-room as can well be imagined. Large, high-backed chairs of dark oak and covered with crimson velvet, placed here and there about the room, looked as if they had not been touched or sat upon for centuries. There were 2 tables, one at each end of the room, and, at intervals, in niches in the walls, were large carved oak cabinets, some with glass doors, and some covered in and fastened with massive padlocks. The library is only a little smaller than the long drawing-room, and furnished in exactly the same manner, except that the walls are covered with books instead of pictures. There are no bookcases, but shelves fitted into recesses in the walls, so that the sides of the room had the appearance of being lined with books. The parts of the walls not so covered are hung with tapestry. By the time that I had examined these rooms, though not so minutely as I would have liked, it grew too dark to see anything more, and soon after we sat down to dinner. the old seneschal had provided a much better repast than I should have obtained at the inn, and altogether made me very comfortable. He was a pleasant, chatty companion, and seemed a man of some education, and almost too good for the position which he held. He told me his history in the course of the evening. He had been bred up in the law, but before he had fully served his time, poverty had compelled him to do something to earn a living, and he was offered, and accepted, the post which he now fills. He told me he had been seneschal of the hall for more than 60 years. I soon found out his weak point, which is a firm belief in ghosts and other supernatural agencies. This weakness did not prevent him from having a considerable regard for the good things of this world. He certainly knew how to make himself comfortable. Under his directions, a large fire of wood and coals was made up on the hearth. The blaze threw a ruddy glow over the whole room, making the tapestry hangings and old furniture look quite cheerful. As soon as the cloth was removed, my host produced a large, curiously carved wooden bowl, in which he proceeded to brew some excellent punch. When this operation was finished, we drew our chairs up to the fire, and the seneschal began to tell the story of the haunted room. "In the first place," said I, "how is it that none of the family live at the hall?" "For 2 reasons," replied the old man. "The first is one that prevents half the world from doing what it would like to do: poverty. If the family were to live here, they must keep up a style equal to that of the other country families round, and the expense of that would be very great, more than the estate can bear. The other reason is because the hall is distasteful to them. Not in itself, they are too wise to prefer any place to the home of their ancestors, but because it has been the scene of many painful events which have taken place within the last 20 years. The old man then proceeded to relate what these events were, but as the reader is not so well acquainted with the history of the family as I was, a short account of it will not be out of place. The Stantons are one of the oldest Norman families in England. They came over with the Conqueror, and were, probably, great men in Normandy long before that time. At the Conquest, they received a large grant of lands in one of the maritime counties, and, by marriage and other means, they now possess about 13 miles of seashore, and the rights belonging to it, rights which are generally vested in the Crown. Stanton Hall stands in the middle of this domain. From the earliest times, and throughout the whole of English history, we find the Stantons marrying into the greatest families of the land, and sometimes with families of the royal blood. But, although thus distinguished, the family has always been without title, except that of knighthood. Lawyers and antiquarians have expressed a confident opinion that the present head of the family might substantiate a title to more than one latent peerage, but the estate, unfortunately, is not in a condition to bear the expense of so tedious an inquiry. The Stantons have always been distinguished for loyalty. During the Great Rebellion, they aided the king to the utmost of their power, which was not small then, and Stanton Hall underwent a long siege by the parliamentary rebels. One of the family even took up his pen in the service of the king, and his controversial pamphlets are among the most interesting relics of the literature of that day. In their zeal for the Stuart family, it is probable that they took part in the various attempts made after the Revolution of 1688 to restore that dynasty. It is certain that since that event the family has been gradually sinking in influence and power. One cause, probably, of this is that mentioned by the seneschal: poverty. Extravagant sons, portions for married daughters, and jointures for widows have sadly encumbered the estate. Alas, mortgages go further towards making an end of old families than all the other causes put together. The seneschal would have told me all these particulars, but when he knew that I was well acquainted with the history of the family, he proceeded to relate the events which, in his opinion, led to the hall becoming haunted. "It is only necessary," said the old man, "to go back to the time of the grandfather of the present owner. It was then that I was appointed seneschal. Aubrey Stanton was my first master here. He was a bad man. He had been a bad boy and a bad youth, and, as he grew older, he became worse. At college, and after he left college, when he married and lived at the hall, he spent the whole of his time in sporting, gambling, and riotous living. He had only been in possession of the estate for 7 years at his death, and yet, in that short time, he managed to heap upon it more encumbrances than had been affected by 2 generations of his predecessors. He was married to an angel of a wife, one of the most amiable women I have ever seen or heard of. She brought him a large fortune, which he refused to have settled, and, consequently, it was soon squandered. By her he had 3 children: Roger, the father of the present owner, who, as you know, is also called Roger, and 2 daughters. Both the daughters died unmarried. Aubrey Stanton treated his wife very cruelly. Her connections were wealthy, and, as he was always in want of money, he did not scruple to enjoin her to procure it from them. As might be expected, she was not always successful in these humiliating demands, and every refusal on their part was met by her husband with a course of systematic cruelty to herself. I have heard him frequently revile her with the most loathsome language, and not seldom treat her with personal violence. I have seen him spurn her like a dog when she was on her knees, begging forgiveness for some imaginary fault. He little cared who was witness to these passionate outbursts. For some years he continued this treatment, and the poor lady began rapidly to decline in health. When her son was about 15 years old, some secret thought seemed suddenly to reanimate her altogether. She had always been an affectionate mother, but now she was seized with a passionate love for her son. She frequently caressed him with tears in her eyes, saying he was the only object for which she lived. Her health, however, began sensibly to give way. She was naturally of a weak constitution, and the treatment of her husband had had very visible effects. All traces of her former beauty had disappeared. She looked pale, haggard, and miserable. About this time, her uncle, who was reputed to be very rich, suddenly died. Aubrey Stanton had always expected that his wife would get the bulk, if not the whole, of her uncle's property, for she had been a special favourite with him. Much, however, to the astonishment of both, the will did not even mention her name. The effect of this disappointment upon a man like Aubrey can easily be imagined. He raged like a madman. His treatment of his wife grew worse and worse, and I often debated with myself whether common humanity did not compel me to have him bound over to keep the peace. His anger, too, was increased by a suspicion which is now believed to have been well founded. He suspected that, though no mention of his wife had been made in the will, a large provision had been secretly made for her, and that she was, in fact, in possession of a considerable amount of money. The hatred which her uncle bore him tended to strengthen this suspicion, and gave a reason for the silence of the will. Besides this, other circumstances occurred which induced many people to be of the same opinion with Aubrey. I have already mentioned the extraordinary affection which his wife displayed for her son at this time. This affection showed itself not only in caresses, but in somewhat remarkable words. She was heard often to tell her son that, if he were well provided for, she should die happy. Her sole wish, she said, was to leave him some means, however small, wherewith to free the estate from a few of its numerous encumbrances. Expressions of this kind she frequently made use of, and, when her husband's suspicions became generally known, it was thought by many, from these and other events, that they were not without good foundation. For my own part, I am convinced that it was as Aubrey supposed. My reasons for being so certain upon this point will appear as I proceed with my story. Nothing, however, could have been more unfortunate for poor Mrs. Stanton than these suspicions of her husband. Her life before had been one perpetual round of ill-treatment and cruelty. It now became hardly bearable. Day after day, the most painful scenes occurred between Aubrey and herself. He charged her, in no measured terms, with concealing large sums of money from him. It was in vain that, bathed in tears, she persisted in her innocence. Her declarations only increased the fury of his passion and the foulness of his language. It was evident to me that this state of things could not be allowed to continue much longer, and I was reflecting what course to adopt when an important event in this sad tragedy took place. One dreary day in December, a day I shall never forget, I went up into the library to get a book when it was almost dark. As soon as I entered the room, The loud voice of Aubrey, proceeding from the long drawing-room, and the sound of weeping, warned me that one of those scenes, then so common, was being enacted by himself and his wife. Aubrey seemed in a more furious state than usual. At first I could not distinctly make out what he said, but I afterwards heard him cry out, "Tell me where you have come from. What have you been doing there? Damn me, I will know if I murder you for it. What have you done with the money, you fiend? Where have you put it? Tell me, I say, do you hear?" Then followed a scuffle and 2 faint screams, and last of all I heard a heavy fall, and then all was still. I rushed into the room, trembling with horror, as a dreadful thought crossed my mind. At the farther end of the room, adjoining the round tower, and by the side of the ancient cabinet, lay Mrs. Stanton, extended lifeless on the ground. Blood was oozing from a wound at the side of her head, which Aubrey, kneeling beside her, was endeavouring to staunch with his handkerchief. He seemed almost beside himself with terror and grief. All signs of anger had entirely passed away, and he was weeping bitterly. He called his wife by the most endearing epithets he could think of, and passionately embraced her senseless body. I at once obtained assistance, and Mrs. Stanton was carried to her room. It was long before we could restore her to life, and then she became quite delirious. As soon as the doctor saw her, he shook his head. The delicate state of health in which she had been for some time past gave him little hopes of her recovery. The actual bodily hurt she had received was very slight, the wound in her head being only skin deep. But the shock to her whole frame was more than her weak state of health could bear. Aubrey was most unremitting in his attentions to her. It was piteous to see his grief. But she never recovered consciousness, and 3 days after, she died. The old man paused when he had uttered the last few words, which were spoken in a faltering voice. "She was the most amiable lady," continued he, with tears in his eyes, "I have ever known, and one of the most beautiful. You may see her portrait in the long drawing-room, by the side of Roger, her son." The fire was now getting low, and as it was the only light in the room, my host rose to make it up. The pile of logs which he threw on the hearth gave out a warmth which was very acceptable, as it was rather a chilly night. Before resuming his seat, he filled both our glasses from the bowl, and desiring me to stand up, we drank "to the memory of Mrs. Stanton." As these words were uttered, I thought I heard a sigh behind me, and I turned round almost involuntarily. "The wind whistles round the old place," said the seneschal, "and finds out all its cracks." I could not help smiling at mistaking the wind for a sigh. The old man then proceeded. Immediately after the death of his wife, Aubrey left the hall, and soon after went abroad. During the short time that he remained in England, his conduct was exemplary. His wife's death seemed to have quite changed and subdued him. But he had not been long from the scene of his disgrace and sorrow before the remembrance of them faded away, and he plunged into even greater excesses than before. His death was worthy of his life. He was picked up in the streets of Rome, with a stiletto through his heart. The history of Roger Stanton, Aubrey's son, is only remarkable in that part of it which relates to the death of his wife and second child. He was as different from his father in temper and character as can well be imagined. His disposition was shy, sombre, and melancholy. The sad events in which he had taken part in his boyhood seemed to have made a lasting impression upon him. He regarded his mother very much as a saint, and the remembrance of her seems never for a moment to have left his heart. He had 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. One of the boys died young. The other children are living now. The death of little Chauncey, his second son, was another of the tragic events of which the long drawing-room was the scene, and the ancient cabinet the principal actor. You remember the large iron ring that I pointed out to you, which serves for a handle to the door of the lower part of the cabinet? Little Chauncey was found one day, by his mother, suspended by the neck from this ring, his head being thrust through it. He was quite dead. 2 footstools, one on top of the other, were beside the cabinet, and it was supposed that by means of them he had climbed up to the ring, and while putting his head through it in play, a trick of which it appears he was very fond, had slipped from the stools, and so been accidentally hanged. But this, dreadful as it was not the last scene in which the old cabinet was to take part. By means of it, or at all events in consequence of it, Mrs. Roger Stanton met her death. It may seem strange that a spot where two such painful events had taken place was not carefully shunned by the whole family. Certainly, they always spoke and thought of it with horror, and yet they were continually hovering about it. Roger visited the room for the purpose of looking at his mother's portrait, which he would gaze upon for hours, and his wife could not resist frequently visiting the spot where her dear child had met his untimely end. It was probably for this purpose that she went into the room on the day of her death. Her affection for little Chauncey had been very great, and whenever she visited the long drawing-room, she gave way to extravagant expressions of grief. At one moment she would clasp the iron ring and address it with endearing terms as the last thing her dear child had touched. At another moment she would cast it from her as the murderer of her boy. Alas, she had better have left the cursed thing alone. One day, when Roger went into the room to look at his mother's portrait, he saw his wife extended on the floor, with the massive top of the cabinet lying upon her face, her hand being thrust through the ring. I cannot dwell upon the scene which followed. She was quite dead, with her skull fractured in 2 places. Such are the events, sir, which have led the present members of the family to shun the old place, to think of it rather as a charnel house than a home. I often feel inclined to quit it myself, but I am an old man, and have been here more than 60 years. It is one of the oldest buildings, belonging to one of the oldest families which this country can boast, and I cannot bring myself to leave it. But I now come to what you chiefly desired to hear, an account of the haunting of the long drawing-room. And, before I proceed to this, I must beg, sir, that you will hear me with becoming gravity. From what you have already dropped, I gather that you are sceptical as to the possibility of ghostly visitants. When you are my age, and have had my experience, you may, perhaps, change your opinions. Nothing, however, is more disgusting to me than to hear people speak with levity and irreverence of so solemn a subject. I say this, sir, not with any expectation that you will act so, but because I have known people of education and of scrupulous politeness on all other points not hesitate to treat with insolent contempt what I may have chanced to say on this subject. I could hardly help smiling at the serious tone in which the seneschal said these words, and assured him he might rely upon my listening to him with perfect gravity, and begged him to proceed with his story. It was not until after the death of Roger, continued he, that the hall was disturbed by these spiritual visitants. He did not long survive his wife, and the present owner came to the estate when he was only 17 years of age. Young Roger, as he is called here, has never lived at the hall, nor have any of the family since his father's death. They shun the place as much as possible, and if they knew as much about it as I do, they would dislike it still more. I received orders directly after the death of Roger's wife to have the old cabinet destroyed, so hateful had it become in his eyes. When the work was begun, it was found impossible to continue it without considerable damage to the fabric of the tower. The cabinet is built into the solid masonry of the walls and securely bound by massive iron bands. It could not be destroyed without pulling down part of the wall of the tower, and so endangering the stability of the whole. It is for this reason only that the cabinet is now in existence. The supernatural appearances with which the hall is haunted are always of the same nature, and occur in the same place, the long drawing-room and the rooms adjacent. These rooms are visited, every now and then, by the ghost of Aubrey Stanton's wife. The ghost goes through the same acts on every appearance with very little alteration, and its dress is that worn by Mrs. Aubrey Stanton in her full-length portrait. She appears in the utmost distress, weeping piteously and wringing her hands. Very frequently words may be distinguished. They are always to the same effect. She seems to be lamenting the loss of some money which she had hidden for the use of her son. The figure generally hovers about the cabinet, feeling all round it, as if to find a secret opening. Sometimes she appears to be struggling with someone, as though pushing him away from something she wants to conceal. The figure often wanders up and down the room, and into the rooms adjoining, of which the blue room is the one most frequented by it. It appears and disappears, always in the same place, by the side of the old cabinet. These facts I have learned partly from personal observation, and partly from what has been told me by the servants. For my own part, I have seen much more than I was at all anxious to see, and I hope never to have any further experiences of the same kind. The sight of unearthly visitors fills me, I confess, with unbearable horror. I would rather meet anything than a ghost. The awestruck manner in which the seneschal said these words had rather a terrifying effect upon me. He was so evidently sincere in what he said that I began to think there must really be more in ghost stories than I had ever admitted. The prospect, too, of passing the night in a room specially favoured by the ghost became much less agreeable than it was in the morning. However, it was too late then to go back, so I inwardly joked off my fear and braced my spirits with more punch. I have now, proceeded the old man, told you everything that will interest you in the history of the family for the last 2 generations. You are now in a position to judge whether the suspicions of Aubrey with regard to his wife's concealment of money were well-founded or not. I have no hesitation myself in saying that they were. Mrs. Stanton's conduct when alive went far towards satisfying me on this point. The appearance of her ghost, and the circumstances attending it, do not leave me any doubt on the subject. It is my belief that, somehow or other, at the time of her uncle's death, she became possessed of a large sum of money, which she intended to keep for her son, that she hid this money in some secret drawer or recess, which she had discovered in the cabinet, and that when she paid her frequent visits to the long drawing-room, it was to see whether the money was safe, and that she was there for that purpose when her husband came into the room, on the day when the events took place which resulted in her death. Whether the money is still there, I cannot tell. I have often carefully examined the cabinet, but I can discover no other opening than the large doors, and the sides of it seem solid in every part. And yet, the fact that the ghost hovers about the spot, and always appears and disappears in the same place, would seem to support the assumption that the money lies concealed somewhere near. Perhaps, by observing the ghost, the exact place might be discovered. But this I cannot do. If at any time a large sum of money should be discovered, it will be an immense blessing to the estate, for it is rapidly falling into ruin and decay for want of funds. The old man then brought his story to an end. The melancholy tale had a very depressing effect upon me, and I began, more than ever, to regret my rash request. Once, indeed, I was on the point of asking for another room, but the fear of being laughed at for vain boasting determined me to abide by my choice. The fire had died quite out, and the punch was nearly finished. As it was nearly midnight, I asked to be shown my room, for I was tired with my walk in the morning, and anxious to get through the night. "I shall be glad," said I, "if you will show me the way to my room, for I am afraid I cannot find it by myself." "I shall be very happy," replied the seneschal, "to show you the way in the morning, but I would not go near the long drawing-room now, on any account whatever. Pray do not think me rude. I will call for someone who will have no objection to conduct you to your room." With these words, the seneschal rose, and, opening the door, called for "John!" in a voice loud enough to frighten all the ghosts in the universe. His shout made the old place almost shake, and I could hear the sound traversing the long passages for some seconds after it was uttered. When John made his appearance, I took my leave of the old man, not without some regret at having to part with a companion. As to the seneschal himself, his behaviour was enough to frighten the boldest and most sceptical of men. He shook me warmly by the hand, and, with a faltering voice, commended me to the protection of Providence. Just as I was going with my conductor, he called me back, and whispered in my ear, "There's still time. Do change your mind, and sleep in some other room." I answered that I had quite made up my mind to pass a night with the ghost. The poor old man gave a heavy sigh, and looked after me as though he never expected to see me again. John, who appeared to be a groom, walked rapidly in front of me, with a huge lantern in his hand. The passages seemed much more intricate than in the morning, and we seemed to go through rooms without number. At last we arrived at the blue room. As soon as we were there, John lit my candles and rushed off at once, without giving me time to say a word to him. He seemed almost as frightened as the seneschal. I could hear his heavy footsteps on the stone floor of the picture gallery, going almost at a run. The room had a very comfortable look. The only fault I could find was that it was too large. The 2 candles did not give a very brilliant light, and, though a good fire was blazing on the hearth, the farther end of the room was quite in shadow. The bed was a very ancient piece of furniture, so high that I was obliged to climb on a chair to get into it. The rest of the furniture was of the same kind, high, stiff-backed carved oak chairs, and 1 or 2 cabinets. There were 2 windows in the room, which showed the walls to be of immense thickness. The entrance to the room was covered with a massive tapestry, there being no door, a fact which annoyed me very much. The bed and windows were also hung with the same material, the principal colour in it being a dark purple-blue, which in that light looked almost black. The walls were wainscoted all round to a considerable height with dark oak. Over the wainscot was rough plaster. Having thoroughly surveyed the room, I prepared to go to bed. I took off my boots and coat, and determined not to undress further, in case I should meet with any adventures. Drawing aside the heavy curtains, I looked out of the window and found, to my surprise, that it was a beautiful moonlit night, the wind having entirely gone down. I looped back the curtains to let in the moonlight, and it being now about 20 minutes to 12, I got into bed. I was very tired, and the fumes of the punch had made me so drowsy that I almost immediately fell asleep, thinking very little about the ghost. I do not know how long I had been asleep, probably only a short time, when I was woke by the sound of weeping. I sat up in bed and rubbed my eyes to make sure that I was really awake. The fire was still bright. The moonlight made the room almost as light as day. I could hear weeping distinctly, but at first I could not make out whence it came. It was a woman's voice, and she appeared in great distress. The sound approached nearer and nearer. In a few minutes, what was my horror to see glide into the room a figure, in every particular the exact counterpart of the portrait of Mrs. Aubrey Stanton, which I had seen in the long drawing-room. It was clothed in a pale lavender dress, very scanty, and made as they were worn at that time. The hair was powdered, and a shawl was fastened crosswise on the breast. The ghost, for such I had now made up my mind it was, wept bitterly, and kept wringing its hands, and making other signs of great sorrow. The figure seemed to glide about the room without touching the floor. I soon ceased to be alarmed at what I saw, but became very much moved at the exhibition of so much grief. I debated with myself whether, in the event of its leaving the room, I should follow it, and made up my mind to do so, though not without some hesitation. I had only just determined what course to pursue, when the figure began to glide out of the room. I at once sprung out of bed, and, taking a light with me, began to follow the figure, having nothing on my feet, so that my steps might be entirely noiseless. The figure still continued weeping as it passed along, but in a much more subdued manner than when it first made its appearance. On reaching the long drawing-room, however, it began to give vent to more passionate expressions of grief than ever. The moon's rays streamed through the windows, lighting up the whole room, and the sight of the mysterious figure standing in the moonlight struck me as very unearthly and ghastly. The ghost began to wander about in an apparent state of distraction, muttering something which I could not distinctly hear. After a little time, it made its way to the old cabinet, and passed its hands rapidly all over it, as though in search of an opening, exactly as the seneschal had described. It seemed, however, to be unsuccessful in its search, and its failure was followed by another burst of grief. The figure threw itself into a chair, and, burying its face in its hands, exclaimed, "Lost! Gone! All gone! Poor Roger! You will be as poor as your father after all! When I thought it so safe, too!" These words were said at intervals, amidst choking sobs, and, when they were ended, the ghost again groped over the cabinet with its hands. At last, to my utter amazement, a panel of the wainscoting near the cabinet flew back, and disclosed a narrow stone staircase, which seemed to wind round the tower. My ghostly companion, as soon as it saw this, gave a scream of delight, and at once began to descend, and, in consequence of the winding of the stairs, was soon out of sight. I looked down, hesitating whether to follow or not. The appearance of the stairs was very uninviting. They were composed, like the sides, of rough blocks of stone, and were covered with moisture. It seemed madness to trust myself, at that time of night, far away from all help, down such a gaping abyss as that. Suppose the sliding panel should slip back? I should be buried alive, with a ghost for a companion. Perhaps, too, it was an oubliette, or a staircase leading to an old well. These thoughts, and many others, rushed through my mind as I stood looking down through the opening. At last I determined to accept the adventure, and run all risks. Before going, however, I took the precaution to place one of the heavy chairs in the aperture, so as to prevent the panel sliding back and shutting me in. Then, taking the candle, I proceeded, carefully, down the steps. They were very steep and slippery, and it was only by leaning against the inner wall that I was able to maintain my footing. I had quite lost sight of the ghost, but after I had wound round and round, for a considerable time I again saw the figure, floating, apparently in mid-air, and not seeming to touch the steps. Directly after I caught sight of it, the steps came to a sudden termination, ending in a small square den, lined on all sides with rough stones, just such a one as the seneschal pointed out to me in one of the other towers. Here the ghost remained, for a moment or two, perfectly still. It then stooped down, and touched a stone nearest the floor, in one of the corners of the den. Immediately, one of the large flags with which the cell was paved gave way on 3 sides, and, swinging on hinges on the 4th side, discovered another flight of stairs, which the ghost at once proceeded to descend. It was long, however, before I could make up my mind to follow any farther. I had nothing with which to keep the place open. The thought of being shut up in what seemed to be the very bowels of the earth, surrounded on all sides, made me shudder with horror. It would have been bad enough to be shut up where I already was, but in that case I should only be confined by an oak panel, whereas if I was shut in the lower flight of stairs, I should be confined by solid stone. Moreover, as soon as the flag had swung down, the draught of cold air that rushed up from below had almost put out my candle, and I could not help thinking how dreadful my position would be if I were in total darkness. But before giving up the pursuit, I determined to examine the spring which moved the stone. I found, much to my delight, that it was nothing but a common latch, which held the flag firmly when it was fixed in it, but had no influence on its movements when once drawn back. This discovery quite reassured me, and I again proceeded downwards. The second flight of steps was narrower than the first, and the atmosphere much colder. They were also damper and more slippery. Once, indeed, I nearly fell. My progress was very slow, so that, though I was a long time descending, probably the number of steps was not very many. They terminated in the same way as the others, in a small den with walls, floor, and roof of rough stone, and, as before, I did not come in sight of the ghost until it had almost reached the end of the stairs. But its conduct in the lower cell was very different from what it had been in the one above. It seemed to be almost mad with delight, now laughing and now weeping, at one time crying out, "I have found it! I have found it! Roger, dear Roger, will be a rich man after all!" and using other expressions of the same kind. At another time weeping and saying, "Still lost, gone forever, stolen by you, you wicked man! Could you not leave me even this? Ah, poor Roger!" These and other passionate words were accompanied by most extravagant gestures, sometimes of joy and sometimes of sorrow. At last the ghost became more calm and began sounding the walls in various places, as if to find an opening. I say sounding, but though the figure seemed to be striking them violently with its hands, not a sound could be heard. The walls seemed to be composed of solid masonry, but after a time the ghost paused at a particular stone and pressed it with its hands. The adjoining stone then flew open, disclosing a hollow place in the wall, the contents of which filled me with speechless astonishment. The opening was not large, being simply formed by a removal of one of the blocks of stone from the wall, but, though small, it seemed to be full of treasure. Arranged in 2 rows were about 8 or 10 bags, such as are used by bankers, apparently full of coin. At one side was a tin cash box, fastened by a padlock. I had only time just to get a general glimpse of the contents of this little cupboard, for the thin slab of stone, almost immediately after it had sprung back, resumed its position, and the wall had the same appearance as before. In my eagerness to see what was hidden in the recess, I had quite forgotten the respectful distance at which I had up to that time kept myself from the ghost, and had pushed forward so as almost to look over its shoulder. I was terribly punished for my rashness, for as soon as the opening was again closed, the ghost turned round and fixed its fearful gaze upon me. I was as close to it as I could possibly be, and could see distinctly the livid features, white lips, and glassy eyes of what seemed to be a walking corpse. The sight horrified me beyond measure. My heart seemed to stick in my throat. I could not cry out, and a cold perspiration came all over me. The hideous figure did not move, but, putting a lean finger upon its ashy lips, motioned me to silence. The trial was more than my overstrung nerves could bear, and, dropping the candle, I fell down in a swoon. When I regained my senses, I was almost paralysed with fear, in total darkness, in a secret cell built in the thickness of the wall of the tower, perhaps shut in forever. I thought of the movable stone at the top of the steps. Suppose it was shut down? The hideous form which I had so foolishly followed was able to open it. Why not equally able to shut it? If it were shut, I knew that no human being on my side of it could draw it down. This thought, awful as it was, spurred me to action. I remembered that I had a box of cigar lights in my pocket, and groped about for the candle, in the faint hope of being able to light it by means of them. One after another I struck, but the flame only lasted for a second or two, and the candle wick had become wet by lying on the damp floor of the cell. At last, when my stock was almost exhausted, I succeeded in getting a light. There were no signs of the ghost, nor of the opening in the wall, but I thought I recognised the movable stone. I was too terrified, however, to care to make use of what I had seen, and immediately began to retrace my steps to the upper regions. I found that as difficult a task as it is generally said to be, but after a few minutes' toiling, I arrived at the top of the first flight, and, to my great joy, saw that the aperture was not closed. I did not stop to fasten it, but hastened on, till I came to the top of the upper flight of stairs, and there found the chair thrust half through the opening, just as I had left it. I tottered through the long drawing-room and other rooms as fast as my trembling legs would carry me, till I came to my own room, not daring to look to the right or to the left, lest I should again catch sight of the awful ghost. It will ever be a wonder to me how I managed to find my way, but I seemed, at the time, to wander on almost instinctively. When I reached the blue room, the day was beginning to break. I threw myself on the bed, utterly wearied with terror and excitement, and soon fell asleep. At about 10 o'clock the next morning, I was awoke by the seneschal, who asked me, with an expressive smile, how I had slept. I suppose he read in my looks that something had happened, for I had a violent headache. I did not choose, however, to tell him how much I had been terrified, and when he asked me again how I had slept, I replied, "Very well indeed, but I have been engaged in a much more interesting occupation than sleeping." "What is that?" said he. "Have you seen the ghost?" "Yes," replied I, "and I found it a very avaricious ghost, so avaricious, indeed, that it makes the hall its banker." "What do you mean?" said he, eagerly. "Well, if you will wait till breakfast time, I will tell you all my adventures." This would hardly satisfy the old man, so anxious was he to hear my adventures, but with some difficulty I persuaded him to wait until I was dressed. At breakfast I told him all that I had seen, and everything that had happened, except my fright in the vault. He listened with much less astonishment than I had expected. When I concluded, he rallied me with my incredulity the day before, and improved the occasion by pointing out the evils of a sceptical disposition. He said that he had no doubt whatever that the stairs and vaults which I had seen were in the thickness of the wall of the tower, and that, if the entrance to them could only be discovered, the treasure would be found. After some discussion as to the best way of proceeding, he came to the determination immediately after breakfast to explore the cells. I was delighted at this resolve, and urged him to get someone to assist us, but this he refused to do, saying that the affair had better be confined to ourselves. I was too much excited to eat much breakfast, and we soon set out on our expedition. The seneschal provided himself with a lantern, and I took a heavy poker. When we approached the old cabinet, I could not help trembling when I thought of what I had seen there the night before, and every moment expected to see the ghost appear, although it was broad daylight. The seneschal, however, was wonderful brave. The effect the daylight had upon his nerves was quite marvellous, but my fears soon subsided when I saw, standing in its proper place, some little distance from the cabinet, the large chair which I had left the night before thrust half through the opening. No opening was now to be seen, and everything looked the same as when the seneschal first showed me the room. I began to think that, after all, I had only had a dream, and though I felt rather vexed at having been so taken in, I was glad to get back my former scepticism. This discovery threw rather a damp upon the seneschal, for he expected to find the opening already made for him. But he at once set about feeling all over the sides of the cabinet in the manner in which I described the ghost to have done. After continuing this operation some time, suddenly, to my surprise, the panel flew back, and discovered the identical stairs which I had descended with the ghost. In a moment, my scepticism again vanished, and I became a firm believer in ghosts. The seneschal was almost out of his mind with joy. He jumped about and clapped his hands like a child. When we had secured the opening with a chair, in the same way as I had done before, we began to descend the steps. The seneschal, who was, as I thought, bold almost to rashness, went first, showing a light with his lantern. When we arrived at the first cell, I noticed that the flagstone which I had left open the night before was fastened. I was very much astonished as to how this could have been done, and could only account for it by attributing it to the ghost. We managed, however, without any difficulty, to find the spring, and, unfastening the stone, again descended. When we reached the second cell, I remembered how I had dropped the candle the night before, and had thrown down several matches. I looked about, but could discover no trace of the matches, and not a spot of grease was to be seen anywhere. This, again, troubled me a good deal, and I could only account for it in the same way as I had accounted for the other difficulties. But as soon as the seneschal had thrown a light on the walls, I at once recognised the movable stone, and pounced upon it for fear I should lose it. We were both of us very much excited, and, with trembling hands, eagerly tried to move the stone or discover the spring. But we were unsuccessful. For at least half an hour we tried every means we could think of to make it open, and even tried other parts of the wall in case I had made a mistake in the exact spot. But it was all to no purpose. The stone did not budge an inch, and the whole wall sounded as solid as a rock. This apparently fruitless end of our labours was very disappointing. We thought ourselves on the verge of some great discovery, and, after all, it was nothing. My ghost experiences were useless, and I had suffered the most dreadful fright to no purpose. Sorrowfully gathering up our tools, we prepared to reascend. The seneschal turned round to give one last look at the stone, saying, with a sound something between a growl and a sigh, "Obstinate brute! Why can't you move?" He then struck the stone a heavy blow with his fist, when lo! The slab flew back, and disclosed the treasure for which we had been seeking. There lay everything exactly as I had seen it the night before, the yellow bags in 2 rows, and the tin box on one side. The seneschal at once cried out to me to put my poker in the recess to prevent the treacherous stone from closing up again. He then hastily took out everything, cramming the bags into his pockets, and putting the box under his arms, as though afraid to trust them to the floor in case they should be swallowed up. As soon as we reached the upper regions, and had made everything secure, a messenger was sent off to telegraph for the solicitor of the family that the treasure might be examined in his presence. He did not make his appearance until late in the evening, and the agony of curiosity which we suffered in the meantime is not to be described. The bags were opened first. There were 7 of them, and they weighed very heavy. The seneschal and myself had been trying all the afternoon to discover by the touch what were their contents, and we had come to the conclusion that they contained jewels. This conjecture proved to be right. All but one were filled with ladies' ornamental jewellery of very great value. One bag was entirely filled with an enormous diamond necklace. The only bag which did not contain jewels was filled with ancient coins, most of them English and Saxon. The value of that single bag, from an antiquarian point of view, was more than that of all the others together. The tin box, when it was first opened, seemed to contain nothing but paper. But this paper proved to be banknotes to the amount of £8,000. They were crisp and clean, as though they had only just come from the bankers. Underneath the notes was a quantity of jewellery. I was afterwards told that the jewels were valued at over £40,000, so that the whole sum which we discovered amounted to £48,000. Such was the result of my adventures with the ghost in Stanton Hall, a result much more substantial than generally comes from such interviews. Whether, indeed, it was a ghost which I saw and followed, or whether the whole was not a dream from beginning to end, I will not attempt to determine. Some people to whom I have told this story maintain that it was nothing more than a nightmare, brought about by the dismal story of the Seneschal. His tale, they say, had filled my mind with all the materials for such a dream, and the favourable circumstances in which I was placed, all alone, at midnight, in a remote corner of an ancient hall, in a room reported to be haunted, were only likely to make me dream that I had experienced what he had described. The fact, too, of the chair which I had placed in the aperture being in its proper place in the morning, and the flagstone being shut, although I had left it open, are in themselves, say they, sufficient to support this conclusion. All this seems very plausible, but still I feel very unwilling to accept the explanation. The Seneschal indignantly scouts it, and becomes a firmer believer in ghosts every day of his life. For my own part, I am not very anxious to solve the mystery. I only know that, by means of a ghost, or by means of a dream, whichever you please, I discovered the Stanton estate to be £48,000 richer than it was thought to be. Still, I have such a vivid recollection of all that happened on that night, and such a clear remembrance of the fearful look of the ghost, that I can hardly believe that these impressions were made in a dream. But, whatever may be the true explanation, I know that for the future I shall always speak very respectfully of ghosts, and never again pass the night in a haunted room. As soon as young Roger Stanton heard of this unexpected increase of his income, he took up his abode at Stanton Hall. He's lately been married to a very beautiful girl, and I hope he will have more happiness than his two immediate predecessors. There is still one point that remains unexplained, the manner in which the treasure became secreted in the cell. Whether it was put there by Mrs. Stanton, or by whom, has not yet been ascertained with certainty. Steps are being taken to clear up this point by means of the banknotes, and probably this course will be successful. The friends of Mrs. Stanton's uncle, who was supposed to have left her some money, can give no explanation of the matter, and none of his papers have any reference whatever to his niece, so far, at least, as pecuniary matters are concerned. I often visit my old friend the Seneschal. He tells me that the ghost has never been seen since the discovery of the treasure, and the old hall has had a more cheerful appearance ever since. Last time I was at the hall, I went into the long drawing-room to look at the picture of Mrs. Aubrey Stanton, and it seemed to me that the expression of her face was quite changed. When first I saw the portrait, the features had a look of the deepest sorrow. They are now lit up with a smile. End of The Ghost of Stanton Hall. Recording by DavidH, London, 2024.
The Heath Fire by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Glenn Carruthers. The Heath Fire by Algernon Blackwood. The men at luncheon in Rennie's Surrey cottage that September day were discussing, of course, the heat. All agreed it had been exceptional, but nothing unusual was said until O'Hara spoke of the Heath fires. They had been rather terrific, several in a single day, devouring trees and bushes, endangering human life, and spreading with remarkable rapidity. The flames, too, had been extraordinarily high and vehement for Heath fires, and O'Hara's tone had introduced into the commonplace talk something new, the element of mystery. It was nothing definite, he said, but manner, eyes, hushed voice, and the rest conveyed it, and it was genuine. What he felt reached the others rather than what he said. The atmosphere in the little room, with the honeysuckle trailing sweetly across the open windows, changed. The talk became of a sudden less casual, frank, familiar, and the men glanced at one another across the table, laughing still, yet with an odd touch of constraint marking little awkward, unfilled pauses. Being a group of normal Englishmen, they disliked mystery. It made them feel uncomfortable, for the things O'Hara hinted at had touched that kind of elemental terror that lurks secretly in all human beings, guarded by culture, but never wholly concealed. The unwelcome thing made its presence known, the hint of primitive dread that, for instance, great thunderstorms, tidal waves, or violent conflagrations rouse. And instinctively they fell at once to discussing the obvious causes of the fires. The stockbroker, scenting imagination, edged mentally away, sniffing. But the journalist was full of brisk information, simply given. The sun starts them in Canada, using a dewdrop as a lens, he said. And an engine spark, remember, carries an immense distance without losing its heat. But hardly miles, said another, who had not been really listening. It's my belief, put in the critic keenly, that a lot were done on purpose. Bits of live coal wrapped in cloth were found, you know. He was a little weasel-faced iconoclast, dropping the acid of doubt and disbelief wherever he went, but offering nothing in the place of what he destroyed. His head was turret-shaped, lips tight and thin, nose and chin running to points like gimlets, with which he bored into the unremunerative clays of life. The general unrest, yes, the journalists supported him, and tried to draw the conversation onto labour questions, but their host preferred the fire talk. I must say, he put in gravely, that some of the blazes hereabouts were uncommonly, queer. They started, so oddly. You remember, O'Hara, only last week, that suspicious one over Kettleberry way. It seemed he wished to draw the artist out, and that the artist, feeling the general opposition, declined. Why seek an unusual explanation at all? The critic said at length, impatiently. It's all natural enough, if you ask me. Natural? Oh yes, broke in O'Hara, with a sudden vehemence that betrayed feeling none had as yet suspected. Provided you don't limit the word to mean only what we understand. There's nothing anywhere unnatural. A laugh cut short the threatened tirade, and the journalist expressed the general feeling with, "Oh, you, Jim, you'd see a devil in a dust storm, or a fairy in the tea leaves of your cup." And why not, pray? Devils and fairies are every bit as true as formulae. Someone tactfully guided them away from a profitless discussion, and they talked glibly of the damage done, the hideousness of the destroyed moors, the gaunt, black, ugly slopes, 50-foot flames, roaring noises, and the splendour of the enormous smoke clouds that had filled the skies. And Rennie, still hoping to coax O'Hara, repeated tales the beaters had brought in that crying, as though living things were caught, had been heard in places, and that some had seen tall shapes of fire passing headlong through the choking smoke. For the note O'Hara had struck refused to be ignored. It went on sounding underneath the commonest remark, and the atmosphere to the end retained that curious tinge that had given to it of the strange, ominous, the mysterious and unexplained. Until, at last, the artist, having added nothing further to the talk, got up with some abruptness and left the room. He complained briefly that the fever he had suffered from still bothered him, and he would go and lie down a bit. The heat, he said, oppressed him. A silence followed his departure. The broker drew a sigh as though the market had gone up, but Rennie, old, comprehending friend, looked anxious. Excitement, he said, not oppression, is the word he meant. He's always a bit strung up when the Black Sea fever gets him. He brought it with him from Batum, and another brief silence followed. Been with you most of the summer, hasn't he? Inquired the journalist, on the trail of a par, painting those wild things of his that no one understands. And their host, weighing a moment how much he might in fairness tell, replied, "Among friends it was, yes, and this summer they have been more, wild and wonderful than unusual. An extraordinary rush of colour, splendid schemes, conceptions, I believe you critics call them, of fire, as though, in a way, the unusual heat had possessed him for interpretation." The group expressed its desultory interest by uninspired interjections. That was what he meant just now when he said the fires had been mysterious, required explanation, or something. The way they started, rather, concluded Rennie. Then he hesitated. He laughed a moment, and it was an uneasy, apologetic little laugh. How to continue he hardly knew. Also he wished to protect his friend from the cheap jeering of miscomprehension. He is very imaginative, you know, he went on, quietly, as no one spoke. You remember that glorious mad thing he did of the fallen Lucifer, driving a star across the heavens till the heat of the descent set alight to half the planets, scorched the old moon to the white cinder that she now is, and passed close enough to Earth to send our oceans up in a single jet of steam? Well, this time, he's been at something every bit as wild, only truer, finer. And what is it? Briefly then he's got the idea, it seems, that the unusual heat from the sun this year has penetrated deep enough, in places, especially on those unprotected heaths that retain their heat so cleverly, to reach another kindred expression, to waken a response, in sympathy, you see, from the central fires of the earth. He paused again, a moment awkwardly, conscious how clumsily he expressed it. The parent getting into touch with its lost child, eh? See the idea? Return of the fire prodigal, as it were. His listeners stared in silence, the broker looking his obvious relief that O'Hara was not on change, the critic's eyes glancing sharply down that pointed, boring nose of his. And the central fires have felt it and risen in response, continued Rennie in a lower voice. You see the idea? It's big, to say the least. The volcanoes have answered too. There's old Etna, the giant of 'em all, breaking out in 50 new mouths of flame. Heat is latent in everything, only waiting to be called out. That match you're striking, this coffee pot, the warmth in our bodies, and so on. Their heat comes first from the sun, and is therefore an actual part of the sun, the origin of all heat and life. And so, O'Hara, you know, who sees the universe as a single homogeneous one, and, well, I give up. Can't explain it, you see. You must get him to do that. But somehow this year, cloudless, the protecting armour of water all gone too, the sun rays managed to sink in and reach their kind buried deep below. Perhaps later we may get him to show us the studies that he's made. The most, amazing things you ever saw. The superiority of unimaginative minds was inevitable, making Rennie regret that he had told so much. It was almost as if he had been untrue to his friend. But at length the group broke up for the afternoon. They left messages for O'Hara, 2 motored, and the journalist took the train. The critic followed his sharp nose to London, where he might ferret out the failures that his mind delighted in. And when they were gone, the host slipped quickly upstairs to find his friend. The heat was unbearable to suffocation, the little bedroom like an oven, but Jim O'Hara was not in it. For, instead of lying down as he had said, a fierce revolt, stirred by the talk of those unvisioned minds below, had wakened, and the deep, sensitive poet's soul in him had leaped suddenly to the acceptance of an impossible thing. He had escaped. Driven forth by the secret call of wonder, he made full speed for the destroyed moors. Fever or no fever, he must see for himself. Did no one understand? Was he the only one? Walking quickly, he passed the Frensham ponds, came through that spot of loneliness and beauty, the Lion's Mouth, noting that even there the pool of water had dried up, and the rushes waved in hot air over a bed of hard caked mud, and so reached within the hour the wide expanse of Thursley Common. On every side the world stretched dark and burnt, a cemetery of cinders. Great thrills rushed through his heart, and with the power of a tide that yet came at flashing speed, the truth rose up in him. Half running now, he plunged forward another mile or 2, and found himself the only living thing amid the great waste of heatherland. The blazing sunlight drenched it. It lay a sheet of weird, dark beauty, spreading like a black, enormous garden as far as the eye could reach. Then, breathless, he paused and looked about him. Within his heart something long smouldering ran into sudden flame. Light blazed upon his inner world. For as the scorch of vehement passion might quicken tracts of human consciousness, that lie ordinarily inert and unproductive. So here the surface of the earth had turned alive. He knew, he saw, he understood. Here in the open sun traps that gathered and retained the heat, the fire of the universe had dropped and lain, increasing week by week. These parched, dry months, the soil, free from rejecting and protective moisture, had let it all accumulate, till at length it had sunk downwards, inwards, and the sister fires below, responding to the touch of their ancient parent source, too long unfelt, had answered with a swift, uprising roar. They had come up with answering joy, and here and there had actually reached the surface, and had leaped out with dancing cry, wild to escape from an age-long prison, back to their huge, eternal origin. This sunshine, what was it? These farthing dips of heat men complained about in their tiny cage-like houses. It scorched the grass and fields, yes, but the surface never held it long enough to let it sink to union with its kindred of the darker fires beneath. These cried for it, but union was ever denied and stifled by the weight of cooled and cooling rock, and the ages of separation had almost cooled remembrance fire too, fire, the kiss and strength of fire, the flaming embrace and burning lips of the Father Son himself. He could have cried with fierce delight of it all, and the picture he would paint rose there before him, burnt gloriously into the canvas of the entire heavens. Was not his own heat and life also from the sun? He stared about him in the silence of the afternoon. The world was still. It basked in the windless heat. No living thing stirred, for the common forms of life had fled away. Earth waited. He too waited, and then some touch of intuition, blown to white heat, supplied the link the pedestrian intellect missed, and he knew that what he waited for was on the way, for he would see. The message he should paint would come before his outer eye as well, though not as he had first stupidly expected, on some grand, enormous scale. Rather would it be the equivalent of that still, small voice that once inspired an entire nation. The wind passed very softly across the unburnt patch of heather where he lay. He heard it rustling in the skeletons of scorched birch trees, and in the gorse and furze bushes that the flames had left so ghostly pale. Farther off it sang in the isolated pines, dying away like surf upon some far-off reef. He smelt the bitter perfume of burnt soil, the pungent, acrid odour of beaten ashes. The purple-black of the moors yawned like openings in the side of the earth. In all directions for miles stretched the deep emptiness of the heatherlands, an immense, dark, magic garden, still black with the feet of wonder that had flown across it and left it so beautifully scarred. The shadow of the terrible embrace still trailed and lingered as though midnight had screened a time of passion with this curtain of her softest plumes. And they had called it ugly, and spoken of its marred beauty, its hideousness. He laughed exultantly as he drank it in, for the weird and savage splendour everywhere broke loose and spread, passing from the earth into the receptive substance of his own mind. Even the roots of gorse and heather, like petrified shadow-eating snakes, charged with the mystery of that eternal underworld whence they had risen, lay waiting for the return of the night of sleep whence fire had wakened them. Lost ghosts of a salamander army that the flame had swept above the ground, they lay anguished and frightened in the glare of the unaccustomed sun. And waiting, he stared about him in the deep silence of the afternoon. Hazy with distance, he saw the peak of Crooksbury, dim in its sheet of pines, waving a blue-plumed crest into the sky for signal, and close about him rose the more sombre glory of the lesser knolls and boulders, still cloaked in the swarthy magic of smoke. Amid pools of ashes in the nearer hollows, he saw the blue beauty of the fireweed that rushes instantly into life behind all conflagrations. It was blowing softly in the wind, and here and there, set like emeralds upon some dusky bosom, lay the brilliant spires of young bracken that rose to clap 1,000 tiny hands in the heart of exquisite desolation. In a cloud of green they rustled in the wind above the sea of black, and so within himself O'Hara realized the huge excitement of the flame this fragment of the earth had felt. For fire, mysterious symbol of universal life, spirit that prodigally gives itself without itself diminishing, had passed in power across this ancient heatherland, leaving the soul of it all naked and unashamed. The sun had loved it. The fires below had risen up and answered. They had known that union with their source, which some called death. And the fires were rising still. The poet's heart in him became suddenly and awfully aware. Ye stars of fire, this patch of unburnt heather where he lay had been untouched as yet, but now the flame in his soul had brought the little needed link, and he would see. The thing of wonder that the universe should teach him how to paint was already on the way, called by the sun, tremendous, splendid parent. The central fires were still rising, and he turned, weakness and exultation racing for possession of him. The wind passed softly over his face, and with it came a faint, dry sound. It was distant and yet close beside him. At the stir of it there rose also in himself a strange, vast thing that was bigger than the bulk of the moon and wide as the extension of swept forests, yet small and gentle as a blade of grass that pricks the lawn in spring. And he realized then that within and without had turned one, and that over the entire moorland arrived this thing that was happening too in a white-hot point of his own heart. He was linked with the sun and the farthest star, and in his little finger glowed the heat and fire of the universe itself. In sympathy his own fires were rising too. The sound was born, a faint light noise of crackling in the heather at his feet. He bent his head and searched, and among the obscure and tiny underways of the roots he saw a tip of curling smoke rise slowly upwards. It moved in a thin blue spiral past his face. Then terror took him that was like a terror of the mountains, yet with it at the same time a realization of beauty that made the heart leap within him into dazzling radiance. For the incense of this fairy column of thin smoke drew his soul out with it, upwards towards its source. He rose to his feet, trembling. He watched the line rise slowly to the sky and vanish into blue. The whole expanse of blackened heatherland watched too. Wind sank away. The sunshine dropped to meet it. A sense of deep expectancy, profound and revenant, lay over all the sun-baked moor, and the entire sweep of burnt world about him knew with joy that what was taking place in that wee, isolated patch of Surrey heather was the thing the Hebrew mystic knew when the soul of the universe became manifest in the bush that burned, yet never was consumed. In that faint sound of crackling, as he stood aside to listen and watch, O'Hara knew a form of the eternal voice of ages. There was no flame, but it seemed to him that all his inner being passed in fiery heat outwards towards its source. He saw the little patch of dried-up heather sink to the level of the black surface all about it, a sifted pile of delicate, pale blue ashes. The tiny spiral vanished. He watched it disappear, winding upward out of sight in a little ghostly trail of beauty. So small and soft and simple was this wonder of the world. It was gone, and something in himself had broken, dropped in ashes, and passed also outwards like a tiny mounting flame. But the picture O'Hara had thought himself designed to paint was never done. It was not even begun. The great canvas of the fire worshipper stood empty on the easel, for the artist had not the strength to lift a brush. Within 2 days the final breath passed slowly from his lips. The strange fever that so perplexed the doctor by its rapid development and its fury took him so easily. His temperature was extraordinary. The heat, as of an eternal fire, fairly devoured him, and the smile upon his face at the last, so Rennie declared, was the most perplexingly wonderful thing he had ever seen. It was like a great white flame, he said. End of The Heath Fire by Algernon Blackwood. Recording by Glenn Carruthers, Pyramont Country.
The Jade Bracelet by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Jade Bracelet by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. Lawrence Evarts was on his way home from his law office in Somerset when he caught sight of the inexplicable circle in the snow. The snow was hard and smooth, and the circle immediately arrested his attention. It was just outside the compact snow of the sidewalk, in what would have been the gutter had there been any gutters in Somerset. Lawrence carried a neatly folded umbrella. He was exceedingly punctilious in all his personal habits. It had threatened snow earlier in the day, although now the sky was brilliantly clear, and the stars were shining out one by one in the ineffable rose, violet, and yellow tints of the horizon. Lawrence poked with the steel point of his umbrella at the circle and struck something hard. He endeavored to lift whatever it was with the umbrella point, but was unable to do so. Then, frowning a little, he removed his English glove, plunged his hand into the snow, and drew it up again with the jade bracelet. It was beautiful, cabbage-green jade, cut out of solid stone and very large. A man's bracelet, and rather large for his own hand. Evarts had a small hand. He stood staring at it. He immediately remembered having seen somewhere, in a Chinese laundry, a Chinaman wearing a bracelet of a similar design. But there was no Chinese laundry in Somerset. He could not remember that there was one in Lloyd's, which was the only other village for miles large enough to support a laundry. Once a Chinaman had penetrated to Somerset, but the hoodlum element, which was large and flourishing, had routed him out. He had disappeared presumably for more peaceful fields of cleanliness, although there had been dark rumors which had died away, both for lack of substantiation and of interest in the uncanny heathen, as most of these citizens adjudged him. Lawrence stood gazing at the thing with wonder, then, obeying some unaccountable impulse, he slipped it over his right hand, the one from which he had removed the glove. Immediately the horror was upon him. He realized, although fighting hard against the realization, that there was another hand beside his own in the jade bracelet. He gave his hand a sharp jerk to rid himself of the sensation, but it remained. He could feel the other hand and wrist, although he could see absolutely nothing. Only his sense of touch was reached, and one other, his sense of smell. Overpowering the clear, frosty atmosphere came the strange pungency of opium and sandalwood. But worse than the uncanny assailing of the senses, far worse, was something else. Into his clear Western mind, trained from infancy to logical inferences, Christian belief, and right estimates of things, stole something foreign and antagonistic. Strange memories, strange outlooks, seemed misting over his own familiar ones as smoke mists a window. Evarts snatched the bracelet from his wrist and gave it a fling back into the snow. Then something worse happened. He still had the feeling of the thing on his wrist, but the pull of the other hand and wrist became stronger. He fairly choked with the opium smoke, and the strange cloud dimmed his own personality with greater force. He drew on his glove, but unmistakably it would not go on over the invisible bracelet. "What the devil?" Evarts said quite aloud. He could see in the snow the clearly cut circle where the bracelet had fallen. He withdrew his glove, picked up the thing again, put it on, and walked along, shaking the snow from his hand. It was unmistakably better on than off. The strange sensations were not so pronounced. Still, it was bad enough, in all conscience. Presently, as he walked along, Evarts met a friend who stared at him after he had said good evening. "What is the matter? Are you ill?" he asked, turning back. "No," replied Evarts shortly. "You look like the deuce," his friend remarked wonderingly. Evarts was conscious that the man stood still a moment staring at him, but he did not turn. He walked on, feeling as if he were in handcuffs with the devil. It became more and more horrible. When he reached his boarding house, he went straight to his room and did not go down to dinner. No one came to ask why he did not. He had not any intimates in the house, and indeed was one who was apt to keep himself to himself, regulate his own actions, and resent questions concerning them. He turned on his electric light and tried to write a letter. He was able to do that, as far as mere mechanical action was concerned. The other hand moved in accordance with his, but what he wrote... Evarts stared incredulously at the end of the first page. What he had written was in a language unfamiliar to him, both in words and characters, and yet the meaning was horribly clear. He could not conceive of the possibility of his writing things of such hideous significance, and moreover, of a significance hitherto unknown to him. He tore up the sheet and threw it into the wastepaper basket. Then he lit his pipe and tried to smoke, but the scent of opium came in his nostrils instead of tobacco. He flung his pipe aside and took up the evening paper, but to his horror, he read in a twofold fashion, as one may see double. There were horrors enough as usual, but there were horrors besides which dimmed them. He tossed the paper to the floor and sat for a few moments looking about him. He had rather luxurious apartments, a large sitting room, bedroom, and bath, and he had gathered together some choice things in the way of furniture and bric-a-brac. He had rather a leaning to Oriental treasures, and there were some good things in the way of Persian rugs and hangings. Just before his chair was a fine prayer rug, with its graceful triangle which should point toward the holy city. Suddenly he seemed to see, kneeling there, not a Moslem, but a small figure in a richly wrought robe, with a long slimy braid, and before it sat a squat grinning bronze god. That was too much. "Good God," Everts muttered to himself, and sprang up. He got his coat and hat and put them on hurriedly and rushed out of the room and the house, all the time with that never-ceasing sensation of the other hand and wrist in the jade bracelet. He hurried down the street until he reached the office of a physician, a friend of his, perhaps the closest he had in Somerset. There was a light in the office, and Everts entered without ceremony. Dr. Van Brunt was alone. He had just finished his dinner and was having his usual smoke, leaning back luxuriously in a very old Morris chair, well worn to all the needs of his figure. He was a short man, heavily blonde-bearded. "Thank God I smell tobacco instead of that cursed other thing," was Everts' first salutation. Van Brunt looked at him, then he jumped up with heavy alacrity. "For heaven's sake, what's to pay, old man?" he said. "The devil, I rather guess," answered Everts, settling himself in a forlorn hunch on the nearest chair. Dr. Van Brunt remained standing, looking at him with consternation. "You look like the devil," he remarked finally. "I feel like him, I reckon," responded Everts gloomily. Now that he was there, he shrank from confidence. He felt a decided tug on his wrist and hardly seemed to realize himself at all, because of the cloud of another personality before his mental vision. Dr. Van Brunt stood before him, scowling with perplexity, his fuming pipe in hand. Then he said suddenly, "What in thunder is that thing you've got on your wrist?" "Some token from hell, I begin to think," answered Everts. "Where did you get it?" "I found it in the snow near the corner of State Street, and I was fool enough to put the infernal thing on." "Why on earth don't you take it off if it bothers you?" "I've tried it, and the second state is worse than the first. Look here, what is it? You know, I never drink except an occasional glass of wine at dinner, and an occasional pint of beer, mostly to keep you company. Of course I do. What? You know I am not in any sense a drinking man. Of course I know it. Why? Why?" Everts faced him fiercely. "Why, then, do I see things that nobody except men who have sold their souls and wits for drink see? You don't." "Yes, I do. I must be mad. For God's sake, Van Brunt, tell me if I am mad, and do something for me if you can." Van Brunt sat down again in his chair and took a whiff of his pipe, but he did not remove his great blue eyes from Everts. "Mad nothing," he said. "Don't you suppose I know a maniac when I see him? What on earth are you ranting about anyway? And what is it about that green thing on your arm, and why don't you take it off?" "I tell you I am in the innermost circles of hell when it is off," cried Everts. "What made you put the thing on, anyway?" "I don't know. My evil angel, I reckon." Dr. Van Brunt leaned forward and looked closely at the jade bracelet. "It is a fine specimen," he said. "I've never seen anything like it, except—" He hesitated a moment and was evidently endeavoring to recall something. "I know where I saw one like it," he said suddenly. "That poor devil of a Chinaman who started a laundry here 5 years ago and was routed out of town had its facsimile. I remember noticing it one day just before he was run out. Don't you remember?" "I don't know what I remember," replied Everts. He jerked the bracelet angrily as he spoke, then gave a great start of terror, for the invisible thing which he felt had seemed to come closer at the jerk. "Why on earth don't you take that thing off?" asked Van Brunt again. He continued to smoke and to watch his friend closely. "Didn't I tell you it was worse off than on? Then he gets so close. Ugh." "He? Who?" "Don't ask me. How do I know? The devil, I think, or one of his friends." "Rot! It's so." "Sit down, Everts, and have a pipe, and put that nonsense out of your head." "Put it out of my head?" repeated Everts bitterly. Suddenly a thought struck him. "See here, you don't believe that I'm talking rationally," he said. I think something has happened to upset you, replied Van Brunt guardedly. I see. Well, try the thing yourself. Everts, as he spoke, withdrew the bracelet with a jerk. He paled perceptibly as he did so, and set his mouth hard as if with pain or disgust. He extended the shining green circle toward Van Brunt, who took it, laughing, although there was an anxious gleam in his eyes. Van Brunt, oddly enough, since he was a large man, had small hands. The bracelet slipped on his wrist as easily as it had done on Everts. He sat quite still for a second. He gave one more puff at his pipe, then he laid it on the table. His great blond face changed. He looked at Everts. "What is this infernal thing, anyhow?" he said. "Don't ask me, I am as wise as yourself. But now you know what torment I am in." Everts spoke with feeble triumph. "You don't mean you feel it without the bracelet?" "Try it." Van Brunt took off the bracelet and laid it on the table beside his pipe. His face contracted. "My God!" he ejaculated. "Now you know. Good Lord, I am remembering devilish things which never happened. I'm going backward like a crab." Everts nodded. "You mean you feel the same thing?" "Don't I? As if some infernal thing was handcuffed to you?" Everts nodded. "Well," said Van Brunt slowly, "I did not think I believed in much of anything, but now I believe in the devil." He took up the bracelet. Everts made a sudden gesture of remonstrance. "For the love of God, let me have it on again," he said hoarsely. "I don't think I can stand this much longer." Van Brunt gave the bracelet to Everts, who slipped it over his hand. Immediately an expression of something like relief came over his face. "You don't feel quite so... with it on?" asked Van Brunt. "No, but it is bad enough anyway. And you?" Van Brunt grimaced. "As for me, I am handcuffed to a fiend," he said. Everts sat down with the bracelet still on his wrist. "Van Brunt, what does it mean?" he asked helplessly. "Ask me what it is on the other side of the moon." "You honestly don't know? I can't diagnose the case or cases unless you are crazy and the microbe has hit me too, for I am as crazy as you are." Everts looked down at the shining green circle on his wrist. "I wish I'd let the thing alone," said he. "So do I." Suddenly Van Brunt arose. He was a man of a less sensitive nervous organization than the other, and his mouth was set hard and even his hands clenched as for a fight. "See here, old fellow," he said, "we've had enough of this. It is time to put a stop to it. Have you had any dinner?" "Do you think—" began Everts. "Well, you've got to eat dinner whether you want to or not. This is nonsense." Van Brunt struck the call bell on his table violently, and his man entered. A look of surprise overspread his face as he looked at his master and Everts, but said nothing. "Tell Hannah, if there was any soup left over from dinner, to warm it immediately and send up whatever else was left. Mr. Everts has not dined. Tell her to be as quick as possible." "Yes, sir," replied the man. "And Thomas?" "Yes, sir." "Get a bottle of that old port and open it." "Yes, sir." After the man had gone, Everts and Van Brunt sat in a moody silence. Both were pale and both had expressions of suffering and disgust, as if from the contact of some loathsome thing, but Van Brunt still kept his mouth set hard. He even resumed his pipe. It was not long before dinner was announced, and he sprang to his feet and laid his hand on Everts' shoulder. "Now come, old man," he said. "When you've got some good roast beef and old port in your stomach, the mists will leave your brain." "The mists are on your brain, and you have the good roast beef in your stomach," returned Everts bitterly, but he arose. "But I haven't the old port," said Van Brunt with an attempt at jocularity as the two men entered the dining room. Van Brunt kept bachelor's hall, and a neat maid was in attendance. Her master saw her quick glance of amazement at their altered faces. "You may go, Katie," said Van Brunt. "Mr. Everts and I will wait upon ourselves." After the maid had left, Everts leaned his elbows on the table and bent his head forward with a despairing gesture. "I can't eat," he almost moaned. "You can and will," replied Van Brunt, and ladled out the smoking soup. Everts did eat mechanically, and both men drank of the old port. They sat side by side at the table for the greater convenience of serving. After Everts had finished his dinner and the two men had dispatched the wine, they looked at each other. Everts gave a glance of horror at the green thing on his wrist. "Well?" he said with a kind of interrogative bitterness. Van Brunt tried to laugh. "Take that confounded thing off and put it out of your mind," he said. "You want to wear it yourself," Everts returned almost savagely. Van Brunt laughed. "No, I don't. I can stand it," he said. "But I'll be hanged if I believe I could suffer much more in hell. The devilish thing is converting me, paradoxically." "What does it mean?" asked Everts again. "Don't know. If it keeps up much longer, I'll try a narcotic for both of us." "Not," Everts shuddered. "No, not opium, if I know myself." As he spoke, Van Brunt had his eyes fixed upon a spot directly in front of the fireplace, and Everts knew that he saw what he himself saw, the horrible, prostrate figure covered with embroideries, and the grinning idol. "You see?" he gasped. "Yes, I do see, confound it. I'll do something before long. You feel as if... Yes. There is something between us. Yes, don't talk about it. I'll do something soon if it keeps up." Everts made a quick gesture. He grasped the table knife beside him. "I'll do something now," he cried, and made a thrust. Van Brunt's face whitened. Almost simultaneously, he grasped another knife and did the same thing. Then the two men drew long breaths and looked at each other. "It's gone," said Everts, and he almost sobbed. Van Brunt was still pale, but he recovered his equilibrium more quickly. "What was it?" gasped Everts. "Oh, what was it? Am I going mad?" "Going mad? No." "There's a reason why I ask. It concerns someone very dear to me. I have not said much about Agnes Leeds to you. In fact, I have not said much to her, but sometimes I think that she... I've thought that when my practice was a little better... Good God, Van Brunt, I am not mad, am I? That would make marriage impossible for us." "You're no more mad than I am," said Van Brunt. He gazed at his friend scrutinizingly. "What case have you on hand now?" he asked. "The Day girls, the murder case, you know." Van Brunt nodded. "Just so. You've had that horrible murder thing on your mind, and... Say, old fellow, your collar looks somewhat the worse for wear." "Yes, my laundress failed me this week, and I have been so horribly busy that I have not had time to buy some fresh ones before the stores closed." "Just so. And you wished that there was a Chinese laundry here, I'll be bound." "I don't know, but I did," admitted Everts with a dawning expression of relief. Then his face fell again. "But what of the Jade Bracelet?" he said. He glanced at his wrist and gave a great start. "Good God, it's gone!" he cried. "Of course it is gone," said Van Brunt coolly. "It never was there." "But you saw it." "Thought I saw it. My dear fellow, the whole thing is a clear case of hypnotism. Something for the psychical research. You were all overwrought with your work, nerves in a devil of a state, and you hypnotized yourself, and then you hypnotized me." Everts sat staring at Van Brunt with the look of one who is trying to turn a corner of mentality. Then the door was flung open violently, and Van Brunt's man rushed in, pale and breathless. "Doctor!" he gasped. "What is it?" "Oh, Dr. Van Brunt, there's a Chinaman dead right out in front of the office door, and he's got 2 stabs in his side, and he's got a green bracelet on his wrist." Dr. Van Brunt turned ashy white. "Nonsense," he said. "It's so, Doctor." "Well, I'll come," said Van Brunt in a voice which he kept steady. You run and get the police, Thomas. Maybe he isn't dead. I'll come." "He's stone dead," said the man in a shocked voice as he hurried out. "Oh, my God," said Everts. If I killed him, what about Agnes?" "I can tell quickly enough which of us killed him," said Van Brunt, rising. Both men hurried out of the room. There was already a crowd around the ghastly thing, and police uniforms glittered among them. The fact that the dead Chinaman happened to be in front of his office had no significance for anybody present. There was no question of suspicion for either himself or Everts. Some men held lanterns while Van Brunt examined the dead Chinaman. It was soon done, and the body was carried away in an undertaker's wagon with the crowd in tow. Then Van Brunt and Everts entered the office. Everts looked at his friend, and he was as white as the dead man himself. "Well?" he stammered. Van Brunt laughed and clasped him on the shoulder. "It's all right, old man," he said. "My knife did the deed." "But," stammered Everts, I was on the heart side." "What if you were? Your knife went nowhere near the heart. Mine cut the heart clean. I lunged around to the front of the thing. Don't you remember?" "Are you sure?" "I know it. You can rest easy now." "But you?" said Everts in a voice from which, for very shame, he tried to suppress the joy. Van Brunt laughed again. "It was a poisonous thing," he said. "Did you see his face? He shuddered in spite of himself. "Men kill snakes of a right," he added. "But how do you explain—" "I don't explain. All you have to consider is that you did not do it, and all I have to consider is that I have set my heel on something which would have bruised it." As he spoke, he was preparing a powder which he presently handed to Evarts. "Now, go home, old man," he said. "Take a warm bath, and this, and go to bed, and dream of Agnes Leeds." After Evarts was gone, Van Brunt stood still for a moment. His face had suddenly turned ghastly, and all the assuming lightness had vanished. He struck the bell and told his man to bring up another bottle of the old port. When it came, he poured out a glass for himself and gave one to the man. "You've got a turn too, Thomas," he said. The man, who was shivering from head to foot, looked at his master. "Did you see its face, sir?" he whispered. "Better put it out of your mind." "He looked like a fiend. I doubt if I can ever stop seeing him," said the man. Then he swallowed the wine and went out. Van Brunt settled himself again in his old Morris chair and lit his pipe. He gave a few whiffs, then stopped and gazed straight ahead of him with horror. The face of the dead Chinaman was vividly before his eyes again. "Thank God he does not know he did it," he whispered, and a good smile came over his great blond face. End of The Jade Bracelet by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman.
The Last of Mrs. DeBrugh by H. Sivia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last of Mrs. DeBrugh by H. Sivia. "Letty," Mr. DeBrugh remarked between long puffs on his meerschaum, "you've been a fine maid. You've served Mrs. DeBrugh and me for most of 15 years. Now, I haven't much more time in this life, and I want you to know that after Mrs. DeBrugh and I are gone, you will be well taken care of." Letty stopped her dusting of the chairs in Mr. DeBrugh's oak-paneled study. She sighed and turned towards the man, who sat on a heavy sofa, puffing on his pipe and gazing across the room into nothingness. "You mustn't talk that way, Mr. DeBrugh," she said. "You know you're a long time from the dark ways yet." She paused, and then she went on dusting and talking again. "And me? I've only done what any ordinary human would do to such a kind employer as you, sir, especially after all you've done for me." He didn't say anything, and she went on with her work. Of course, she liked to work for him. She had adored the kindly old man since first she had met him in an agency 15 years before. A person couldn't ask for a better master. But there was the mistress, Miss DeBrugh. It was she who gave Letty cause for worry. What with her nagging tongue and her sharp rebukes, it was a wonder Letty had not quit long before. She would have quit, too, but there had been the terrible sickness she had undergone, and conquered with the aid of the ablest physicians Mr. DeBrugh could engage. She couldn't quit after that, no matter what misery Mrs. DeBrugh heaped on her. And so she went about her work at all hours, never tiring, always striving to please. She left the study, closing the great door silently behind her, for old Mr. DeBrugh had sunk deeper into the sofa, into the realms of peaceful sleep, and she did not wish to disturb him. "Letty," came the shrill cry of Mrs. DeBrugh from down the hall, "get these pictures and take them to the attic at once, and tell Mr. DeBrugh to come here." Letty went for the pictures. "Mr. DeBrugh is asleep," she said, explaining why she was not obeying the last command. "Well, I'll soon fix that. Lazy old man, sleeps all day with that smelly pipe between his teeth. If he had an ounce of pep about him, he'd get out and work the flowers. Sleeps too much anyway, not good for him." She stamped out of the room and down the hall, and Letty heard her open the door of the study and scream at her husband, "Hector DeBrugh, wake up!" There was a silence, during which Letty wondered what was going on. Then she heard the noisy clop-clop of Mrs. DeBrugh's slippers on the hardwood floor of the study, and she knew the woman was going to shake the daylights out of Mr. DeBrugh and frighten him into wakefulness. She could even imagine she heard Mrs. DeBrugh grasp the lapels of her husband's coat and shake him back and forth against the chair. Then she heard the scream. It came quite abruptly from Mrs. DeBrugh in the study, and it frightened Letty out of her wits momentarily. After that, there was the thud of a falling body and the clatter of an upset piece of furniture. Letty hurried out of the room, into the hall, and through the open door of the study. She saw Mrs. DeBrugh slumped on the floor in a faint, and beside her an upset ashtray. But her eyes did not linger on the woman nor the tray. Instead, they focused on the still form of Mr. DeBrugh in the sofa. He was slumped down, his head twisted to one side, and his mouth hanging open from the shaking Mrs. DeBrugh had given him. The meerschaum had slipped from between his teeth, and the cold ashes were scattered on his trousers. Even then, before the sea of tears began to flow from her eyes, Letty knew the old man was dead. She knew what he had meant by the speech he had said to her only a few minutes before. "His heart," was the comment of the doctor, who arrived a short time later and pronounced the old man dead. "He had to go. Today, tomorrow, soon." After that, he put Mrs. DeBrugh to bed and turned to Letty. "Mrs. DeBrugh is merely suffering from a slight shock. There is nothing more I can do. When she wakens, see that she stays in bed for the rest of the day." He left then, and Letty felt a strange coldness about the place, something that had not been there while Mr. DeBrugh was alive. She went downstairs and made several telephone calls, which she knew would be necessary. Later, when Mrs. DeBrugh was feeling better, other arrangements could be made. She straightened the furniture in the study, pushing the familiar sofa back in place from where Mr. DeBrugh invariably moved it. Then she knocked the ashes from the meerschaum, wiped it off, and placed it carefully in the little glass cabinet on the wall where he had always kept it. Times would be different now, she knew. She remembered what he had said. "You will be well taken care of." But there had been something else. "After Mrs. DeBrugh and I are gone." Letty could no longer hold back the tears. She fell into a chair, and they poured forth. But time always passes, and with it goes a healing balm for most all sorrows. First there was a funeral, then came other arrangements, and there was the will, which Mrs. DeBrugh never mentioned. His things would have fallen into decay but for the hands of Letty. Always her dust-cloth made his study immaculate. Always the sofa was in place and the pipe, clean and shining, in the cabinet. There was a different hardness about Mrs. DeBrugh. No longer was she content with driving Letty like a slave day in and day out. She became even more unbearable. There were little things, like taking away her privilege of having Saturday afternoons off, and the occasional forgetting of Letty's weekly pay. Once Letty thought of leaving during the night, of packing her few clothes and going forever from the house, but that was foolish. There was no place to go, and she was getting too old for maid service. Besides, hadn't Mr. DeBrugh said she would be taken care of after Mrs. DeBrugh and I are gone? Perhaps she would not live much longer. And then one morning Mrs. DeBrugh called Letty in to talk with her. It was the hour Letty had been awaiting and dreading. There was a harsh, gloating tone in Mrs. DeBrugh's voice as she spoke. She was the master now. There was no Hector to think of. "Letty," she said, "for some time now I have been considering closing the house. I'm lonely here. I intend to go to the city and live with my sister. So you see, I shan't be needing you any longer. I'll be leaving within the next 2 days. I'm sorry." Letty was speechless. She had expected something terrible, but not this. This wasn't so. Mrs. DeBrugh was lying. It was the will she was afraid of. Letty remembered Mr. DeBrugh's promise. She did not complain, however. Her only words were, "I'll leave tomorrow." That night she packed her things. She had no definite plans, but she hoped something would turn up. Sleep would not come easy, so Letty lay in bed and thought of old Mr. DeBrugh. She imagined he was before her in the room, reclining on the sofa, puffing long on the meerschaum. She even saw in fancy the curling wisps of grey smoke drifting upward. It was sleep. Then, with a start, she was suddenly wide awake. Surely she had heard a scream, but no. And then, as soft and as silent as the night wind, came the whisper, "Letty." It drifted slowly off into silence, and a cool breeze crossed her brow. She suddenly felt wet with perspiration. She listened closely, but the whisper was not repeated. Then, noiselessly, she got out of bed, stepped into slippers, and drew a robe about her. Just as silently, she left the room and walked down the hall to Mrs. DeBrugh's room. She rapped softly on the door, fearing the wrath of the woman within at being awakened in the middle of the night. There was no answer, no sound from inside the room. Letty hesitated, wondering what to do. And once more she felt that cool, death-like breeze and heard the faintest of whispers, fainter even than the sighing of the night wind. Letty. She opened the door and switched on the light. Mrs. DeBrugh lay in the bed as in sleep, but Letty knew, as she had known about Mr. DeBrugh, that it was more than sleep. She quickly called the doctor, and some time much later he arrived, his eyes heavy from lack of sleep. Dead, he remarked, after looking at the body. Probably had a shock, fright, nightmare, or something her heart couldn't stand. I always thought she would have died first. Letty walked slowly from the room, down the stairs, still in her robe and slippers. The doctor followed and passed her, going through the door into the outside. She walked, as though directed by some unseen force, into Mr. DeBrugh's study. She switched on a lamp beside the sofa on which he had always sat, and she noticed that it was moved slightly out of place. There was something else about the room, some memory of old days. First, she saw some sort of legal document on the table and wondered at its being there. The title said, Last Will and Testament of Hector A. DeBrugh. It was brief. She read through it and found that Mr. DeBrugh had spoken truthfully in his promise to her. Beside the will on the table was another object, and she knew then what this something else in the room was. The meerschaum! It lay there, beside the document, and a thin spiral of grayish smoke rose upward from it towards the ceiling. No longer did Letty wonder about anything. End of The Last of Mrs. DeBrugh by H. Sivia.
Man Who Paid by Jim Preston, as told to Will Wetmore. From Ghost Story Magazine, October 1926. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Man Who Paid by Jim Preston, as told to Will Wetmore. Jim, said Professor William Arnold to me, I am the only man in the world, I believe, who knows the truth about the murder of Bob Clark, and I would be booted out of my office at the university if I told the truth. I don't know what to do, Jim. I am sorely troubled. Whenever I went through Austin, Texas, I always had dinner with Professor Arnold. He was a professor of physics at the university there, and we were college pals for 3 years at Princeton before he went west. It was there I came to love and admire him for his brilliant scientific work. On this particular night, we were dining in a Chinese restaurant on Congress Avenue. The newsboy came through the restaurant selling the Austin Daily paper, and Arnold bought one of the papers. When he glanced at the front page, his face turned white, and his hands trembled. I asked him what troubled him. Jim, he said, Bob was killed 3 days ago, and the police are no nearer the solution now than they were then. He pointed to a large headline on the page. It read, Police Still Baffled Over Mystery Murder. I looked at Arnold, and I noticed the darkness under his eyes. They lacked the luster that I had known for years, and the old assurance that I had always admired in him was gone. Why should this particular crime affect you so? I asked. Tell me about it. I was glad when you called me today, he replied, for I had to tell someone what I know about this murder, and I knew I could trust you. I have known no sleep since it occurred. I cannot face my classes and lecture on the laws of science. I always have believed that every phenomenon can be explained by hard and fast scientific laws. I have always laughed at the so-called manifestations of the spirit world. And yet this murder cannot be explained by any natural laws. I feel as though the scientific platform upon which I have built my life, is about to crumble away beneath my feet. I still refuse to accept the supernatural. God, how I hate the word. Yet I see no other explanation for the murder." Arnold paused to moisten his dry lips and throat. He ran his fingers through his long hair, and his fingers trembled. Then he continued, "Here is what I know about it. Bob Clark, the man who was murdered, was the best student I ever had. He was in my physics course 3 years ago. Since then, we have been intimate friends. He often consulted me about his work, and I was always glad to give him help and advice. 2 weeks ago, he came to me, and he was in a terrible condition. It hurt me to see him, a man over 6 feet in height, so shaken with fear. His fine face was drawn, and there was an uncanny stare out of his eyes. I could not understand it, for he had always been a very substantial person, unemotional, and with a strong will. 'Dr. Arnold,' he said, before we had time to be seated in my study, 'I have been visited by the dead. My God, I am frightened. It is driving me mad, and I am very afraid my wife will see this fear in me. She is in no condition to be troubled, for you know her baby was born yesterday. I gave Bob a drink and managed to calm him, and he told me of the vision he had seen. 3 summers ago, he worked with a bridge construction gang about 40 miles from Houston, in the little town of East Bernard. It is composed almost altogether of ignorant foreign people who live in a very squalid condition. Most of the women are ugly and fat. Sometimes even the young girls are homely and unattractive. They work in the fields along with the men. They go barefooted and wear few clothes in the cotton fields. Quite often, according to Bob's story, you will find girls at the age of 20 picking cotton, dressed in calico dresses, and nothing more. It is not uncommon to see their bodies exposed by a chance wind. Some of the girls have a youthful charm in spite of their coarseness. Their bodies have soft, curved lines even though they do hard work, because they eat a great deal of fatty food. Bob met one of these girls returning from work one evening. She was pretty. Her comely face and lithe young figure beneath the loose-fitting cotton dress fascinated him. Ordinarily, he would not have been attracted by such a girl, but he missed the companionship of the girls of his set and of his women companions at school. By some pretext, he contrived to walk home with her, and thereafter he met this girl every evening. No one knew of their meetings. He continued to meet the girl secretly until fall, when he returned to the university. Bob told me that the girl loved him fiercely, and that he had a sort of love for her, even though he was engaged to the woman who is now his widow. He never told the foreign girls his true name, and he soon forgot her after he returned to school. He was married the next spring. But on the night before his marriage, he was visited by this girl, Bob declared. He was awakened just before dawn by the cry of a baby in his room. The room was dark except for a diffused, glowing blue light, and in the midst of this blue light was a girl of his past, holding a newborn baby in her arms. The vision was indistinct, and before Bob was able to see more, the vision disappeared into the blue light, and the light itself slowly faded away. Bob was frightened and turned on his light. The floor was wet, as if wet clothing had been dripping upon it, and there were smears of yellow clay upon it. In the afternoon paper, Bob read the account of the suicide of the young girl. 3 months before, her family had learned her secret and had driven her away from home. A clergyman's family in East Bernard had taken her in. The child was born 3 days before her suicide. She was found in a large clay water pool behind the clergyman's house. Her child was clasped to her bosom, drowned, as was the mother. Bob was frantic, but he had to go through with his wedding. The vision did not appear again, and Bob soon forgot it in the joy of his wife. The vision never returned until 2 weeks ago, which was the night after the day his child was born. Bob said it appeared in exactly the same manner as upon the first occasion, except that it stayed longer and was more distinct. The baby seemed months older at this second appearance. The girl stood there, in one arm her baby, and in her hand a murderous Bohemian knife, similar to those used by the Bohemian farmers to kill pigs. She slowly advanced toward Bob with the knife gripped hard in her hand. When she was a few feet from him, Bob screamed. The baby in the girl's arm moved, and a low wail escaped from its lips. The girl stopped and slowly disappeared into the blue light surrounding her, and it slowly faded away also. This time the floor was dry and unmarked by clay. When Bob finished the story, he was trembling again from head to foot. Beads of sweat stood out on his forehead, and he reached for the whiskey. I was in a great quandary as to what to do. Of course, I thought Bob was sick and suffering from strain due to the birth of his wife's child. I told him so. I refused to believe in the thing at all, and told him to forget it. He became furiously angry and left me. 3 days later, I talked to Bob's nurse over the phone and learned that Bob had locked himself in his room and was refusing to see everyone. I went to his home, but he would not see me. 3 days ago, I was summoned to Bob's house just after dawn by the nurse. She said that Bob had been murdered and that his wife wanted me. I went immediately. When I was admitted to the room, the body had not yet been moved. It lay across the bed in a crimson pool. Stuck in Bob's chest up to the hilt was a knife. I am sure it was the one Bob had described to me. The nurse slept in the room adjoining Bob's, and the only door in Bob's room opened into the nurse's room. She was awakened by a terrible scream in Bob's room. She tried the door, but it was locked. Neighbors were summoned, and the door was battered open. It was locked and bolted from within. There were only 2 windows in the room, and both of them had iron bars across them, as you will find in some old Texas homes. The nurse declared that immediately following the scream, she heard a wail of a baby, and the voice of a woman in the room. The end of Man Who Paid by Jim Preston.
My Own True Ghost Story by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. My Own True Ghost Story by Rudyard Kipling. As I came through the desert, thus it was, as I came through the desert, the city of dreadful night. Somewhere in the other world, where there are books and pictures and plays and shop windows to look at, and thousands of men who spend their lives in building up all four, lives a gentleman who writes real stories about the real insides of people, and his name is Mr. Walter Besant. But he will insist upon treating his ghosts. He has published half a workshop full of them with levity. He makes his ghost seers talk familiarly, and in some cases flirt outrageously with the phantoms. You may treat anything from a viceroy to a vernacular paper with levity, but you must behave reverently toward a ghost, and particularly an Indian one. There are in this land ghosts who take the form of fat, cold, pobby corpses and hide in trees near the roadside till a traveller passes. Then they drop upon his neck and remain. There are also terrible ghosts of women who have died in childbirth. These wander along the pathways at dusk or hide in the crops near a village and call seductively. But to answer their call is death in this world and the next. Their feet are turned backward that all sober men may recognize them. There are ghosts of little children who have been thrown into wells. These haunt well curbs and fringes of jungles and wail under the stars, or catch women by the wrist and beg to be taken up and carried. These and the corpse ghosts, however, are only vernacular articles and do not attack sahibs. No native ghost has yet been authentically reported to have frightened an Englishman, but many English ghosts have scared the life out of both white and black. Nearly every other station owns a ghost. There are said to be 2 at Simla, not counting the woman who blows the bellows at Syrie Dak Bungalow in the old road. Missouri has a house haunted of a very lively thing. A white lady is supposed to do night watchman round the house in Lahore. Dalhousie says that one of her houses repeats, on autumn evenings, all the incidents of a horrible horse and precipice accident. Murray has a merry ghost, and now that she has been swept by cholera, will have room for a sorrowful one. There are officers' quarters in Myanmar whose doors open without reason and whose furniture is guaranteed to creak, not with the heat of June, but with the weight of invisibles who come to lounge in the chairs. Peshawar possesses houses that none will willingly rent, and there is something, not fever, wrong with a big bungalow in Allahabad. The older provinces simply bristle with haunted houses and march phantom armies along their main thoroughfares. Some of the dark bungalows on the Grand Trunk Road have handy little cemeteries in their compound, witnesses to the changes and chances of this mortal life in the days when men drove from Calcutta to Northwest. These bungalows are objectionable places to put up in. They are generally very old, always dirty, while the khansama is as ancient as a bungalow. He either chatters senilely or falls into the long trances of age. In both moods he is useless. If you get angry with him, he refers to some sahib dead and buried these 30 years and says that when he was in that sahib's service, not a khansama in the province could touch him. Then he jabbers and mows and trembles and fidgets among the dishes, and you repent of your irritation. In these dark bungalows, ghosts are most likely to be found, and when found, they should be made a note of. Not long ago it was my business to live in a dark bungalow. I never inhabited the same house for 3 nights running, and grew to be learned in the breed. I lived in government-built ones with red brick walls and rail ceilings, and an inventory of the furniture posted in every room, and an excited snake at the threshold to give welcome. I lived in converted ones, old houses officiating as dark bungalows, where nothing was in its proper place, and there wasn't even a fowl for dinner. I lived in second-hand palaces where the wind blew through open-work marble tracery just as uncomfortably as through a broken pane. I lived in dark bungalows where the last entry in the visitor's book was 15 months old and where they slashed off the curry kid's head with a sword. It was my good luck to meet all sorts of men, from sober travelling missionaries and deserters flying from British regiments to drunken loafers who threw whiskey bottles at all who passed, and my still greater good fortune just to escape a maternity case. Seeing that a fair proportion of the tragedy of our lives out here acted itself in dark bungalows, I wondered that I had met no ghosts. A ghost that would voluntarily hang about a dark bungalow would be mad, of course. But so many men have died mad in dark bungalows that there must be a fair percentage of lunatic ghosts. In due time I found my ghost, or ghosts rather, for there were 2 of them. Up till that hour I had sympathized with Mr. Besson's method of handling them, as shown in the strange case of Mr. Lucraft and other stories. I am now in the opposition. I'll call the bungalow Kutmal Dark Bungalow, but that was the smallest part of the horror. A man with a sensitive hide has no right to sleep in dark bungalows. He should marry. Kutmal Dark Bungalow was old and rotten and unrepaired. The floor was of worn brick, the walls were filthy, and the windows were nearly black with grime. It stood on a bypath largely used by native sub-deputy assistants of all kinds, from finance to forest, but real sahibs were rare. The khansama, who was nearly bent double with old age, said so. When I arrived, there was a fitful, undecided rain on the face of the land, accompanied by a restless wind, and every gust made a noise like the rattling of dry bones in the stiff toddy palms outside. The Khansama completely lost his head on my arrival. He had served a sahib once. Did I know that sahib? He gave me the name of a well-known man who has been buried for more than a quarter of a century, and showed me an ancient daguerreotype of the man in his prehistoric youth. I had seen a steel engraving of him at the head of a double volume of memoirs a month before, and I felt ancient beyond telling. The day shut in, and the Khansama went to get me food. He did not go through the pretense of calling it khana, man's victuals. He said ratub, and that means, among other things, grub, dog's rations. There was no insult in his choice of term. He had forgotten the other word, I suppose. While he was cutting up the dead bodies of animals, I settled myself down after exploring the dark bungalow. There were 3 rooms beside my own, which was a corner kennel, each giving into the other through dingy white doors fastened with long iron bars. The bungalow was a very solid one, but the partition walls of the rooms were almost jerry-built in their flimsiness. Every step or bang of a trunk echoed from my room down the other 3, and every footfall came back tremulously from the far walls. For this reason I shut the door. There were no lamps, only candles in long glass shades. An oil wick was set in the bathroom. For bleak, unadulterated misery, that dark bungalow was the worst of the many kind that I had ever set foot in. There was no fireplace, and the windows would not open, so a brazier of charcoal would have been useless. The rain and the wind splashed and gurgled and moaned round the house, and the toddy palms rattled and roared. 6 jackals went through the compound singing, and a hyena stood afar off and mocked them. A hyena would convince a Sadducee of the resurrection of the dead, the worst sort of dead. Then came the ratub, a curious meal, half native and half English in composition, with the old Khansama babbling behind my chair about dead and gone English people, and the wind-blown candles playing shadow bo-peep with the bed and the mosquito curtains. It was just a sort of dinner and evening to make a man think of every single one of his past sins, and of all the others that he intended to commit if he lived. Sleep, for several hundred reasons, was not easy. The lamp in the bathroom threw the most absurd shadows into the room, and the wind was beginning to talk nonsense. Just when the reasons were drowsy with blood-sucking, I heard the regular "let us take and heave him over" grunt of dooli bearers in the compound. First 1 dooli came in, then a second, and then a third. I heard the dooli stump on the ground, and the shutter in front of my door shook. "That's someone trying to come in," I said, but no one spoke, and I persuaded myself that it was a gusty wind. The shutter of the room next to mine was attacked, flung back, and the inner door opened. "That's some sub-deputy assistant," I said, "and he has brought his friends with him. Now they'll talk and spit and smoke for an hour." But there were no voices and no footsteps. No one was putting his luggage into the next room. The door shut, and I thanked Providence that I was to be left in peace. But I was curious to know where the doolies had gone. I got out of bed and looked into the darkness. There was never a sign of a dooli. Just as I was getting into bed again, I heard in the next room the sound that no man in his senses can possibly mistake, the whir of a billiard ball down the length of slates when the striker is striking for break. No other sound is like it. A minute afterwards, there was another whir, and I got into bed. I was not frightened. Indeed, I was not. I was very curious to know what had become of the doolies. I jumped into bed for that reason. Next minute, I heard the double click of a cannon, and my hair sat up. It's a mistake to say that hair stands up. The skin of the head tightens, and you can feel a faint, prickly bristling all over the scalp. That is the hair sitting up. There was a whir and a click, and both sounds could only have been made by one thing, a billiard ball. I argued the matter out at great length with myself, and the more I argued, the less probable it seemed that 1 bed, 1 table, and 2 chairs, all the furniture of the room next to mine, could so exactly duplicate the sounds of a game of billiards. After another cannon, a 3-cushion one to judge by the whir, I argued no more. I had found my ghost, and would have given worlds to have escaped from that dark bungalow. I listened, and with each listen the game grew clearer. There was whir on whir and click on click. Sometimes there was a double click and a whir and another click. Beyond any sort of doubt, people were playing billiards in the next room. And the next room was not big enough to hold the billiard table. Between the pauses of the wind, I heard the game go forward, stroke after stroke. I tried to believe that I could not hear voices, but that attempt was a failure. Do you know what fear is? Not ordinary fear of insult, injury, or death, but abject, quivering dread of something that you cannot see. Fear that makes you sweat on the palms of the hand and gulp in order to keep the jugular at work. This is a fine fear, a great cowardice, and must be felt to be appreciated. The very improbability of billiards in a dark bungalow proved the reality of the thing. No man, drunk or sober, could imagine a game of billiards or invent the spitting crack of a screwman cannon. A severe course of dark bungalows has this disadvantage. It breeds infinite credulity. If a man said to a confirmed dark bungalow haunter, "There's a corpse in the next room, and there's a mad girl in the next but one, and the woman and man on the camel have just eloped from a place 60 miles away," the hearer would not disbelieve, because he would know that nothing is too wild, grotesque, or horrible to happen in a dark bungalow. This credulity unfortunately extends to ghosts. A rational person, fresh from his own house, would have turned on his side and slept. I did not. So surely as I was given up as a bad carcass by the scores of things in the bed because the bulk of my blood was in my heart, so surely did I hear every stroke of a long game at billiards played in the echoing room behind the iron-barred door. My dominant fear was that the players might want a marker. It was an absurd fear, because creatures who could play in the dark would be above such superfluities. I only know that that was my terror, and it was real. After a long, long while the game stopped and the door banged. I slept because I was dead tired. Otherwise I should have preferred to have kept awake. Not for everything in Asia would I have dropped the door bar and peered into the dark of the next room. When the morning came, I considered that I had done well and wisely, and inquired for the means of departure. "By the way, Khansama," I said, "what were those 3 doolies doing in my compound in the night?" "There were no doolies," said the Khansama. I went into the next room, and the daylight streamed through the open door. I was immensely brave. I would at that hour have played black pool with the owner of the big black pool down below. "Was this place always been a dark bungalow?" I asked. "No," said the Khansama. 10 or 20 years ago, I have forgotten how long, it was a billiard room." How much?" "A billiard room for the sahibs who built the railway. I was Khansama then in the big house where all the railway sahibs lived, and I used to come across with brandy shrub. These 3 rooms were all one, and they held a big table on which the sahibs played every evening. But the sahibs are all dead now, and the railway runs, you say, nearly to Kabul. Do you remember anything about the sahibs?" "It is long ago, but I remember that one sahib, a fat man and always angry, was playing here one night, and he said to me, 'Mangal Khan, brandy pani do,' and I filled the glass, and he bent over the table to strike, and his head fell lower and lower till it hit the table, and his spectacles came off, and when we, the sahibs and myself, ran to lift him, he was dead. I helped him to carry him out. Aha, he was a strong sahib, but he is dead, and I, old Mangal Khan, am still living by your favour." That was more than enough. I had my ghost, a first-hand authenticated article. I would write for the Society for Psychical Research. I would paralyze the empire with the news. But I would, first of all, put 80 miles of assessed crop land between myself and the dark bungalow before nightfall. The society might send their regular agent to investigate later on. I went into my room and prepared to pack after noting down the facts of the case. As I smoked, I heard the game begin again, with a miss and balk this time, for the whir was a short one. The door was open and I could see into the room. Click, click. That was a cannon. I entered the room without fear, for there was sunlight within and a fresh breeze without. The unseen game was going on at a tremendous rate. And well it might, when a restless little rat was running to and fro inside the dingy ceiling cloth, and a piece of loose window sash was making 50 breaks off the window bolt as it shook in the breeze. Impossible to mistake the sound of billiard balls. Impossible to mistake the whir of a ball over the slate. But I was to be excused. Even when I shut my enlightened eyes, the sound was marvellously like that of a fast game. entered angrily the faithful partner of my sorrows, Kadir Baksh. This bungalow is very bare and low caste. No wonder the presence was disturbed and is speckled. 3 sets of dooli bearers came to the bungalow late last night when I was sleeping outside and said it was their custom to rest in the rooms set apart for the English people. What honor as the Khansama? They tried to enter, but I told them to go. No wonder, if these Urias have been here, that the presence is sorely spotted. It's a shame and the work of a dirty man. Kadi Baksh did not say that he had taken from each gang 2 annas for rent in advance, and then, beyond my earshot, had beaten them with a big green umbrella whose use I could never before divine. But Kadir Baksh has no notions of morality. There was an interview with Khansama, but as he promptly lost his head, wrath gave place to pity, and pity led to a long conversation, in the course of which he put the fat engineer sahib's tragic death in 3 separate stations, 2 of them 50 miles away. The 3rd shift was to Calcutta, and there the sahib died while driving a dog cart. If I had encouraged him, the Khansama would have wandered all through Bengal with its corpse. I did not go away as soon as I intended. I stayed for the night while the wind and the rat and the sash and the window bolt played a ding-dong 150 up. Then the wind ran out and the billiard stopped, and I felt that I had ruined my one genuine hallmarked ghost story. Had I only stopped at the proper time, I could have made anything out of it. That was the bitterest thought of all. The end of My Own True Ghost Story by Rudyard Kipling.
An Original Revenge by W.C. Morrow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Original Revenge by W.C. Morrow. On a certain day I received a letter from a private soldier named Grothmann, attached to the garrison of San Francisco. I had known him but slightly, the acquaintance having come about through his interest in some stories which I had published, and which he had a way of calling psychological studies. He was a dreamy, romantic, fine-grained lad, proud as a tiger lily, and sensitive as a blue bell. What mad caprice led him to join the army I never knew, but I did know that there he was wretchedly out of place, and I foresaw that his rude and repellent environment would make of him in time a deserter, or a suicide, or a murderer. The letter at first seemed a wild outpouring of despair, for it informed me that before it should reach me its author would be dead by his own hand. But when I had read farther, I understood its spirit, and realized how coolly formed a scheme it disclosed, and how terrible its purport was intended to be. The worst of the contents was the information that a certain officer, whom he named, had driven him to the deed, and that he was committing suicide for the sole purpose of gaining thereby the power to revenge himself upon his enemy. I learned afterward that the officer had received a similar letter. This was so puzzling that I sat down to reflect upon the young man's peculiarities. He had always seemed somewhat uncanny, and had I proved more sympathetic, he doubtless would have gone farther and told me of certain problems which he professed to have solved concerning the life beyond this. One thing that he had said came back vividly. If I could only overcome that purely gross and animal love of life that makes us all shun death, I would kill myself, for I know how far more powerful I could be in spirit than in flesh. The manner of the suicide was startling, and that was what might have been expected from this odd character. Evidently scorning the flummery of funerals, he had gone into a little canyon near the military reservation and blown himself into 1,000,000 fragments with dynamite, so that all of him that was ever found was some minute particles of flesh and bone. I kept the letter a secret, for I desired to observe the officer without rousing his suspicion of my purpose. it would be an admirable test of a dead man's power and deliberate intention to haunt the living, for so I interpreted the letter. The officer thus to be punished was an oldish man, short, apoplectic, overbearing, and irascible. Generally he was kind to most of the men in a way, but he was gross and mean, and that explained sufficiently his harsh treatment of young Grothmann, whom he could not understand, and his efforts to break that flighty young man's spirit. Not very long after the suicide, certain modifications in the officer's conduct became apparent to my watchful oversight. His choler, though none the less sporadic, developed a quality which had some of the characteristics of senility, and yet he was still in his prime, and passed for a sound man. He was a bachelor, and had lived always alone, but presently he began to shirk solitude at night and court it in daylight. His brother officers chaffed him, and thereupon he would laugh in rather a forced and silly fashion, quite different from the ordinary way with him, and would sometimes, on these occasions, blush so violently that his face would become almost purple. His soldierly alertness and sternness relaxed surprisingly at some times, and at others were exaggerated into unnecessary acerbity, his conduct in this regard suggesting that of a drunken man who knows that he is drunk, and who now and then makes a brave effort to appear sober. All these things, and more, indicating some mental strain, or some dreadful apprehension, or perhaps something worse than either, were observed partly by me and partly by an intelligent officer, whose watch upon the man had been secured by me. To be more particular, the afflicted man was observed often to start suddenly and, in alarm, look quickly round, and make some unintelligent monosyllabic answer, seemingly to an inaudible question that no visible person had asked. He acquired the reputation, too, of having taken lately to nightmares, for in the middle of the night he would shriek in the most dreadful fashion, alarming his roommates prodigiously. After these attacks he would sit up in bed, his ruddy face devoid of colour, his eyes glassy and shining, his breathing broken with gasps, and his body wet with a cold perspiration. Knowledge of these developments and transformations spread throughout the garrison, but the few, mostly women, who dared to express sympathy or suggest a tonic encountered so violent rebuffs that they blessed heaven for escaping alive from his word volleys. Even the garrison surgeon, who had a kindly manner, and the commanding general, who was constructed on dignified and impressive lines, received little thanks for their solicitude. Clearly the doughty old officer, who had fought like a bulldog in 2 wars and 100 battles, was suffering deeply from some undiscoverable malady. The next extraordinary thing which he did was to visit one evening, not so clandestinely as to escape my watch, a spirit medium. Extraordinary, because he always had scoffed at the idea of spirit communications. I saw him as he was leaving the medium's rooms. His face was purple, his eyes were bulging and terrified, and he tottered in his walk. A policeman, seeing his distress, advanced to assist him, whereupon the soldier hoarsely begged, "Call a hack." Into it he fell, and asked to be driven to his quarters. I hastily ascended to the medium's rooms, and found her lying unconscious on the floor. Soon, with my aid, she recalled her wits, but her conscious state was even more alarming than the other. At first she regarded me with terror, and cried, "It is horrible for you to hound him so." I assured her that I was hounding no one. "Oh, I thought you were the spirit. Oh, but it was standing exactly where you are," she exclaimed. "I suppose so," I agreed, but you can see that I am not the young man's spirit. However, I am familiar with this whole case, madam, and if I can be of any service in the matter, I should be glad if you would inform me. I am aware that our friend is persecuted by a spirit, which visits him frequently, and I am positive that through you it has informed him that the end is not far away, and that our elderly friend's death will assume some terrible form. Is there anything I can do to avert the tragedy?" The woman stared at me in a horrified silence. "How did you know these things?" she gasped. "That is immaterial. When will the tragedy occur? Can I prevent it?" "Yes, yes," she exclaimed. "It will happen this very night, but no earthly power can prevent it." She came close to me and looked at me with an expression of the most acute terror. "Merciful God, what will become of me? He is to be murdered, you understand, murdered in cold blood by a spirit, and he knows it, and I know it. If he is spared long enough, he will tell them at the garrison, and they will all think that I had something to do with it. Oh, this is terrible, terrible, and yet I dare not say a word in advance. Nobody there would believe in what the spirits say, and they will think that I had a hand in the murder." The woman's agony was pitiful. "Be assured that he will say nothing about it," I said, "and if you keep your tongue from wagging, you need fear nothing." With this and a few other hurried words of comfort, I soothed her and hastened away, for I had interesting work on hand. It is not often that one may be in at such a murder as that. I ran to a livery stable, secured a swift horse, mounted him, and spurred furiously for the reservation. The hack, with its generous start, had gone far on its way, but my horse was nimble, and his legs felt the pricking of my eagerness. A few miles of this furious pursuit brought me within sight of the hack, just as it was crossing a dark ravine near the reservation. As I came nearer, I imagined that the hack swayed somewhat, and that a fleeing shadow escaped from it into the tree-banked further wall of the ravine. I certainly was not in error with regard to the swaying, for it had roused the dull notice of the driver. I saw him turn, with an air of alarm in his action, and then pull up with a heavy swing upon the reins. At this moment I dashed up and halted. "Anything the matter?" I asked. "I don't know," he answered, getting down. "I felt the carriage sway, and I see that the door's wide open. Guess my load thought he'd sobered up enough to get out and walk, without troubling me or his pocket-book." Meanwhile I too had alighted, then struck a match, and by its light we discovered, through the open door, the load huddled confusedly on the floor of the hack, face upward, his chin compressed upon his breast by his leaning against the further door, and looking altogether vulgar, misshapen, and miserably unlike a soldier. He neither moved nor spoke when we called. We hastily clambered within and lifted him upon the seat. But his head rolled about with an awful looseness and freedom, and another match disclosed a ghastly dead face and wide eyes that stared horribly at nothing. "You would better drive the body to headquarters," I said. Instead of following, I cantered back to town, housed my horse, and went straight away to bed. And this will prove to be the first information that I was the mysterious man on a horse whom the coroner could never find. About a year afterwards I received the following letter, which is observed to be in fair English, from Stockholm, Sweden. "Dear Sir, for some years I have been reading your remarkable psychological studies with great interest, and I take the liberty to suggest a theme for your able pen. I have just found in a library here a newspaper, dated about a year ago, in which is an account of the mysterious death of a military officer in a hack. Then followed the particulars, as I have already detailed them, and the very theme of post-mortem revenge, which I have adopted in this setting out of facts. Some persons may regard the coincidence between my correspondent's suggestion and my private and exclusive knowledge as being a very remarkable thing. But there are likely even more wonderful things in the world, and at none of them do I longer marvel. More extraordinary still is his suggestion that in the dynamite explosion a dog or a quarter of beef might as well have been employed as a suicide-minded man. That, in short, the man may not have killed himself at all, but might have employed a presumption of such an occurrence to render more effective a physical persecution, ending in murder by the living man who had posed as a spirit. The letter even suggested an arrangement with a spirit medium, and I regard that also as a queer thing. The declared purpose of this letter was to suggest material for another of my psychological studies. But I submit that the whole affair is of too grave a character for treatment in the levity of fiction, and if the facts and coincidences should prove less puzzling to others than to me, a praiseworthy service might be done to humanity by the presentation of whatever solution a better understanding than mine might evolve. The only remaining disclosure which I am prepared now to make is that my correspondent signed himself Romtarg, an odd-sounding name, but for all I know it may be respectable in Sweden. And yet there is something about the name that haunts me unceasingly, much as does some strange dream which we know we have dreamt, and yet which is impossible to remember. And of An Original Revenge by W.C. Morrow. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, July 2024.
The Symphonic Abduction by Hannes Bach, writing as Anthony Corvase. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Symphonic Abduction by Hannes Bach. I suppose you've heard about what happened to my brother Jerry? Ray Spencer asked me. I shook my head. The whole family was worried about him for a while. Couldn't tell whether he had sleeping sickness or what. All we knew was that he'd gone coma listening to some phonograph records when he was alone in the house. Perhaps the intense emotional effect of the music, plus its stentor, was the cause. When I returned home, he lay cold on the floor in front of the radio phonograph. The automatic release had shut off the record, but the current was still on, and the volume dial was turned full strength. Nothing I could do would rouse my brother, so, scared, I put him to bed and called a doctor, who had him taken to a hospital for observation. No one could determine what was the trouble, and since we couldn't afford to keep him at the hospital indefinitely, we brought Jerry back home. And although it wasn't exactly appropriate, I couldn't help remembering the story of the Sleeping Beauty whenever I looked into his room and saw him, apparently only napping. Then one day I heard him, still in his trance, whisperingly singing. The indistinct notes were reminiscent of one of Tchaikovsky's ballet pieces. I tried vainly to wake him. He sighed on and on until the faint breath of a voice softened into silence. When at last he did awake, I had been listening to some continental communiques in the adjoining room, with the door open so that I could look in on him in case of emergency. The program ended and was followed by concert music. I don't care much for symphony, so I arose and went to the radio to switch it off. At the same time, Jerry stirred. I heard his bed creak. Turning to look his way, I twisted the wrong dial, and the music thundered. My brother began to toss on his bed. Disregarding the racket for a moment, in excitement at seeing him move, I ran into him, shouting, shaking him a little. His hands groped, found mine, and clung to them. Painfully he endeavored to raise himself, dropped back, perspiring and panting. Then he screamed, horribly, as if all hell's devils were shoveling all hell's coals on him, and opened his eyes, his face taut with dread. He recognized me. In a moment I had soothed him back to normalcy. He was perfectly all right from then on. Or at least we thought so. But since you're so interested in metaphysics, get him to tell you all about the vision he had during his catalepsy. He won't feel embarrassed. He's told it to others. Just say that I mentioned it to you. Ray had finished. Later, when I chanced upon Jerry Spencer, I brought him up to my apartment for dinner. The meal over, he smiled at my query concerning his comatose dream and related, "None in my family are as interested in music as I am. My belief is that to realize its full magic, you must leave off talking. Better still, listen to it alone, and closing your eyes, open your mind to it. Relax, forget yourself. All of my folks poke fun at me when I sit on the floor by the radio during the concert broadcasts, my ears close to the speaker. But that is the only way by which I can really enjoy music. The very loudness, blasting at my hearing, emphasizes the tone magic, overwhelming everything else. And sometimes, if my eyes are shut, I can see fantastic dream worlds, fiery pageants inspired by thunderous harmonies. I had never dared to turn on the amplifier as loud as I'd have wished. My family said that it would annoy the neighbors. So that day, when I was alone at home, I thought that then was my chance, if ever, and proceeded to play my favorite record. The first scene of Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake Ballet, as loud as possible. The sound was not so deafening as maddening, or better still, intoxicating. How I loved it! I sat cross-legged, eyes shut, dreaming, at last absolutely happy, more ecstatic. The first notes were like an invitation emanating from a lost dimension, calling me, wheedling, promising haven, peace. The call of the unknown, not the lure of dashing adventure, but of mystery, mournful sorcery, epic splendors. Deep in my heart there's a sort of innate Slavic sadness which responded to the music's plaint, and my thought traveled with the melody effortlessly on and on. The warm darkness of my closed eyes lightened to infinities of cold, deep blue emptiness, through which I felt myself gliding as the theme progressed. Each harmonic burst, every wailing echo, dominated me. My thought was borne farther and farther like a leaf in a tempest. There were bass chords, which made my throat quiver, and tears burned under my lowered eyelids. I felt a tingling at my shoulders, and with eyes still closed, but discerning by a sort of dream vision, I half-consciously turned, beheld luminous yellow draperies, fluttering behind me, buoying me, like scarf wings, whipping comet tails. An instinctive, transient fright gripped me, admonishing me to withdraw from this blue region into the callid darkness from which I had come. But the melody's urge was stronger than my feeble urge to retreat. The azure became flecked with diamond points of light, which augmented into the great white moons, and from one to another in the vast network rayed pulsing filaments, vascular channels of fluid light. A stupendous chorus of clear, unhuman voices, as from diamond throats, emanated from these linked moons, of which the music which had conveyed me was only a distorted, ghostly echo. In tangible waves, this greater music rippled around the webbed moons, beating against me as though to force me away on its tides, I know not whither. Beneath me was a limitless tract of gray slime, which rose and fell torpidly, as with the breathing of a somnolent, subterranean thing. The moonlight burned brightly on it, and crawling across it from some remote place came trees? Snaky, rooted things, whose prehensile branches bore, instead of leaves, flexible lenses. They left behind them red trails on the slime, and excrementory ribbons of thin blue vapor streamed from their topmost appendages. Occasionally they paused to feed, focusing their lenses upon the gelatinous ground, which became luminously white under their concentrated light. The sucking mouths of their serpentine roots absorbed this matter, and red viscosity seeped into the eaten places, graying rapidly under the moon's effulgence, chemically affected by it. And the trees mated. Gynandrous, they converged in pairs or groups, pressing close together, thrusting their limbs into one enormous cluster, aggregating their lenses into a series of complex, compact forms, shuddering with a violent ardor. From erectile protuberances rimming the lenses, ruby liquid spurted, bursting with incandescence under the condensed moonlight. Spent, drooping, the trees separated, and the radiant orgasmic matter drifted lightly down to the slime, burning fitfully as the trees moved away indifferently. Apparently these flickering radiances fed, for gradually they grew, dulling, becoming opaque, substantial, thrusting out probing roots, developing limbs, wandering like their parents. They snailed onward, out of sight, all of them. Silently, a phosphorescent green river raced like a bolt of furcate lightning over the green wastes. It was composed not of water, but of myriad tiny, luminous, crawling insects. A conscious river, altering its tortuous course at will, small streams deviating from the main body and meandering erratically, then rejoining the general current. This river's end drew into sight, flashed under me and into the distance, leaving fast graying red paths on the slime. The moon's music assailed me. Simultaneously I felt those man measures which had carried me so long cease, leaving me without a link to my own world, helpless against the inexorable tide of the lunar melody, which, bursting more loudly, swept me higher through an interstice of the circulatory web into blue infinity. And there it left me. Fading ripples of it would lap me, but were too dissipated then to sweep me farther. I floated aimlessly in the void, it seemed, for ages, less a body than a mind, aware of neither hunger nor thirst, nor ill of any sort other than a dreadful sapping weariness. There was no way of reckoning time, but after an eternity of loneliness and self-boredom, I heard a glissando of mellow tintabulations. A troop of small stars flashed toward me like a scattered handful of sparkling white gems, whirling in interweaving dance of enchantment, tinkling glad, clear tunes like the babbling of crystal brooks. The joyous, youthful essence of their song so charmed me that I forgot my weariness and vocally ventured to imitate it. At last they broke their circle and swept away, single file, out of sight, diminishing with distance. For a while I hummed their song, but with every repetition it lost some of its starry quality and gained a humanness, earthiness, animalism, until it impressed me no longer beautiful, and I was silent. Wearily the sluggish ages passed in the illimitable blue solitudes. Eventually I heard the man music again like a summons, its vibrations piercing the moon net, receding, drawing me with it. Its power increased with every unit of retrogression, dragging me with it over the wastes of slime it dragged me, all in a fraction of seconds. Wind tore at me, racketing in my ears, drowning music of both moons and man. In a flash of cataclysm, of cosmic pandemonium, the moons, jostled out of their places by my abrupt passage through the web, strained apart, snapping their pulsant, filamental arteries. White, searing drops of blood of light oozed from the severed ducts, hissing as they fell, and splashed on the slime, which heaved torturedly. The crawling trees reared upon their writhing roots, flailing their lensed limbs, and the phosphorescent rivers halted suddenly, piling into swiftly disintegrating mounds. The rain of light blood thinned and ceased. The moons dimmed and plunged earthward, lusterless. As they touched the tempestuously tossing slime, it shrieked stridently, deafeningly, cosmically. An outcry voicing all life's inherent dread of the horror of pain and death, which arose from all sides, like an auditory vice, tightening upon and crushing me. The blue chaos was wiped away by utter blackness. The shriek weakened, ceased. I opened my eyes, shut them, dazzled by daylight, and opened them again, but cautiously. My brother Ray was standing over me, shaking me, calling my name, and it was I who had screamed. End of the Symphonic Abduction. Recording by Douglas Wood in Utah.
Terror by Daphne du Maurier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Terror by Daphne du Maurier. Bridget woke up with a start. Somewhere something had fallen, perhaps a slate from the roof, or maybe it was only a door banging on the floor above. She did not know this, of course. At 6 years old, it is difficult to reason about strange noises, or about anything that happens in the middle of the night. 9:30 was the same as midnight to Bridget. For a few minutes, she lay awake wondering what it was that had woken her. She no longer felt tired or sleepy. Her mind was alert, and every nerve was on edge. Then she opened her eyes and looked around her. At first, everything seemed black, pitch black, but as she became accustomed to the darkness, the furniture in the bedroom gradually began to take shape. A queer, ghastly shape. This was not the same room as the one in which she had undressed. She saw that Nanny had not come up yet, because the bed was empty. But what is empty? The pillow must have slipped a little, for something bulky lay in the corner by the turned-down sheet. A piece of blanket had become untucked at the side. It was rolled slightly, and stretched across the center of the bed. Yet it was not like an ordinary piece of blanket, this rolled object. It was an arm, a cold, white arm, with no body near it, with no person to whom it belonged. A loose arm hanging from nowhere. Bridget shrank back in her bed and turned her eyes away, but this time they fell on the wardrobe at the end of the room. It looked huge and sinister, far taller than in the daytime. It seemed to stretch as high as the ceiling. And there was a dark, inky black corner just by the side of it. She tried to think of what was kept in that corner, but she could not remember. Surely it had never been there before. Then something creaked. Sweat broke out on Bridget's forehead. Her heart thumped under her little white nightgown. Her body burned, but her feet were icy cold. There, another creak. Again. Her eyes were now glued to the wardrobe, whence the sound had come. Slowly, very slowly, the door opened. The gap grew larger and larger, creaking with every inch. Soon it would swing right open. And what would be inside? Waiting, waiting. She dared not move now, because the slightest sound would tell them that she was there. If she kept quite still with her eyes closed, perhaps they would go away and forget all about her. She lay silent, without a movement, and then, in spite of herself, the dread impulse came over her to look. Her head turned, and her eyes were drawn, as if magnetized, towards the wardrobe. The door was wide open. And inside where Nanny's clothes hung in the daytime, her coat, her mackintosh, her gray costume, were 3 shadowy figures, silent and mysterious. 3 mocking priests with gaunt, dark bodies and no faces. Bridget knew they were watching her. They were waiting for her to move, when they would creep from their hiding place, creep with soft, terrible steps towards her bed, and lift great white hands with thin, hollow fingers. But the silent priests did not move, and she turned her head. She waited for some sound to warn her, some sign to tell her that they were coming to her, but nothing happened. This was worse, this sudden absence of any sound, this dead still quiet. She listened. She could hear silence. A faint humming sound in her ears. Then gradually it buzzed louder, until it became a roar, like a mighty wind. She opened her eyes again, and saw that the square dressing table had turned into a square hunchbacked animal, with thin, queer-shaped legs. It stood beneath the window, ready to pounce. The cord of the blind was rattling against the window pane. Someone was trying to get into the room. Yes, at either side of the window, where the curtains generally hung, there were two evil women with long black hair. These were more frightening than the priests. These were witches with claws instead of hands. They had the same faces as a woman in a book she had once seen. She remembered the book, a large old book with a brown cover, and the pictures were horrible. Supposing all the pictures had become alive, and were going to steal one after the other through the window. Bridget swallowed. The sound of it seemed to echo through the room, but she could not help herself. She had to swallow again. Her throat was dry. She tasted dust. Everything in the room now took a special shape. The fireplace was a yawning cave. The table a gigantic toad. The chairs were stunted dwarves. If only Nanny would come up. If only she could get out of this terrible room into the kind, warm day nursery, flooded with electric light. What if snakes came down the chimney? Long, black, wriggling snakes, and glided along the floor and coiled themselves round the bedposts. The floor became thick with bodies of dead cats. She had seen one in a gutter once. Gray, furry cats. And mice. Thousands of headless mice. Bridget began to cry, and the sound of her crying frightened her. The things had heard. They were all coming near her. The priests bowed, the witches waved, the animals crept quietly. Quietly. The air suddenly became thick with stifling blankets. She was going to be suffocated. The ceiling was sinking down upon her. With a strangled scream, Bridget climbed out of bed. She stumbled across the floor and flung herself panting against the door. "Nanny! Nanny, come quickly!" They were all coming nearer her. Long, distorted shapes grinned at her. Large, crooked hands thrust themselves forward to grasp her. Above her hung great, gaping mouths. Her feet stood in a pool of blood. She was lying on the floor now, screaming into the carpet. Then the door opened and someone turned on the light. It was Nanny. Bridget flung herself upon her, sobbing hysterically. "Nanny, Nanny, take me away. Don't let them get me. I'm so frightened. Don't go away. Oh, save me." The nurse shook her crossly. She was irritated at having to come upstairs from her cup of cocoa in the kitchen, but Bridget's screams had alarmed her, and she was afraid there might be a fire. "What do you mean by making all that noise?" she said sharply. "You ought to be fast asleep hours ago instead of shouting and screaming. I should be ashamed if I were you. I won't have any nonsense, do you hear me?" Bridget's screams rose higher and higher. She begged and pleaded to be taken downstairs. She clutched onto the nurse with clammy, wet fingers. She groveled on the floor. She almost licked her hand. "You stop where you are. Do you understand?" Bridget was picked up and thrust back into her bed. "Will you be quiet at once?" Nurse was gone in an instant, and the light was put out. The door closed behind her, and there was a sound of retreating footsteps. For a moment the child was too amazed to think. Then came realization. She was alone. Long shadows crept across the floor. End of Terror by Daphne du Maurier.